Hello everyone, I'm the Creeps Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I never thought a short trip into the woods would change the way I see the world around me. I had gone out alone that weekend, wanting to clear my head. Life back in town had been pressing in on me. Work, noise, people everywhere, and I wanted silence. I had found a small cabin for rent near the edge of a thick forest, a place that seemed far from everything. It looked old but sturdy, with a narrow gravel road leading up to it. When I first pulled in, the forest around it felt endless, with trees rising tall and close together, blocking most of the daylight even though it was only late afternoon. The cabin itself had no neighbors in sight. From the front porch, I could see only trees in every direction. Behind the cabin, the woods sloped down toward a low valley, and I noticed the way the shadows gathered there, darker than the rest. I unpacked my things, set them inside, and then stood for a while on the porch, breathing in the smell of pine and damp earth. The silence felt heavier than I expected. At first, it was calming, but the longer I stood there, the more it felt like the woods were pressing in on me, watching me. I brushed the feeling off. I had planned to hike, cook some simple meals, and sleep. That was it. No phone calls, no screens, no noise. By the time the sun began to drop, I started a small fire in the stone ring outside the cabin and cooked a quick meal. The light from the flames flickered against the trees, and the smell of smoke mixed with the forest air. It should have been peaceful, but my eyes kept drifting past the firelight into the shadows beyond. I couldn't see much out there. The woods were too dense. When night settled, it did so quickly, as if someone had flipped a switch. One moment the last light of day was slipping between the trees, and the next it was black, the kind of black you only find far from town. I turned on my flashlight a few times, sweeping it through the trees, but the beam only made me feel more exposed. It caught trunks and low branches, but past a certain distance, it was just darkness swallowing the light. I sat close to the fire for a while longer, then went inside. The cabin was small, one room with a bed, a table, and a stove that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I set my things near the bed and lay down, listening to the faint crackle of the fire outside. For a while, all I could hear was my own breathing, but then I started noticing the sounds of the forest. At first, it was only small things, crickets, the occasional snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves. Normal forest sounds. But as the night stretched on, I began to pick out heavier sounds, ones that didn't fit in as easily. A branch breaking with too much force, the sound of something moving through the undergrowth, slow and steady. I told myself it was just animals, deer maybe or raccoons. The woods were full of them, after all. But the longer I lay there, the more I felt the noises lining up with me, circling closer to the cabin. I kept sitting up in bed, staring at the window, but the glass showed nothing beyond its reflection. Around midnight, the sound stopped. Just like that, silence returned, and I eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside and felt a bit foolish for how unsettled I'd been. The fire had burned down to ashes, and the ground was damp with dew. The woods looked different in the daylight, less threatening, more like what I had expected when I came here. I decided to take a walk. I followed a narrow trail that started just behind the cabin and wound down into the valley. The air was cool, and the deeper I went, the more the trees closed in overhead. I noticed how quiet it was compared to most hikes I had taken before. There weren't many birds calling, no distant sound of water running. The stillness felt thick. As I walked, I kept glancing back, making sure I could still see the faint outline of the trail. After about an hour, I found a small clearing. The ground there was uneven, with patches of moss and a few stones sticking up. I stopped to rest, setting my pack against a tree. That was when I noticed something strange. In the dirt, there were impressions. At first, I thought they were just deer tracks, but the longer I looked, the less they resembled anything I could identify. They were long, almost like a boot print, but wider, and they sank deeper into the soil than I thought a single step should. I crouched down, running my hand along one of the impressions. It felt old, the edges softened by weather, but it still unsettled me. I stood up quickly, scanning the trees around me. Nothing moved. Still, I felt the same weight in my chest that I had felt the night before. I didn't stay in the clearing long. The rest of the day passed slowly. I made another fire, cooked, and tried to relax, but my eyes kept darting to the tree line. I noticed how easily the forest seemed to hide things. The shadows between the trunks could be empty, or they could be holding something that I couldn't see. Each time a breeze stirred the leaves, I tensed up. That night, the noises returned. Louder this time. I heard the steady crunch of something moving just outside the circle of firelight. I sat in the cabin, lights off, listening. The steps were slow, deliberate, not the random scurrying of animals. My heart pounded in my chest, and I strained to hear. At one point, I thought I heard breathing, heavy and close, but when I looked out the window, there was nothing but blackness. I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin made me jolt awake. At some point near dawn, I heard one last sound, like something brushing against the cabin wall itself, and then silence. When I stepped outside later, the ground near the porch looked disturbed, as if something had pressed into the dirt. I knew I should have left then. Packed up, driven back to town, forgotten the whole thing. But I stayed. I kept telling myself I was imagining it, letting my mind play tricks. I tried to distract myself with small chores, cleaning up the cabin, gathering wood, keeping the fire strong. The third night was the worst. The noises began earlier, just as the sun dipped. This time, they came from all sides, as if something was circling the cabin slowly. The fire popped and hissed outside, but it didn't make me feel safe anymore. The air felt charged, the way it does right before a storm, though the sky was clear. Hours passed like that, my nerves stretched thin. I sat with my back against the wall, flashlight in my lap, waiting. Then, all at once, the sound stopped. The silence was heavy. I waited, holding my breath. That was when I heard it clear, distinct, right outside the window. A slow inhale, a pause, and then a long, low exhale. I didn't move. My whole body was rigid, my skin prickling with fear. The sound repeated once more, then faded. I didn't dare look. I stayed frozen until the first light of dawn touched the edges of the window. When I finally stepped outside, the ground beneath the window was marked with prints, deep and strange, like the ones I had seen in the clearing. They led back into the trees, vanishing into the shadows. That was enough. I gathered my things, packed quickly, and left the cabin without looking back. As I drove down the gravel road, the forest seemed to close in on both sides, as if it didn't want me to leave. My hands shook on the steering wheel, but I didn't stop until I reached the highway. Even now, the memory of those nights stays sharp. The sound of breathing in the dark, the way the woods seemed to shift and press in, the prints in the soil. I never found out what was out there, and maybe it's better that way. I learned that silence can carry weight, that darkness can hide more than you want to know, and that sometimes the most frightening things are the ones you can't explain, the ones that never show themselves fully. When I think back, I remember the cabin most clearly, the rough wood, the single window, the fire outside. I can see myself sitting there, waiting, listening. I know now that some places are not meant for people, no matter how peaceful they seem in daylight. The forest had its own rules, its own presence, and I had only been a visitor, one who stayed longer than I should have. I never went back. I never even thought about renting another cabin like that again. The woods might look quiet, but I know better now. I know how it feels when something unseen breathes against your window in the middle of the night, and that feeling never leaves. It stays with you long after you've left the trees behind. I woke up earlier than I wanted that morning. The air inside the cabin was cold and heavy, the kind that sinks into your bones when you breathe too deep. The wooden walls held the chill from the night, and the faint smell of damp pine filled the small space. I had planned on sleeping in, but once I was awake, my mind refused to let me drift back down. I lay there staring at the ceiling, following the thin cracks in the wood above me until my eyes hurt from the effort. The forest outside was quiet, too quiet. Usually, I'd hear birds at first light, or the low hum of insects, or even the shifting of branches as squirrels fought over something. But that morning it was still, as though the world outside the cabin had been pressed mute. I pulled myself from the thin blanket, feet hitting the rough floorboards, and stretched until my joints popped. The air smelled stale inside, so I pushed the door open. The hinges groaned, and the moment I stepped onto the small porch, the cold morning air wrapped itself around me. The clearing that surrounded the cabin was drenched in a gray light, the sky hidden by a low layer of clouds. The trees looked darker than they usually did, like something had drawn all the color out of them overnight. I stood there a while, rubbing my arms and trying to shake the strange unease that was already working its way into me. It wasn't like I hadn't stayed here before. I had spent plenty of nights in this cabin, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends. But that morning had a weight to it, like I had walked into a room just after someone whispered something meant only for themselves. The cabin sat in a clearing not much bigger than a small yard. Beyond that, thick woods pressed in from every side. The trees were tall, mostly pine and oak, with thick underbrush in places that made it hard to see far. There was a narrow path leading out, one that wound about half a mile down to the dirt road where I had parked my truck. I had carried in enough supplies the day before to last me for several days: cans, water, a small propane stove, some jerky and nuts. My plan was simple: a few days of quiet, no one around, no phones, no distractions. Just the woods, the cabin, and me. But as I stood on that porch, I couldn't help feeling like I wasn't as alone as I should have been. I scanned the tree line slowly, taking my time with each shadow, each knot in the bark, each space between the branches. Nothing moved. Nothing stirred. I tried to tell myself I was just being paranoid, that the stillness of the morning was only throwing me off. But deep inside, I knew something about this silence wasn't right. I forced myself back inside and lit the small stove to make coffee. The hiss of the flame and the smell of the grounds gave me some comfort, filling the cabin with something human, something familiar. I ate slowly, watching the door more often than I cared to admit. After I finished, I decided I'd take a short walk down to the creek. It wasn't far, maybe 10 minutes through the trees. I thought the sound of water might clear my head. I grabbed my jacket and stepped back outside. The ground was damp from the night's dew, and my boots sank slightly into the soft earth. The air felt colder under the trees, like the branches held back any warmth that tried to pass through. As I walked, I paid attention to every little sound: the crunch of leaves beneath me, the snap of a twig, the low creak of the pines shifting with a breeze too soft to feel. But no birds, no insects, nothing alive except me and the forest itself. The creek was low, barely running, but the trickle of water was enough to cut through the silence. I crouched near the bank, dipped my hands into the cold flow, and splashed my face. The shock of it helped me wake fully, but when I looked up, water dripping from my chin, I froze. Across the creek, maybe 30 feet away, the ground sloped upward into a thicker patch of trees. For just a second, I saw movement there. Something tall, something dark slipping between two trunks. It wasn't an animal, at least not one I recognized. It had moved upright, smooth, deliberate, not the jittery, quick dart of deer or fox. It was gone as quickly as I caught it, swallowed back into the brush, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. My chest tightened, and I stayed crouched there, staring at the spot where it had been. My ears strained for any sound, any sign of movement, but the creak and my own breathing drowned everything else out. I don't know how long I waited, crouched low like prey. Finally, I forced myself up, wiped my face, and started back toward the cabin. Each step felt louder than it should, like I was announcing my exact path through the woods. My neck burned from the constant feeling of eyes pressing against it. I didn't look back, though every nerve screamed for me to. When I reached the clearing, the cabin looked almost too small, too weak to keep anything out. I went inside, shut the door, and locked it. My heart hammered hard in my chest, and I paced the small room, trying to make sense of what I had seen. It could have been another person. Maybe someone was out there hiking, though this wasn't exactly a place people stumbled across. It was too deep in, too far off any marked trail, and whoever it was hadn't made a sound when they moved. It had been quiet, too quiet for a person pushing through brush. My gut told me it hadn't been someone out for a walk. The rest of that day stretched on endlessly. I tried reading, tried writing in the small notebook I had brought, but my eyes kept dragging back to the single window in the cabin and the tree line beyond it. Every so often I swore I saw movement, a darker patch between branches, a shift in the shadows that didn't fit with the sway of the trees. I stopped eating halfway through dinner, no appetite left in me. By the time night began to fall, the silence outside was so heavy I could hear the ringing in my own ears. I lit a lantern, dimmed it as low as it would go, and sat near the door with my back against the wall. I couldn't bring myself to climb into bed. Every creak of the wood, every groan of the cabin settling, made me tense until my muscles ached. Hours crawled by. My eyes burned, but I didn't close them. Then, sometime deep into the night, I heard it. Footsteps. Not animals. Not random shifting. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching lightly over the damp ground. They circled the cabin, just outside. The boards beneath me vibrated faintly with each step, as if the sound was crawling up through the floor itself. I sat there, frozen, my breathing shallow, straining to hear. The footsteps stopped by the porch. The wood groaned under weight that wasn't mine. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't dare. My whole body felt locked in place, every muscle trembling with tension. Minutes passed, then more. Nothing. No more footsteps. No sound of retreat. I couldn't tell if whoever, or whatever, was out there had left, or if they were still standing just outside the door waiting. At some point, I must have dozed off, because when I opened my eyes again, pale light was creeping through the window. My body ached from sleeping against the wall, but I was alive. I waited, listening, before I finally unlatched the door and stepped out. The clearing looked the same, but near the porch, the ground was disturbed. Not boot prints, not paw prints, but deep impressions in the earth. Long, bare. Human-like, but not quite. The toes seemed too long, the shape stretched in a way that made my stomach twist. They led from the trees to the porch, and then back again, vanishing into the woods. I knew then I couldn't stay. I packed as quickly as my shaking hands would let me. I didn't even bother with breakfast. Every few minutes, I stopped, listening for the sound of footsteps returning. I kept glancing at the trees, certain I'd see something watching. When my bag was ready, I slung it over my shoulder, stepped off the porch, and forced myself onto the path toward the road. The walkout felt 10 times longer than it should have. The trees closed in on both sides, and I couldn't shake the thought of those long prints following just out of sight. I kept turning my head, scanning every inch of shadow. 100 times I thought I heard something, branches snapping, the soft thud of earth under weight. But each time I stopped, the forest gave me nothing back but silence. When I finally saw the dirt road, relief nearly buckled my knees. My truck was still there, waiting, a little island of safety in the middle of nowhere. I hurried across the last stretch, threw my bag into the cab, and climbed inside. My hands shook so badly I struggled with the keys, but when the engine roared to life, I felt a wave of relief like I had never felt before. I pulled onto the road and didn't look back until I was miles away, and even then, the trees behind me looked darker, heavier, as if they held something I would never fully understand. I never went back to that cabin again. I don't even like driving near that stretch of woods anymore. Sometimes late at night, I think about the prints, about the sound of those footsteps circling me while I sat frozen inside. I remind myself it was real, that I didn't imagine it. And when I lie awake in the dark, listening to the silence of my own house, I can almost hear the faint crunch of footsteps just outside, moving slow, patient, waiting for me to forget. I never thought that one simple decision could leave me shaken for the rest of my life. Looking back, it almost feels like it was something waiting for me, like it didn't matter what I chose, I would have ended up there anyway. But the truth is, I chose to go. I chose to step into that moment, into that place, and I learned just how quickly a normal night can turn into something terrifying. It was late summer, the air still heavy and warm, but already hinting at the coming fall. The days had been hot, and the nights cooled down just enough to make sitting outside feel comfortable. I had driven out to a small wooded area just outside of town, a place I liked because it was quiet. People rarely went there, and even fewer stayed after dark. The spot wasn't official parkland, just some old trails cut by hunters and kids looking for a place to drink. There was a clearing in the middle of the woods that I had found a couple months before, and it became a place where I could go and be alone. That night, I packed a small backpack with a flashlight, some water, and a folding chair. I parked my car on the gravel pull-off by the road and followed the narrow path into the trees. It was about a 15-minute walk to the clearing, and as I went, the sounds of the world behind me faded. No cars, no houses, no voices. Just the forest, with its mixture of insects buzzing, leaves rustling, and the occasional sharp crack of a branch snapping somewhere in the distance. I always tried not to think too much about those noises, because if you thought too hard about them, your mind would start inventing reasons for them. Every small sound could turn into footsteps. Every shadow could hide something waiting. I told myself it was just raccoons or deer, maybe even a stray dog moving around. Still, I kept my flashlight in hand, thumb on the switch, ready to snap it on if I had to. The clearing opened up suddenly, a wide circle where the trees stopped, and the grass grew waist-high in some places. I had flattened down a small area for my chair and kept a few stones around from when I had once made a small fire pit. I set the chair down, sat, and let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Out there, under the open sky, I always felt both exposed and safe at the same time. Exposed, because there was nothing shielding me from the woods that pressed in all around. Safe, because I could see the tree line in every direction, nothing close enough to sneak up without me noticing. The first hour passed quietly. I listened to the insects, the soft breeze moving through the grass, and the occasional night bird calling from the trees. My phone stayed in my pocket, and I just let the dark settle around me. But after a while, something shifted. I didn't notice it at first. It wasn't sudden, like a loud noise or movement. It was more subtle. I realized that I was leaning forward in the chair, listening harder than before. My eyes kept drifting to the right, toward the far edge of the clearing. At first, I thought I was imagining it. A darker shape among the trees, something that didn't quite match the pattern of branches and shadows. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and told myself it was just my brain adjusting to the dim light. But the longer I stared, the more I felt sure that something, or someone, was standing there, just inside the tree line. I stayed frozen, my hand on the flashlight, but I didn't turn it on yet. I wanted my eyes to stay adjusted to the dark, because the beam of light might blind me for a few seconds when I turned it off again. I tried to focus on the spot, waiting for movement, but nothing happened. After a couple minutes, I convinced myself I was wrong. My mind had just built a shape out of the shadows, the way it does when you stare too long at the dark. I sat back again, but I didn't feel relaxed anymore. The quiet felt heavier now. I realized I couldn't hear any of the night insects that had been buzzing so loud before. The air felt still, like even the breeze had gone. I told myself that sometimes it happened, that the forest had its own rhythms. But my skin prickled, and my stomach twisted. I felt like the whole clearing was holding its breath, waiting for something. Then came the sound. It wasn't loud, but in the silence it felt sharp, cutting straight through everything. A footstep. Not the random snap of a branch from an animal, not the soft scurry of a raccoon. It was heavy, deliberate, and it came from the tree line to my right, the same spot where I thought I had seen the shape. My hand tightened around the flashlight. I turned it on, the beam slicing through the dark, flooding the grass and hitting the trees. For a second, all I saw were trunks, branches, and shadows. Then the beam caught movement. A shape shifted, pulling back, just out of reach of the light. I jerked the beam toward it, but whatever it was had already moved deeper into the trees. My chest tightened, and I could feel the pounding of my heart in my ears. I stood slowly, sweeping the light back and forth along the tree line. Nothing, just the still, waiting forest. I told myself it was an animal, but the sound had been too heavy, too human. I debated packing up right then and leaving, but a part of me didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to accept that someone else had been standing there, watching me. I waited, holding the light steady on the trees, but the forest stayed still. Finally, I shut it off, plunging the clearing back into darkness. My eyes adjusted slowly, and I sat back in the chair, trying to steady my breathing. For a while, nothing happened. My muscles started to loosen, and I almost convinced myself I had overreacted. But then I heard it again. Not from the right this time, but from directly across the clearing. Another footstep, slow, heavy, pressing into the ground. I stood up fast, swinging the flashlight across the clearing. My heart hammered in my chest as the beam lit up the opposite tree line. Again, I caught the faintest flicker of movement, something slipping back behind the cover of the trees, staying just out of full sight. That was enough. I shoved the chair down, grabbed my bag, and started for the path. My flashlight beam shook with my hands as I walked quickly, then faster, until I was nearly jogging. Every few steps, I swung the light behind me, half expecting to see someone following. Nothing, just the endless dark of the forest. The path twisted, and every shadow seemed to move. My breath came hard, and my skin was slick with sweat despite the cool night air. I kept telling myself not to run, that running would make me trip, but my body didn't care. By the time I saw the faint glint of my car through the trees, I was sprinting. I broke out of the woods, nearly throwing myself into the driver's side. I yanked the door open, tossed the bag inside, and slammed it shut behind me. My shaking hands fumbled the keys, and I dropped them once before jamming them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel as I turned back onto the road. As I drove, I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see headlights behind me, or worse, someone standing in the road. But the night stayed empty. It wasn't until I was halfway home that I let myself breathe again. My body ached with the release of tension, my hands cramping from how tightly I had been gripping the wheel. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I sat in the car for a long time, the engine off, the world silent. My mind kept replaying the sound of those footsteps, the way the shape slipped just out of sight. Whoever it was, they hadn't called out, hadn't made a sound except for those slow, deliberate steps. They had just watched, waited, and moved along the edge of the clearing, staying in the dark where I couldn't see them. That was the part that stayed with me the most. Not the fear I felt, not the sprint back to the car. It was the knowledge that I had been out there alone, sitting in the open, while someone else had been in the trees, watching me, circling me. And they had never tried to leave the shadows. They wanted me to know they were there, without ever letting me see them fully. I never went back to that clearing again. Even now, when I drive past that stretch of woods, I feel the same tightness in my chest, the same prickle on my skin. I tell myself it was just someone passing through, maybe a hunter or another camper. But deep down, I know it wasn't that simple. Because if it was, why didn't they ever step out into the light? Why didn't they say a word? Why did they stay hidden, circling, waiting, until I finally fled? And why, even now, do I sometimes feel the same sensation I felt that night? The weight of unseen eyes on me, watching from just beyond the edge of the light. I had decided to take a short trip into the woods on a weekend when I didn't have much going on. I told myself it would be a simple hike, nothing serious, just a way to clear my head and spend a night alone away from the usual noise of everyday life. I packed my backpack with the things I thought I would need: a tent, sleeping bag, small cooking stove, a little bit of food, water, a flashlight, and a knife just in case. The drive out to the area was uneventful, the kind of drive where the road gets more narrow and the trees grow taller and closer together as you go farther. The air seemed fresher as I rolled the windows down, cooler too, and the smell of pine was so strong it almost felt sharp in my nose. When I finally parked, there wasn't another car in sight. The gravel lot was small, uneven, and cracked, with weeds poking through. There was a small wooden sign, weathered and faded, that marked the trail. I shouldered my pack, locked the car, and started walking. The path started out wide, covered in a layer of dried leaves that crunched under every step. Sunlight still slipped through the branches, broken up into golden patches on the ground. My boots pressed down on them, each sound carrying farther than I expected in the quiet of the woods. I walked slowly, trying to adjust to the extra weight of the pack and get used to the silence. As I went deeper, the trees grew closer together, the path narrowing and twisting. It wasn't a hard hike, but the silence was thick. My breathing, the sound of my boots, and the occasional caw of a crow were the only interruptions. Time slipped by strangely, as if the forest swallowed up the hours. Eventually, I reached a small clearing just big enough for my tent. The ground was fairly even, and there was a fallen tree nearby that I could use as a kind of seat. It felt like the right spot. Setting up camp was simple. I laid down my pack, stretched my back, and began unrolling the tent. The earth was firm but damp beneath the top layer of leaves. I hammered the stakes in, pulled the rain fly over, and arranged my sleeping bag inside. It wasn't anything special, but it looked comfortable enough. I sat down on the log, pulled out some food, and ate slowly. The quiet of the woods made every crunch and bite sound too loud, like I was disturbing something that didn't want to be disturbed. As the sun dropped lower, the clearing dimmed quickly. The trees cut the light sharply, and shadows stretched across the ground. I lit my small stove, boiled some water, and made myself something warm. I could feel the temperature dropping already. A chill carried through the trees, brushing against my skin and making me pull my jacket tighter. After eating, I decided to collect some wood for a fire. Even though I had the stove, something about having a fire felt safer. I walked just beyond the clearing, searching for branches that were dry and not too thick. I gathered an armful and carried them back. On the second trip, I wandered a little deeper. The trees looked darker now, and the undergrowth tangled around my boots. At one point, I bent down to pick up a good piece of wood when I noticed how still the forest had become. The breeze had stopped, and I couldn't hear any birds or insects. For a moment, It was like standing in a room where everything had been muted. I shook it off, told myself it was nothing, and carried the wood back to camp. The fire started easier than I thought. The flames caught on the smaller twigs, then spread to the thicker branches. Soon, the fire was bright enough to push back some of the shadows around me. I sat close, feeling the heat, listening to the pops and cracks of the burning wood. Night came quickly, faster than I was ready for. The sky darkened into a deep blue, then black, with only thin cracks of stars showing through the canopy. As the night deepened, the forest seemed to change. The shadows thickened, the trees became looming shapes, and every sound carried differently. I sat by the fire, staring into the flames, when I first noticed movement just beyond the light. It wasn't clear at first, just the sense that something shifted between the trees. I squinted, leaned forward slightly, but couldn't see anything solid. My heartbeat quickened, and I told myself it was just my imagination. But then I heard it, a faint crunch of leaves. Slow, deliberate. Not the random sound of something falling, not the wind. This was the sound of weight pressing down. My skin prickled, and I stayed very still listening. The fire popped, and for a moment I thought maybe it was just a deer or some other animal. But the steps didn't sound like an animal moving casually. They were spaced out, heavy, as if whoever, or whatever, it was being careful not to make noise but failing to be silent. I stood slowly, the fire at my back, the knife in my hand now. My eyes tried to pierce the darkness, but it was impossible to see beyond the small circle of firelight. I turned in slow circles, watching, waiting, holding my breath at times to hear better. The steps had stopped. The forest returned to silence. I told myself to calm down, to sit back down and not overthink it. I forced myself onto the log again, staring into the fire, but my body was tense. My ears strained to pick up anything. And then, just when I had convinced myself it was nothing, I heard it again. Closer this time. A soft drag of a boot or a shoe across leaves. My mouth went dry. I got up again, this time moving toward the edge of the light, holding my flashlight in one hand and the knife in the other. I flicked the light on, aiming it into the woods. The beam cut through the dark, revealing the rough bark of trees, the uneven ground, the undergrowth. Nothing moved. Nothing shifted. I swept the light slowly, trying not to miss anything, but there was only emptiness. Still, the feeling of being watched pressed down hard on me. I backed toward the fire and sat again, this time with the flashlight resting across my lap. My chest felt tight, every muscle ready to spring. Minutes dragged by like hours. The fire burned lower, so I added more wood, forcing myself to move quickly, almost clumsily. The flames rose again, crackling, but I didn't feel safer. The steps came back later, faint but steady. Not rushing, not stumbling. Just careful, patient. I realized with a chill that whoever it was had circled me. The steps seemed to come from a different direction than before. My stomach twisted, and my breathing became shallow. This wasn't an animal. This was someone moving around me, keeping distance, waiting. I stayed awake the whole night, staring at the dark, the fire burning down, and then being fed again whenever it dropped too low. I never saw anyone, never caught a clear shape or figure, but the sound of footsteps circled, paused, and shifted again and again until the sky finally lightened in the east. When dawn finally came, the forest looked normal again. The trees stood quiet and still, the ground damp with morning dew. I felt sick with exhaustion but relieved. I decided not to stay another night. I packed everything as quickly as I could, my hands trembling from lack of sleep and nerves. When I went to collect the last few things, I noticed something that froze me in place. Just beyond the edge of my clearing, in the soft earth between the trees, were footprints. Human footprints. Not boots like mine, but worn-down shoes. The prints were fresh, pressed deep into the dirt, circling the clearing exactly as I had heard the night before. Some were so close to where I had been sitting by the fire that I could see the tread clearly. I didn't think, I just grabbed my pack and left. The trail back felt longer than before, every step heavy, my nerves stretched thin. I kept looking over my shoulder, certain I was being followed, though I never saw anyone. By the time I reached the gravel lot, the sight of my car was almost enough to make me collapse. I threw my pack in, got behind the wheel, and drove away without even taking one last look. The silence of the woods stayed with me, though, pressing in on me even as the road widened and other cars appeared. I didn't relax until I was back in town, surrounded by noise and people. That night, when I lay in my own bed, I thought about those footprints. Whoever it was had been right there, just out of sight, walking circles around me while I sat awake by the fire. They could have stepped in at any moment if they wanted to. The thought of that stayed with me long after, heavier than anything else. The woods had felt so big and empty at first, but that night, I learned just how close someone can be when you least expect it. I never thought a simple trip out in the woods would end the way it did, but when I look back on it now, it all makes sense why every step of that day still plays over in my head. I can still feel the ground under my boots, the weight of the backpack digging into my shoulders, and the way the air changed when things started to go wrong. It wasn't supposed to be anything more than a quiet hike, just me and the trail, but it became something else entirely, something that still keeps me awake at night. The morning had started off calm. I parked my car near the trailhead where only a couple of other vehicles sat, probably belonging to hunters or other hikers who had gotten an earlier start. The forest stretched out in front of me, thick with pines, oaks, and underbrush that tangled so close it was like stepping into a wall of green. The air was cool, the kind that makes you pull your jacket tight, but feels refreshing after being in the car. The dirt lot behind me was quiet, no sound of traffic, just the distant calls of crows and the steady hum of insects. I slung my backpack over my shoulders, locked the car, and headed up the trail. The ground was soft from rain earlier in the week, but dry enough that my boots didn't sink. Each step made a muted crunch, and the deeper I walked, the more I noticed how the noises of the world faded away. No engines, no voices, not even the sound of planes above. Just me, my breathing, and the forest pressing in around me. For a long while it felt peaceful. I liked the way the sunlight filtered through the branches, painting shifting patterns on the ground. I noticed deer tracks pressed into the mud near the start of the trail, and even a set of raccoon prints cutting across toward a stream I could hear rushing nearby. I stopped to drink some water and just listened, breathing in the smell of damp leaves and pine needles. But somewhere around noon, something shifted. It wasn't anything big at first, just a slow awareness that I wasn't as alone as I thought. I had that prickling feeling on the back of my neck, like eyes were on me. I stopped walking and scanned the trees, trying to shake it off as nothing. The woods were thick, and I couldn't see far in any direction. It made sense that my mind would play tricks on me. But even telling myself that didn't make the feeling go away. I pushed on, moving slower now, paying more attention to the sounds around me. The forest wasn't silent, but it was strange. The bird calls had become scattered, as if they'd moved off somewhere else. The wind had died down too, leaving the air heavy and still. My boots scraped against roots and stones, each sound too loud in the quiet. Not long after, I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a shadow between the trees, but when I squinted, I realized it was a shape, tall and upright, moving slowly across the ridge a couple 100 feet ahead. The figure didn't stop, didn't look around, just kept walking until it disappeared behind the slope. My chest tightened. I wasn't expecting to see anyone way out here, especially not off the main trail. They hadn't waved, hadn't called out, hadn't even changed pace when I saw them. I stood there a long time, trying to decide what to do. It could have been another hiker, maybe a hunter checking the land, but something about the way they moved bothered me. There had been no pause, no hesitation, as if they knew exactly where they were going and didn't care who saw them. I tried to shake it off. People hike all the time, I told myself. There was no reason to overthink it. Still, I felt uneasy, like I had seen something I wasn't supposed to. I tightened the straps on my backpack and walked on, keeping my head down, pretending I hadn't noticed. By late afternoon, I stopped to gather firewood near the edge of the forest. I wasn't camping out there overnight, but I liked to make small fires at rest stops when I hiked longer trails, just to sit and eat near. I stepped just inside the trees, snapping smaller branches off fallen logs and piling them into my arms. The deeper I went, the darker it got, the light from the open field behind me swallowed up by the thick canopy overhead. That's when I heard it. A sound so clear it froze me where I stood, heavy breathing. Not the kind of panting an animal makes, not the fast huff of a deer or the grunts of a boar. This was human. Slow, steady, ragged breaths, close enough that I could hear the wetness in them. My heart lurched, and I turned my head, scanning the trees. I didn't see anyone at first, but I could sense movement. Something shifted behind a trunk, and for a split second, I caught the blur of a figure slipping between the branches. The breathing grew faint, moving farther away, but I knew without a doubt it had been right behind me moments earlier. The wood slipped from my arms. My legs carried me before I even made the choice, running back through the trees toward the open field where my pack lay. My chest ached, my throat burned, but I didn't stop until I burst out of the shadows into the clearing, panting harder than I ever had in my life. I forced myself to calm down, sitting on a fallen log, trying to slow my breathing. My ears rang with the rush of blood, but under it, the forest was too quiet again. I felt exposed in that clearing, yet the thought of stepping back into the trees made my skin crawl. Whoever, or whatever, that had been, it had followed me close enough to breathe down my neck, and I hadn't heard a single footstep until it was already there. I didn't stay long after that. I stuffed what little wood I had into my pack, didn't bother with the fire, and started back down the trail toward the car. Every bend in the path made me nervous. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain I'd see someone standing there, watching. I moved quickly, but not so fast that I tripped. The silence was unbearable, the kind that makes every crack of a twig under your boot sound like a warning shot. The hike back felt endless. My legs grew heavy, and my eyes scanned constantly, darting at every shadow. By the time I reached the dirt lot, the sun was dipping low, painting the tops of the trees in gold. My car sat alone now, the other vehicles gone. I fumbled the keys, my hands slick with sweat. I opened the door and slid in, locking it instantly. My chest finally eased a little when I turned the engine over, but even then, I couldn't shake the thought that I had been followed the whole way back. I half expected to see a figure at the tree line as I pulled away, but when I looked, the woods stood still and empty. Driving out, I realized something that chilled me more than anything else. There hadn't been any footprints on the trail besides mine when I walked back. The ground was soft enough that I should have seen them, but I hadn't. And yet I know what I heard, what I saw moving between those trees, what I felt breathing so close behind me. I don't go back there anymore. Every time I think about it, my mind replays the sound of those breaths and the sight of that figure on the ridge. Someone was out there that day, someone who didn't want to be found, someone who followed me without a word. I was lucky to make it back to my car, lucky to drive away with nothing worse than the memory. But the truth is, I'll never know who it was, what they wanted, or how long they watched me before I finally noticed. And that's the part that keeps me awake. The thought that maybe they're still out there, watching someone else, stepping quietly enough to never be seen until it's already too late. It started as a simple plan, nothing unusual or strange about it. I had been working all week, feeling drained and tired of the noise of the city, so I decided to head out for a quick trip alone. I wanted quiet, fresh air, and space to clear my head. There was a small cabin tucked into the woods about 2 hours from my place that I had rented before, and I knew it was the kind of spot where you rarely saw another person. The dirt road that led out to it wasn't marked well, and most people didn't even know the place was there. It was exactly the kind of isolation I wanted. At least that's what I thought at the time. The drive out was calm. The highway stretched for miles with barely any cars, and when I turned off onto the narrow roads that wound into the forest, the feeling of being far away from everything sank in. The road grew rougher the closer I got to the cabin, stones popping under the tires, trees pressing closer to the edges. I kept rolling down the windows to smell the pine and feel the cool air. By the time I pulled into the small clearing where the cabin sat, the sun was dipping low. The light caught the wooden frame of the cabin and the trees around it, making everything look golden for a moment. I unpacked slowly, taking my bag inside, and then coming back out for the cooler I had stuffed with food. The cabin was simple. One room, a wood stove, a small table, a bed, and some shelves with old supplies left behind by whoever managed the place. No electricity, no phone signal. The silence was heavy but good at first. I made a small fire outside as the last light drained from the sky. I cooked a simple meal and sat near the fire until the night settled in fully. The woods became a wall of black around me, broken only by the glow of the flames. I kept catching myself staring into the tree line. It wasn't that I heard anything in particular. It was just the kind of darkness that makes you think too much. Every shape seemed like it could be something else. Every sound stretched longer than it should. I went inside after a while, locked the door, and sat at the little table with a lantern burning. The cabin walls creaked now and then as the wood cooled. I tried to relax, but something in me felt restless. I told myself I just wasn't used to the silence after so much noise in my daily life. Still, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling for what felt like hours before finally drifting off. Sometime in the night, I woke up. At first, I didn't know why. The lantern had burned out, and the cabin was pitch black. I listened and thought maybe it was just the wind against the trees, but then I heard it again. A sound that didn't fit. It was faint, but clear enough. Footsteps outside in the dirt. Slow, dragging steps circling around the cabin. My chest tightened instantly. I held my breath and tried to convince myself it could be an animal. But the weight of the steps, the uneven rhythm of them, it wasn't an animal. It was someone moving deliberately, slow and steady, as if they didn't care if I heard them. I stayed completely still, waiting, my ears straining. The steps paused on one side of the cabin, then started again, moving along the wall. I thought about grabbing the small hunting knife I had brought, but I didn't move. The wooden door didn't feel like much protection. My mind ran in every direction at once. Was it someone lost, someone camping nearby, or someone who had seen my car and decided to check the place out? None of those thoughts gave me comfort. After a while, the steps grew faint and seemed to fade into the woods. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, waiting to hear them again, but nothing came. When the first light of morning filled the cracks around the shutters, I finally let out the breath I'd been holding all night. I went outside slowly, checking the clearing. The ground was disturbed in a way I couldn't ignore. Clear footprints circled the cabin, some pressed deeper than others into the soft dirt. They weren't fresh boots, either. The tread was worn down, smoothed out with use. Whoever it was had walked around the cabin at least twice, close to the walls, pausing in spots as if listening or looking in. I spent the day restless, trying to shake it off. I forced myself to go about normal things, chopping wood, walking a little along the trails, cooking, but I couldn't stop glancing at the trees. I thought about packing up and leaving, but part of me kept saying it was just a strange moment, maybe someone out hunting or wandering. Still, the prints were burned into my mind. By the time night fell again, I had already locked myself inside and built up the fire in the stove. I sat on the bed with the lantern lit, knife on the table within reach. Every sound outside seemed sharper now. Hours passed, and I began to think maybe it had been nothing. Maybe I would just get through the night. Then I heard it again. The same dragging, uneven steps. This time slower. They came from the same direction, circling the cabin just as before. My whole body tensed. The fire popped inside the stove, and I worried the sound would make whoever it was know I was awake. The steps stopped right outside the window for a long time. Too long. I stared at the wall, picturing someone standing inches from the thin wooden planks, breathing, listening. Minutes dragged by before the steps started again. They moved to the door and stopped there. I sat frozen, my hand gripping the knife so hard my fingers ached. The door creaked lightly as if tested. Not pushed hard, not kicked, just tested. Then silence. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just waited. Eventually, I thought maybe the person had gone, but I couldn't be sure. The silence stretched into hours. I must have dozed off sitting upright, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was spilling into the cabin. I went outside again, and there they were. The same prints circling, stopping at the windows and door. This time there were more of them. The dirt churned up as if whoever it was had stood there for longer, shifting their weight back and forth. I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, loading everything into the car. The whole time I kept checking the trees, half expecting to see someone watching me. When I finally drove off down the rough road, my hands were tight on the wheel, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. I didn't see anyone, not once on the way out, but I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been there on purpose. Not lost, not curious, but standing outside that cabin in the dark, circling and waiting. When I reached the highway, the tension didn't ease. Even now, I can still hear those dragging steps in my head, slow and deliberate, pacing just outside thin wooden walls. And I know if I had stayed one more night, if I had let myself believe it was nothing, the story might not have ended with me driving away at all. I remember the day so clearly because it began so normal, nothing strange about it at all, and yet it turned into something that has never left my mind. I had decided to go for a hike on my own, something I sometimes did when I felt restless. There was this old logging trail not too far from where I lived, tucked back behind farmland and fields, leading straight into miles of woods that seemed to stretch forever. It wasn't a popular place for people to go, which was part of the reason I liked it. The quiet always seemed heavier there, thicker than in other places, and it gave me space to think. That morning the sky was pale gray, not stormy but not sunny either, just that washed-out color that makes the day feel slower than it really is. I parked my car at the edge of a dirt road, packed a bottle of water and a snack into my small backpack, and started down the trail. The air smelled like damp leaves and soil, with that sharp coolness that comes from shaded woods. The path itself was wide at first, the remains of where trucks had once gone through years ago, but weeds and saplings had started taking it back. The deeper I went, the more narrow it became, until it was just a single dirt track lined with roots and fallen branches. The forest grew thick quickly. Trees pressed in from both sides, blocking out most of the light. Everything seemed muffled, like sound didn't travel far here. My own footsteps were steady, but they echoed only faintly. A crow called somewhere far off, then silence. I walked for maybe an hour, losing track of time, just following the path deeper and deeper until I reached a point where the trail forked. The left side looked more worn, but I had already been that way once before, so I took the right. The right path was rougher, covered in fallen sticks and patches of mud. It sloped downward slowly, leading toward the darker part of the forest where the trees grew taller and closer together. I liked that feeling of being swallowed up by the woods, hidden away from everything else. But after a while, I noticed something that put a chill through me. The further I walked, the less the trail looked like a trail. It thinned out until it was hard to tell if I was even on a real path anymore. I slowed down, trying to keep track of where I had come from, but everything started to look the same. Trees, brush, patches of moss, little dips in the ground, it all blended together. I told myself I'd just walk a little further and then turn back, but before long I couldn't even tell which way was back. I stopped and stood still listening. The forest was dead quiet. Not a single bird, not a squirrel moving, nothing. That's when I felt it, that heavy awareness of being watched. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but my gut didn't believe that. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees. That's when I saw it. At first it looked like just movement, something shifting between the trees about 50 feet away. Not fast, not loud, but enough to catch my eye. I stared hard, but all I saw was the outline of something stepping just out of view. I waited, heart thudding, eyes locked on the spot, and then I heard it. The sound of heavy breathing. It wasn't mine. It came from that direction, low and deep, almost like someone exhausted. It stopped when I took a step, then started again when I froze. I couldn't see anyone, but the sound was real, steady, and close enough to make the hair on my neck rise. I backed up slowly, my boots crunching on leaves, trying not to make noise. The breathing seemed to move too, shifting in rhythm with me, always staying just out of sight. I felt trapped. Running blindly in the woods was dangerous. One wrong step, and I could twist an ankle, fall into a hole, or worse. But standing there wasn't an option either. I started moving faster, trying to retrace where I'd come from, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. The breathing grew fainter, like it was pulling back, and for a moment I thought maybe it was gone. But then I caught movement again, this time on my left side, deeper in the trees. A figure, dark and tall, slipping between trunks. I didn't wait to see more. I broke into a run, not caring about the noise I made, just focusing on moving as fast as I could. The branches whipped against my arms, the ground uneven under my feet. I pushed forward until I nearly tripped over a fallen log, catching myself just in time. My lungs burned, my chest tight, but I didn't stop. The thought of whatever that was trailing me kept my legs pumping. After what felt like forever, I stumbled onto a section of trail that looked more familiar. Relief hit me, but it was sharp and nervous, not calming. I recognized a bend in the path, and knew I was at least facing the right way toward where my car was. I didn't slow down. I kept running until the trees thinned, and I could see the faint outline of the field near the edge of the forest. When I finally broke out of the woods, the sudden openness of the field nearly made me dizzy. I stopped in the middle of the clearing, bent over, gasping for air. I kept looking back at the tree line, half expecting to see someone step out after me. But nothing came. The woods stood still, silent, giving away no sign that anything had been there. I walked the rest of the way back to my car, shaking, ears straining for any sound behind me. My hands fumbled with the keys when I reached it, and I locked the doors the second I got inside. I sat there for several minutes, just breathing, staring into the forest. Not a single movement, not a single noise. I told myself maybe it was an animal, maybe my imagination, but I knew what I had heard. That breathing wasn't like a deer or a bear. It was human, slow, deliberate. And the way it moved when I moved, the way it kept just far enough back to stay hidden, it wasn't chance. I drove home with the windows up and the doors locked tight. I never told anyone about it because I didn't want to hear the word imagination or overreaction. But deep down I knew better. Someone had been out there in those woods with me, following me, watching me, keeping close enough to let me know without ever showing their face. And the part that chills me even now is knowing I'll never know who it was, or why they were out there, or what might have happened if I hadn't run when I did. I still pass that dirt road sometimes, and every time I do, I feel that same heavy awareness, like eyes pressing from the shadows of the trees, waiting for someone else to step inside. That day taught me something I'll never forget. The forest isn't empty just because it looks empty. Sometimes it's what you can't see that's the most dangerous, and sometimes walking out alive doesn't mean you escaped. It only means you got lucky. It started out as a normal plan, something that felt simple enough when I thought about it during the day. I had been craving some time away from everything, away from the noise, away from the constant routine. The idea of spending a night out in the woods felt right. I packed my bag with what I thought I would need, checked my flashlight twice, made sure I had a lighter, some food, a water bottle, and a blanket. I told myself it would just be a quick camping trip, one night to clear my head. The place I picked wasn't too far from home, just a few miles outside town. It wasn't a marked campground, but it was a spot I had noticed before when driving. A small dirt pull-off on the side of the road led into a clearing that sloped down toward a stretch of woods. The field was wide, flat, and covered in tall grass that swayed when the wind touched it. The forest on the far side stood like a wall, thick and dark, and once the sun went down, it turned into a solid black mass. From the road, you wouldn't even notice it was there unless you stopped. I parked my car along the dirt pull-off, slung the bag over my shoulder, and started walking down into the clearing. It was quiet, the kind of quiet where you notice how loud your own breathing is. There was a soft hum of crickets, and sometimes the faint sound of something moving in the grass, but I told myself it was just small animals. Rabbits, maybe. The grass brushed against my legs as I made my way to a spot where the ground leveled out. I could still see the faint glow of the road if I turned back, but ahead of me was only the black outline of trees. I built a small fire with the wood I collected near the tree line. The flames crackled low, and the warmth was comforting, but I couldn't shake the feeling of how alone it felt. The sky above stretched wide, stars scattered across it. I remember tilting my head back and trying to count them, my eyes darting from one small point of light to another. I thought maybe this was what I came here for, just this quiet space, just to feel small under the sky. But then I noticed movement. At first, it didn't register. My eyes caught something shifting along the ridge of the hill about 200 feet away. The ridge rose up on the far side of the clearing, just before the woods thickened again. In the fading light, I could see the outline of a figure walking across the ridge, steady, not hurried, but straight, like they knew exactly where they were going. It wasn't the shape of an animal, it was upright, human. I stared hard, waiting to see if they would stop or look in my direction. But they didn't. They just kept walking until they reached the far edge of the ridge and disappeared behind it. I tried to convince myself it was nothing unusual. Maybe it was just someone out walking. Farmers sometimes checked their land, or maybe it was a hiker. But the way they didn't stop, didn't hesitate, just walked until they vanished. It left a weight in my stomach. I sat by the fire longer than I needed to, just listening, trying to hear if they were moving closer, but the night answered with nothing. Later, when the fire burned low, I decided I needed more wood. I grabbed my flashlight and walked into the edge of the forest. The air under the trees was cooler, damp, and carried the smell of earth. The ground was uneven, scattered with branches and leaves that cracked under my shoes. My flashlight beam cut through the trunks, pale light catching on the rough bark. I bent down to pick up a thick piece of wood, then froze. There was a sound behind me. It wasn't a branch breaking, not exactly. It was heavy, steady, like breathing. Slow and deep at first, then heavier, as though whatever was there had just exerted itself. I stood still, my hand tight around the wood, my heart thudding against my ribs. I turned my head slowly, shining the light into the trees. At first, I didn't see anything, just layers of trunks and shadows. But then I caught it, movement, just a small shift in the dark. Not clear enough to see a shape, not enough to define it as a person, but enough to know something was there. The breathing grew fainter, moving away, fading deeper into the trees. I wanted to follow the sound with my flashlight, to see what it was, but my body wouldn't move. My throat was dry, and my hands were shaking. The sound of the breathing kept going until it was gone. I forced myself to collect the wood I had, clutching it against my chest, and walked quickly back out to the clearing. When I reached the fire, I piled the wood on and sat down, trying to calm myself. I told myself again it was probably an animal, maybe a deer, maybe something else. But the weight of the sound, the way it had felt like it was right behind me, close enough that if I had turned a second earlier, I might have seen it, that stayed heavy in my chest. The night dragged on. The fire's glow seemed smaller with every passing hour, the darkness around me stretching wider. I couldn't stop glancing toward the ridge, half expecting to see the figure again. I kept the flashlight close, switching it on and off, scanning the grass, the tree line, anywhere movement might show. Every sound carried weight, the rustle of leaves, the crack of something shifting in the grass, the sudden burst of an insect wing near my ear. At one point, I thought I saw something again near the trees. Just a flicker, the suggestion of movement between trunks. I told myself not to imagine things, but my body wouldn't believe my mind. My shoulders stayed tense, my eyes straining against the dark. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat up the entire night, the fire long gone cold, my flashlight beam flicking across the clearing again and again. Sometimes I thought I heard the breathing again, faint, somewhere past the trees, but I never saw anything clear. Just shadows, always shifting, never still long enough to explain. When the sky finally started to lighten, the field slowly turning gray, I felt my whole body ease. The woods didn't look as heavy with daylight creeping back in. I stood, stretched my stiff legs, and walked back toward the car. The clearing felt empty, quiet in a way that was almost normal again. But I couldn't shake the feeling I had been watched. Not once, but all night. On the drive home, every time I looked in the mirror, I expected to see something sitting in the back seat. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles ached. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I swore I wouldn't do that again. Not alone. Not in that place. The memory of the figure on the ridge, the sound of that breathing behind me, the way it faded into the dark, it followed me. I tried to explain it away, but there was no way to erase how real it felt. I knew someone, or something, had been there, and I knew it hadn't wanted me to see it. Even now, when I think back to that night, what unsettles me most isn't the figure or the breathing. It's the silence that came after. The way it slipped back into the dark without a trace, as if it belonged there and I didn't. That was the moment I realized the woods didn't care that I was there. They belonged to something else, and for that one night, I had stepped into its place. And it let me leave. It started out as a normal trip. At least that's how I thought of it when I first left the house. I had been working long hours for weeks, barely seeing the outside of my office or my apartment. My head felt heavy, my eyes strained, and my body restless from the same routine. I wanted to get away, even if it was just for a single night, and I figured a short camping trip would help me breathe again. I didn't plan it with anyone else, because I didn't want company. I wanted quiet, fresh air, and space that wasn't crowded by walls. I packed my backpack with the usual things: a tent, sleeping bag, some food, water bottles, and a flashlight. I left in the late afternoon, driving out of town until the road narrowed and the trees grew taller, blotting out the horizon. The air was cool when I parked by the side of a dirt road, locked my car, and started walking into the woods. I had no exact spot in mind, just the idea of following the trail until I felt I was far enough to be alone. The path was uneven, covered in roots and rocks, and the deeper I went, the quieter it became. The sound of cars faded quickly, and all that was left was the crunch of my boots and the rustling of leaves high above me. Every step felt like I was shaking off the noise of the world, peeling away the weight of the city. I liked the silence. By the time the sun dipped behind the hills, I had found a small clearing just big enough to pitch my tent. It was near a slope, and not far from a thin line of trees that separated the clearing from a denser part of the forest. The grass was low, the ground firm, and I set my tent there without thinking too much about it. I gathered some sticks and built a small fire to cook a simple meal. As I sat there, Chewing slowly, I realized how much I missed the simple act of hearing nothing but the crackle of fire and the occasional chirp of a bird or insect. Darkness settled quickly, thicker than it ever felt in the city. I could see the stars above, clearer than I had in years, and for a while, I just lay back on the ground staring at them. The fire burned lower until it was just glowing embers, and I crawled into my tent, tired but calm. The ground was cold under my sleeping bag, but I didn't mind. The forest around me seemed still. I drifted off, thinking I had finally found the peace I was looking for. Sometime in the night, I woke up. I don't know why exactly, but something pulled me out of sleep. The tent was dark, but my ears picked up faint noises outside. It wasn't the normal sound of branches swaying or leaves brushing against each other. It was heavier, more deliberate, like footsteps, slow, steady, circling. My chest tightened as I lay completely still, listening. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer or something similar, but the steps were too controlled. They stopped for long moments, then shifted again, moving just beyond the thin wall of fabric separating me from the night. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, maybe my imagination, maybe the forest shifting, but the sound was too real. Minutes dragged on like hours. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then slowly, the sound faded, and the forest fell back into its regular stillness. I didn't dare check outside. I stayed inside the tent, staring into the dark, until exhaustion forced my eyes closed again. When I woke with daylight, I tried to brush it off. I told myself maybe it had been an animal, maybe I had dreamt half of it. I stepped outside, and the ground was damp with morning dew. I walked a slow circle around the tent, and that's when I noticed it. The grass was flattened in places, in shapes too close to footprints to be ignored. They weren't clear enough to see shoes, but I could tell something or someone had moved there during the night. My stomach sank. I thought about packing up and leaving, but the sun was shining, and the forest looked harmless again. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was just on edge. I convinced myself to stay, at least for the day. I wanted to enjoy the time away. I collected firewood, wandered the area, and even found a stream not too far down the slope where the water was clear and cold. For hours, everything felt normal again, and I managed to shake off the unease. By evening, I had a stronger fire going and sat close to it as the sky darkened. The air grew colder, and the forest sounds returned. I ate, warmed myself, and finally crawled into the tent again when the fire was nothing but glowing coals. My body was tired, but my mind was restless, replaying the sounds from the night before. When it happened again, it was worse. I woke to the same slow crunching steps outside the tent. They were closer this time, not moving in wide circles, but pacing right beside where I lay. The sound of weight pressing grass and soil filled my ears. Then it stopped, and I could hear breathing. Heavy, steady, deliberate breathing, just beyond the fabric. I didn't move. My hands gripped the edges of my sleeping bag, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. The breathing shifted, low and steady, as if whoever it was leaned closer. I wanted to grab the flashlight, to shine it, but I was frozen. I felt the press of fear like a weight on my chest. Time dragged. I couldn't tell how long it lasted, but eventually, the sound pulled away. The footsteps retreated, slow at first, then fading into the distance. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn filtered through the tent. When I finally stepped outside, my stomach twisted again. This time, there were clearer prints in the soft earth. Not animal prints. Shoe prints. Someone had been there. I stared at them, following the faint trail toward the tree line, but I didn't go far. My mind raced with questions I didn't want answers to. I decided to leave. I packed my things as quickly as I could, shoving everything into my bag without care. My eyes kept flicking to the trees, waiting for something to move, for someone to appear. The hike back to the road felt longer than when I came. Every step, I felt watched. The forest that had felt peaceful yesterday now pressed down on me, closing in. When I finally reached my car, my hands shook as I unlocked it and threw my gear inside. I sat for a moment, trying to steady my breathing before starting the engine. I didn't look back as I drove away, but I couldn't shake the image of the footprints outside my tent, the sound of breathing in the dark. That night, when I lay in my own bed, safe inside walls and under a roof, I realized how close I might have been to something far worse. I thought of the footsteps circling me, the breathing just outside, and the fact that whoever it was never revealed themselves. They didn't need to. They wanted me to know they were there. I never went camping alone again. Even now, years later, the memory sticks with me. The woods are wide and silent, but not empty. And sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I still hear the slow, heavy steps outside the thin wall of my tent, waiting in the dark. I had always thought of myself as someone who could handle being alone outdoors. I had gone on hikes before, spent nights camping with friends, even walked home late at night through quiet streets without feeling like something was wrong. But this one trip changed the way I thought about being outside, about how much I trusted the safety of empty places. It started with me deciding to spend a weekend by myself in the woods, something I had been thinking about for a while. I told myself it would be peaceful, a way to get away from everything for a couple of days. I brought a small tent, some food, water, and enough gear to last. I parked my car near a trail that led deeper into the forest, then carried my things in until I found a spot that felt private and quiet. The first day was calm. I set up the tent, gathered firewood, and cooked a simple meal as the sun began to sink. The forest had that strange quietness it always gets in the evening, where the air feels heavy and still. I remember sitting on a log near the fire, listening to the sounds of birds going silent, the soft rustling of branches when a breeze passed through, and the distant crack of twigs somewhere deeper in the trees. None of it bothered me then. It just felt normal. I thought about how nice it was to be away from noise, away from people, away from all the distractions I was used to. But as night came on, the place began to feel different. The woods seemed to close in, the shadows stretching longer between the trees, making the spaces between them look like endless black corridors. The fire was small, but enough to light the little clearing I had chosen, though everything outside that circle of light looked darker than it had in the day. I could hear the forest still, but the sounds were harder to place now. Twigs snapping somewhere, something moving through the undergrowth, leaves shifting even when there wasn't wind. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just animals, maybe deer, maybe raccoons. When it was finally time to sleep, I climbed into my tent, zipped the flap closed, and lay on top of my sleeping bag. For a long time, I couldn't relax. I lay there staring at the thin fabric above me, listening. Every little sound seemed louder in the silence of the night. The distant call of some bird, the steady chirping of insects, and then, once in a while, the faint crack of something heavier moving across the forest floor. I told myself it was nothing. I tried to breathe slow, tried to calm down, but it felt like my ears were wide open, searching for something they didn't want to hear. At some point, I must have dozed off, because when I woke again the fire had burned out, and the tent was colder than before. The woods were completely silent now. That silence wasn't natural. It wasn't like the calm before. It was the kind of silence that makes your body tense without knowing why. I held my breath, listening, and then I heard it, slow steps in the leaves outside. They weren't heavy enough to sound like a bear or something that large, but they weren't quick or skittish like a small animal either. They were deliberate, slow, measured, like someone walking carefully just outside my tent. My heart started pounding. I stayed perfectly still, afraid to even move inside the sleeping bag. The steps moved around the clearing, slow crunches of leaves, pausing every so often. It was too steady to be an animal searching for food. It felt like someone was circling the tent. I didn't breathe until the sound faded, moving further into the trees. Even then, I couldn't relax. I lay awake the rest of the night, staring into the dark, waiting for something else to happen. When morning came, I was exhausted, but the sunlight made me feel safer. The forest didn't look as threatening in the day. I got up, checked around the clearing, and saw nothing unusual. The ground was covered in leaves and twigs, and though I thought I saw impressions where someone could have stepped, I couldn't be sure. I tried to tell myself I had imagined it, that it was probably just a deer. But the way it moved, the slow pacing, kept replaying in my head. I spent the day hiking further out, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. The woods were beautiful in the daylight, tall trees swaying, sunlight breaking through in patches, the smell of pine and earth strong in the air. I tried to enjoy it, but I couldn't get rid of the sense that I wasn't alone. Every time I stopped to drink water or sit for a moment, I felt like I should keep moving, like something was just out of sight watching. That night, I built a bigger fire, hoping it would make me feel safer. I cooked again, sat close to the flames, and forced myself to stay awake as long as I could. The forest sound seemed more normal this time, though every so often I thought I heard something faint, like a snap of a branch farther away. By midnight, My body was too tired to stay awake, so I climbed back into the tent. I hadn't been asleep for more than an hour when I woke again. This time it wasn't footsteps that woke me. It was the sound of breathing. Heavy, steady breathing right outside the tent. My blood froze. It was close, so close I thought for a moment it was inside with me. I could hear the faint rhythm of air pulling in and out, sometimes pausing, sometimes catching, like someone was trying to stay quiet but couldn't control their breath. I didn't move. I barely even let my chest rise and fall, trying to hide the sound of my own breathing. The fire outside had burned low again, so the tent was almost pitch black. I kept staring at the thin wall of fabric in front of me, waiting to see a shadow, a shape, anything. The breathing lasted for what felt like minutes, then slowly it moved away. I heard the faint crunch of steps retreating into the woods until it was silent again. I lay there shaking, unable to close my eyes. I didn't want to move, didn't want to make a sound. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn, every muscle in my body tight with fear. By morning, I was done. I didn't want to stay another night. I started packing my things as fast as I could, shoving gear into my bag, not even caring if I left things behind. The forest was quiet, but the quiet didn't feel safe anymore. It felt like the air was holding something back, waiting. I loaded everything, put out what was left of the fire, and started heading back to where I had parked. The trail felt longer than it had when I came in. Every sound behind me made me turn my head. Every bend in the path felt like something could be waiting just around it. I walked faster than I should have with the heavy pack, my legs burning, my breath quick and shallow. At one point, maybe halfway back, I stopped to rest for a second, leaning against a tree. That was when I noticed it. On the ground, pressed into the dirt, was a footprint. Not a boot like mine. Not the hoof of a deer or the paw of a coyote. It was the clear shape of a human shoe. And it was fresh. The edges were sharp, the soil still moist from where it had pressed down. It was facing the same direction I was going. I didn't stay to look at it longer. I forced myself to keep moving, faster now, almost running in parts of the trail, even with the heavy pack. The woods around me felt like they were closing in, every tree a place for someone to hide, every rustle in the leaves proof that I wasn't alone. When I finally saw the glint of my car through the trees, I nearly broke into a sprint. I dropped the pack into the back seat, climbed in, and locked the doors. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. I didn't even look behind me as I pulled onto the road and drove away, just staring straight ahead, gripping the wheel so tight my fingers hurt. It wasn't until I was miles down the road, the forest far behind me, that I let myself breathe again. But even then, I couldn't shake the image of that footprint, the sound of those slow steps, and the heavy breathing outside my tent. It was clear now. I hadn't been out there alone. Someone had been in those woods with me, watching, moving around my camp, standing just outside while I tried to sleep. And the worst part was not knowing why they hadn't done anything more. Not knowing what they wanted. Not knowing if they had followed me all the way back to the car, standing just out of sight in the trees, watching me leave. I had gone there to find quiet, to get away from people. Instead, I found a kind of quiet I never wanted again. The quiet of knowing someone was out there with me, close enough to touch my tent in the dark, close enough to hear my breathing, and close enough that if I hadn't left when I did, I might not have left at all. I remember the night air feeling thick, heavy, almost suffocating even though it wasn't hot. The kind of air that presses against your skin and makes every breath feel just a little slower, a little harder. I had gone out there alone, choosing to camp by myself in a small clearing near a stretch of woods I didn't know too well. I had walked most of the afternoon, carrying my pack and taking in the silence of the trail until I came across the opening. It wasn't much, just a patch of grass surrounded by trees, with a faint path leading deeper into the woods on the far side. Something about it seemed quiet enough, isolated enough, that I figured it would do for the night. I laid my gear down, put up the tent, and started setting things in order. The sun was still dropping behind the trees, leaving that dim orange glow that stretches shadows long across the ground. I could hear a few birds somewhere in the distance, but otherwise it was mostly still. No cars, no voices, no buzzing of electricity. Just the muted sounds of the forest winding itself down for the night. At first it was calming. There's something about being away from everything that makes you feel like you can breathe a little deeper, even if the air feels heavier than normal. I gathered firewood just around the edges of the clearing, not wanting to go too far in. I noticed how quickly the forest swallowed light, the trees standing close enough together that the path between them turned into a black wall after only a few steps. I told myself I'd stay close until I had a proper fire going. It didn't take long before I had a decent pile of branches stacked beside the stones I had arranged in a ring. By the time I sparked it to life, the sun was nearly gone, and the flames leapt higher, casting a shifting circle of light around the clearing. The fire made the shadows seem alive. Every time I looked up, I caught myself glancing at the edges of the light, seeing shapes move where there was nothing, only the flickering of branches against the glow. I tried to ignore it, focusing on boiling some water for food. The sound of the fire crackling kept me company, but behind it, I started noticing other sounds. At first it was faint, like something brushing against leaves. Then it was the crunch of what might have been a footstep. Not close, but not far either. My head turned sharply, and the woods looked the same as they always had, dark, endless, silent except for the faint ringing in my ears. I tried to calm myself. Animals moved through the trees all the time. Deer, raccoons, foxes, anything could have made that noise. I forced myself to eat, even though every bite felt like chewing on stone. My stomach twisted as I swallowed, my eyes darting back to the tree line again and again. The firelight wasn't enough to push back the darkness far. The woods seemed thicker than they had during the day, as if they had crept closer while I wasn't looking. By the time I cleaned my small pot and set it aside, the sky had gone completely black. The stars above the clearing were sharp and cold, but they barely reached into the trees. I decided I'd sit up a while longer by the fire before going into the tent. My chair creaked as I leaned back, staring into the flames, trying to settle my nerves. That's when I heard it again. Not just one sound this time, but a rhythm. A slow, deliberate pacing. The crack of a branch breaking under weight. The dry swish of something brushing against another tree. I froze. My chest tightened, and I held my breath, straining to listen. The steps didn't come closer at first. They moved sideways, circling, dragging out the silence between each one. My mind scrambled for explanations. A bear? A large animal? But the way it moved, the careful spacing of the steps, it felt different. It felt purposeful, like it was aware of me, staying just far enough out of sight, but close enough that I couldn't ignore it. The fire popped loudly, and I jumped at the sound. The pacing stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing but the crackling of the flames and the distant call of some night bird. I slowly reached down to my pack and pulled out the small hatchet I carried, setting it across my lap. The weight of it in my hands was both comforting and useless all at once. Minutes dragged by, each one longer than the last. I told myself I couldn't sit out there all night. I needed to go into the tent, zip it up, try to sleep, and let morning come. But the thought of turning my back on the tree line, of lying down blind while something, or someone moved out there, filled me with a dread that seemed to stick in my throat. Finally, I forced myself to stand. The firelight danced across the grass, and my shadow stretched out long behind me. I kept the hatchet in my hand as I backed toward the tent. Every step made the fabric of the tent look smaller, weaker, like nothing more than paper between me and the dark. When I finally ducked inside, I zipped it up fast, heart pounding in my ears. Inside, the air was stuffy and close. I laid down on my sleeping bag, the hatchet still clutched tightly. I tried to breathe slowly, tried to calm myself, but every sound outside seemed magnified through the thin fabric. Leaves brushing, twigs snapping, and then, unmistakably, footsteps again. Closer this time. I held my breath. The fire outside crackled faintly, its glow pushing just enough light through the tent walls to keep the space from being fully black. Shadows shifted as the flames flickered, and in that unsteady glow, I could see movement just outside. A figure moved past, slow, steady, blocking the firelight for an instant as it crossed between me and the flames. My body went cold. My fingers dug tighter into the handle of the hatchet. Whoever it was didn't stop. They walked past, their shape stretching and shrinking as the fire danced. I waited, counting each second in my head, feeling sweat slide down the sides of my face. After a while, the sound faded, swallowed by the woods again. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I laid there in the dark for hours, every muscle tight, every nerve on edge, waiting for the sound to return. The fire outside burned low, the glow fading, until only faint embers lit the clearing. At some point, exhaustion must have taken me, because the next thing I knew, A thin light was spilling across the fabric of the tent. Morning. When I unzipped the tent, the air outside was cool and damp. The fire was nothing more than ash and a few charred pieces of wood. My gear was untouched, just as I had left it, but the ground around the clearing was not. There were prints. Not animal tracks, not random scuffs. Footprints. Bare, human footprints pressed into the dirt, circling the camp, weaving between trees, and stopping just a few feet from my tent before turning away. The weight of that realization sank into me. Someone had been out there all night, watching, circling, waiting. I packed my gear as quickly as I could, my hands shaking so badly that I dropped things more than once. I didn't bother to eat or even drink. I just shoved everything into my bag, kicked dirt over the ashes of the fire, and left. The trail back out felt longer than it had coming in. Every sound made me flinch. Every step felt like I was being followed. I didn't stop to rest, didn't look back until I reached the edge of the road where I had left my car. Only then did I allow myself to breathe fully again. Even now, when I think back on that night, I can feel the same tightness in my chest. It wasn't the woods that scared me, not the darkness, not the fire dying out. It was the knowledge that someone else had chosen to be out there too. Not camping, not hiking, not passing by. They had been there for me, circling me like a predator, watching me sit by the fire, watching me lie inside the tent, close enough to reach out if they wanted to. I never went back to that clearing. I never even looked for it again. The memory of those footprints was enough. I remember the way the air felt that evening, heavy and damp, the kind of air that presses on your chest without you noticing until you try to breathe deeply. I had decided to spend a weekend by myself at a small cabin tucked away at the edge of the woods. It wasn't really far from town, maybe a 40-minute drive, but once you got there it felt like another world. The dirt road leading in was narrow, with tree branches hanging low and scraping along the side of my car as I drove. The cabin itself was nothing fancy, just 4 wooden walls, a porch with a single chair, and an old wood stove inside. I had brought supplies with me: food, water, a lantern, a flashlight, a small axe for cutting wood, and a sleeping bag. I wanted to clear my head, to step away from everything. I thought being alone would make me feel lighter, calmer. For the first few hours, it did. I walked the edges of the clearing, noticing the silence except for the constant hum of insects. The forest loomed on all sides, dark and crowded with trees that seemed to lean inward, watching. When the sun began to drop, the clearing shifted. The light bled out of the sky and shadows stretched until they blended into the wall of trees. I built a small fire in the ring of stones beside the cabin, using what I'd brought with me. The fire crackled, sparks shooting upward, but the darkness around me seemed thicker than what I was used to. Every time I looked into the forest, I felt like something would be there if I stared long enough. I tried to distract myself by making food. I heated a can of soup on the fire and ate straight from it, the metal warm in my hands. I kept glancing toward the tree line, feeling that uncomfortable prickle on the back of my neck. The longer I sat outside, the more aware I became of how alone I really was. There was no cell service this far out. If anything happened, I would have to deal with it myself. It was around 9 when I heard the first sound that didn't belong to the usual forest background. It was faint at first, a steady rustle of movement. Not the random scatter of a squirrel, not the quick burst of a rabbit darting through underbrush, but a slow and steady push of something moving deliberately. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. My eyes fixed on the line where firelight ended and the forest began. The noise stopped the moment I tried to focus on it. I stayed by the fire a while longer, listening. The insects had gone quiet. It was strange how heavy the silence became when even the crickets refused to fill it. My ears strained for anything, and finally, I heard it again. This time it was clearer. The sound of weight shifting on leaves, something stepping carefully, but still heavy enough that it couldn't disguise itself completely. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe even a stray dog, but the thought didn't calm me. I stayed by the fire until the wood began to burn down. Then I reluctantly went inside the cabin. I closed the wooden door, set the latch, and lit the lantern on the small table. The light flickered against the log walls, making the whole cabin feel smaller, almost suffocating. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening. For a while, all I heard was my own breathing and the occasional creak of the old cabin settling. I almost managed to drift off when a new sound pulled me back to full awareness. It was soft at first, like something brushing lightly against wood. Then it came again, louder, a clear drag of something along the outer wall of the cabin. My heart thumped hard. I lay perfectly still, staring at the ceiling, holding my breath to listen. The noise circled the cabin slowly. It wasn't quick or frantic. It moved with patience, dragging, then pausing, then dragging again. I imagined an animal rubbing against the wood, but it didn't sound right. The pauses between movements felt too controlled, too intentional. I sat up, my body tense. I reached for the flashlight, my hand shaking as I clicked it on. The beam cut across the cabin, bright but unsteady. I thought about going to the window, but fear pinned me in place. Instead, I stayed where I was, my ears straining, the sound of dragging wood still circling. Eventually, after what felt like forever, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I barely slept that night. Every small creak, every rustle outside made my pulse jump. I stayed alert until exhaustion finally pulled me into shallow sleep. When morning came, I stepped outside cautiously. The fire pit was cold, and the clearing was damp with dew. I walked slowly around the cabin, scanning the dirt for prints. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Then near the back wall, I noticed disturbed leaves and a faint impression in the soil. It wasn't a clear footprint, but it wasn't random either. Something had been there, close to the wall, close to where I had heard the dragging. I tried to shake it off. I told myself it could have been an animal pressing against the cabin in the night. Still, the uneasy feeling stayed with me. I spent the day gathering more firewood, keeping busy. I avoided the forest, sticking close to the clearing. Every so often, I caught myself glancing at the trees, expecting movement. By the time night came again, my nerves were already worn thin. I built a larger fire, adding extra logs, hoping it would keep whatever was out there away. I sat closer to it this time, watching the flames. The night closed in fast. Soon the forest was nothing but a black wall surrounding the clearing. It didn't take long before I heard it again. This time it wasn't rustling in the leaves. It was the clear crunch of footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps, not far from the edge of the firelight. I froze, my eyes locked on the darkness. The sound stopped. My skin crawled with the awareness that someone, or something, was just outside my sight. The fire popped, sparks flying, and in that brief light I thought I saw movement between the trees. A shape, tall and still, half hidden in the shadows. My throat tightened. I told myself not to blink, not to move. But when the flames settled, the shape was gone. I stayed outside longer than I should have, trying to convince myself I imagined it. But the footsteps started again, circling wide around the clearing. My fear finally pushed me inside. I shut the door hard, latched it, and pulled the lantern closer. I sat in the chair by the table, gripping the flashlight, staring at the door. The dragging sound returned. It moved slowly along the walls, then paused. The silence was so heavy I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Then came the sound of weight pressing lightly against the wooden boards, as if something, or someone, was leaning against the wall, testing it. I stayed awake the entire night, too afraid to close my eyes. When morning light finally crept through the window, I went outside again. This time, the marks were clearer. Not animal prints, but impressions too large and spaced too evenly to be anything but human. They circled the cabin, stopping at the door, then continuing. That was the moment I decided I wouldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, stuffing my things into bags without caring about the order. My hands shook as I carried everything to the car. The whole time I felt eyes on me, as if the trees were hiding something that refused to step into the daylight. When I finally drove away, the dirt road felt endless. Every glance in the rearview mirror showed only dust rising behind me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I slowed down, I would see someone standing there at the edge of the road, watching me leave. Even now, when I think back to that weekend, I remind myself there were no ghosts, no monsters. It was something real, something human, and that makes it worse. Someone had been out there, circling the cabin, watching me in the dark, and I'll never know why. I never thought that one simple decision could leave me shaken for the rest of my life. Looking back, it almost feels like it was something waiting for me, like it didn't matter what I chose, I would have ended up there anyway. But the truth is, I chose to go. I chose to step into that moment, into that place, and I learned just how quickly a normal night can turn into something terrifying. It was late summer, the air still heavy and warm, but already hinting at the coming fall. The days had been hot, and the nights cooled down just enough to make sitting outside feel comfortable. I had driven out to a small wooded area just outside of town, a place I liked because it was quiet. People rarely went there, and even fewer stayed after dark. The spot wasn't official parkland, just some old trails cut by hunters and kids looking for a place to drink. There was a clearing in the middle of the woods that I had found a couple months before, and it became a place where I could go and be alone. That night, I packed a small backpack with a flashlight, some water, and a folding chair. I parked my car on the gravel pull-off by the road and followed the narrow path into the trees. It was about a 15-minute walk to the clearing, and as I went, the sounds of the world behind me faded. No cars, no houses, no voices. Just the forest, with its mixture of insects buzzing, leaves rustling, and the occasional sharp crack of a branch snapping somewhere in the distance. I always tried not to think too much about those noises, because if you thought too hard about them, your mind would start inventing reasons for them. Every small sound could turn into footsteps. Every shadow could hide something waiting. I told myself it was just raccoons or deer, maybe even a stray dog moving around. Still, I kept my flashlight in hand, thumb on the switch, ready to snap it on if I had to. The clearing opened up suddenly, a wide circle where the trees stopped and the grass grew waist-high in some places. I had flattened down a small area for my chair and kept a few stones around from when I had once made a small fire pit. I set the chair down, sat, and let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Out there, under the open sky, I always felt both exposed and safe at the same time. Exposed, because there was nothing shielding me from the woods that pressed in all around. Safe, because I could see the tree line in every direction, nothing close enough to sneak up without me noticing. The first hour passed quietly. I listened to the insects, the soft breeze moving through the grass, and the occasional night bird calling from the trees. My phone stayed in my pocket, and I just let the dark settle around me. But after a while, something shifted. I didn't notice it at first. It wasn't sudden, like a loud noise or movement. It was more subtle. I realized that I was leaning forward in the chair, listening harder than before. My eyes kept drifting to the right, toward the far edge of the clearing. At first, I thought I was imagining it. A darker shape among the trees, something that didn't quite match the pattern of branches and shadows. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and told myself it was just my brain adjusting to the dim light. But the longer I stared, the more I felt sure that something, or someone, was standing there, just inside the tree line. I stayed frozen, my hand on the flashlight, but I didn't turn it on yet. I wanted my eyes to stay adjusted to the dark, because the beam of light might blind me for a few seconds when I turned it off again. I tried to focus on the spot, waiting for movement, but nothing happened. After a couple minutes, I convinced myself I was wrong. My mind had just built a shape out of the shadows, the way it does when you stare too long at the dark. I sat back again, but I didn't feel relaxed anymore. The quiet felt heavier now. I realized I couldn't hear any of the night insects that had been buzzing so loud before. The air felt still, like even the breeze had gone. I told myself that sometimes it happened, that the forest had its own rhythms. But my skin prickled, and my stomach twisted. I felt like the whole clearing was holding its breath, waiting for something. Then came the sound. It wasn't loud, but in the silence it felt sharp, cutting straight through everything. A footstep. Not the random snap of a branch from an animal, not the soft scurry of a raccoon. It was heavy, deliberate, and it came from the tree line to my right, the same spot where I thought I had seen the shape. My hand tightened around the flashlight. I turned it on, the beam slicing through the dark, flooding the grass and hitting the trees. For a second, all I saw were trunks, branches, and shadows. Then the beam caught movement. A shape shifted, pulling back, just out of reach of the light. I jerked the beam toward it, but whatever it was had already moved deeper into the trees. My chest tightened, and I could feel the pounding of my heart in my ears. I stood slowly, sweeping the light back and forth along the tree line. Nothing, just the still, waiting forest. I told myself it was an animal, but the sound had been too heavy, too human. I debated packing up right then and leaving, but a part of me didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to accept that someone else had been standing there, watching me. I waited, holding the light steady on the trees, but the forest stayed still. Finally, I shut it off, plunging the clearing back into darkness. My eyes adjusted slowly, and I sat back in the chair, trying to steady my breathing. For a while, nothing happened. My muscles started to loosen, and I almost convinced myself I had overreacted. But then I heard it again. Not from the right this time, but from directly across the clearing. Another footstep, slow, heavy, pressing into the ground. I stood up fast, swinging the flashlight across the clearing. My heart hammered in my chest as the beam lit up the opposite tree line. Again, I caught the faintest flicker of movement, something slipping back behind the cover of the trees, staying just out of full sight. That was enough. I shoved the chair down, grabbed my bag, and started for the path. My flashlight beam shook with my hands as I walked quickly, then faster, until I was nearly jogging. Every few steps, I swung the light behind me, half expecting to see someone following. Nothing, just the endless dark of the forest. The path twisted, and every shadow seemed to move. My breath came hard, and my skin was slick with sweat despite the cool night air. I kept telling myself not to run, that running would make me trip, but my body didn't care. By the time I saw the faint glint of my car through the trees, I was sprinting. I broke out of the woods, nearly throwing myself into the driver's side. I yanked the door open, tossed the bag inside, and slammed it shut behind me. My shaking hands fumbled the keys, and I dropped them once before jamming them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel as I turned back onto the road. As I drove, I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see headlights behind me, or worse, someone standing in the road. But the night stayed empty. It wasn't until I was halfway home that I let myself breathe again. My body ached with the release of tension, my hands cramping from how tightly I had been gripping the wheel. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I sat in the car for a long time, the engine off, the world silent. My mind kept replaying the sound of those footsteps, the way the shape slipped just out of sight. Whoever it was, they hadn't called out, hadn't made a sound except for those slow, deliberate steps. They had just watched, waited, and moved along the edge of the clearing, staying in the dark where I couldn't see them. That was the part that stayed with me the most. Not the fear I felt, not the sprint back to the car. It was the knowledge that I had been out there alone, sitting in the open, while someone else had been in the trees, watching me, circling me. And they had never tried to leave the shadows. They wanted me to know they were there, without ever letting me see them fully. I never went back to that clearing again. Even now, when I drive past that stretch of woods, I feel the same tightness in my chest, the same prickle on my skin. I tell myself it was just someone passing through, maybe a hunter or another camper. But deep down, I know it wasn't that simple. Because if it was, why didn't they ever step out into the light? Why didn't they say a word? Why did they stay hidden, circling, waiting, until I finally fled? And why, even now, do I sometimes feel the same sensation I felt that night? The weight of unseen eyes on me, watching from just beyond the edge of the light. It was late in the afternoon when I decided to head out for a drive into the hills. I had been restless all week, stuck between work and a routine that felt like it was pressing down on me. So I thought maybe getting out of the house and away from the noise of the city would help clear my head. The highway stretched out long and empty, and the further I went the more the buildings fell away until it was only fields, patches of woods, and the gray outline of hills in the distance. The air felt cooler, sharper, and the silence that came with leaving the city behind made me feel like I could finally breathe again. The road I chose wasn't one I had ever been on before. It wasn't a main road, more like a narrow county road that wound through farmland and then cut into the hills. The asphalt was cracked in places, weeds growing through the edges, and I only passed one other car in nearly an hour of driving. I wasn't worried about getting lost since my phone still had signal, and I liked the idea of just following the road until I got tired of it. As the sun dropped lower, the light spilled across the hills in deep orange streaks. The woods got thicker, stretching on both sides of the road until the trees grew so close together they blocked most of the sky. I slowed down to take it all in, rolling down the windows to hear the cicadas and the distant sound of water somewhere deeper in the woods. I wasn't in a hurry, and for the first time in weeks I felt calm. But calm never lasts long. I noticed the first odd thing about 30 minutes later when I came to a curve in the road where an old wooden fence lined the side. Just past the fence, tucked between the trees, there was what looked like the remains of a burned-out truck. The metal frame was twisted, charred black, and the tires had long since rotted off. It wasn't fresh, it must have been sitting there for years, but it struck me how strange it was that no one had cleared it away. I slowed down and looked at it as I passed, my eyes catching on the sharp edges of metal and the melted glass. For some reason it gave me a strange feeling, like I shouldn't linger too long. I pressed down on the gas and moved on. The road narrowed the further I went, so narrow that if another car had come the other way, I wasn't sure how we'd both fit. The trees leaned over the road in a way that made it feel like a tunnel, the branches reaching and tangling together above me. I glanced at my phone and realized the signal had dropped to nothing. I wasn't worried yet, but it made me feel like I was really out there, far from anyone else. The second strange thing happened just before dusk. I saw someone walking along the road ahead of me. At first I thought it was just a hiker or maybe someone from a nearby house. But as I got closer, I realized there weren't any houses, no driveways, no trails marked anywhere near where they were. They were just walking slowly, straight down the middle of the road. I slowed the car to match their pace, but before I got too close, they stepped off into the woods without looking back, disappearing between the trees. I looked to the spot where they'd gone, but the woods swallowed them almost instantly. No sound, no movement, just gone. I drove past the spot and looked into the trees, but there was nothing. No path, no sign anyone had been there. The sun had dropped lower by then, shadows growing long and stretching over the road, and the woods seemed darker than they should have been. I shook it off and told myself it was nothing, just someone out here who knew the place better than I did. Night came fast. Out here there weren't any streetlights, no glow from nearby towns, only the headlights cutting through the dark. The woods pressed in closer, and I felt like I was driving deeper into some place I wasn't supposed to be. I started to think maybe I should turn around, but the road was so narrow I would have had to back up a long way to find a spot wide enough to do it safely. I decided I'd keep going a little longer, hoping it would eventually open up. That was when I saw the car. It was parked on the side of the road, half on the gravel shoulder and half in the weeds. At first glance it looked abandoned. The windows were fogged over, and the paint was dull with dust. But what made me slow down was the driver's door. It was wide open, not just cracked, but all the way open, as if whoever had been in it had left in a hurry. I pulled up slowly, my headlights washing over the car. It was an older model sedan, maybe from the late 90s, and there were no plates on it. Inside, I could see clutter on the seats, fast food wrappers, an old jacket, something metallic in the cup holder, but no sign of anyone. I stopped for a moment, engine idling, staring at that open door. The woods around me were silent, too silent. Not even the cicadas now. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Something about it wasn't right, and I didn't want to sit there long enough to find out why. I eased past it, my eyes locked on the rearview mirror until the car disappeared into the dark behind me. I thought about turning around again. I thought about how strange it all felt, how the road seemed endless, how there was no sign of houses or other cars. But I kept going, telling myself I was overthinking it. Then I saw the figure again. Up ahead, maybe 50 yards down the road, someone was standing just off the shoulder, half hidden by the trees. Not walking this time, just standing. I slowed down, my grip tightening on the wheel. The headlights caught them only for a second before the curve of the road shifted, and they slipped back into the shadows. My chest felt tight. I pressed harder on the gas, telling myself I just wanted to get out of there faster, but my hands were shaking on the wheel. I kept glancing into the woods, every shadow looking like it could move, every gap between the trees feeling like a doorway. I drove for what felt like hours, though it couldn't have been more than 30 minutes. The woods didn't thin, the road didn't widen, and my phone stayed dead. My fuel gauge dipped lower than I was comfortable with. I started to wonder if the road ever ended, if I had somehow gotten myself onto some forgotten stretch of asphalt that just wound through the hills forever. When I came to the clearing, I almost didn't believe it at first. The trees broke apart suddenly, the road opening into a wide dirt lot that looked like an old rest area. There were cracked picnic tables, a rusted metal trash barrel, and a wooden sign so faded I couldn't make out what it once said. I pulled over and shut off the engine, the sudden silence pressing in heavy and thick. That was when I heard it. Movement. Not loud, but enough. Leaves shifting, a branch snapping somewhere just beyond the tree line. I sat frozen in the driver's seat, my eyes locked on the dark woods. The sound came again, closer this time, the unmistakable rhythm of footsteps moving slowly across the ground. Not an animal. Too heavy. Too deliberate. I turned the key and the engine sputtered back to life. but in that moment I caught sight of something in the headlights. A shape, just for a second. Tall, still, standing at the edge of the clearing, watching. I didn't wait to see more. I slammed the car into gear and tore out of there, the tires kicking up dirt as I swung back onto the road. I didn't stop again. Not for the woods, not for the shadows, not even when I thought I saw movement pacing me between the trees. I kept driving, hands locked on the wheel, my eyes fixed on the narrow strip of asphalt illuminated in front of me. It felt endless, the road twisting and curling deeper into the dark, until finally, after what must have been another hour, I saw lights. They weren't headlights. They were streetlights. Faint at first, then brighter as the road widened and spit me out into a small town I had never heard of. Just like that, the woods were gone, the silence broken by the hum of neon signs and the sound of cars parked along the curb. I pulled into a gas station and shut off the car, my body shaking so hard I could barely keep the keys in my hand. I sat there for a long time, staring at the bright lights of the station, listening to the familiar noise of traffic on a nearby road, trying to calm myself down. When I finally stepped out, the air smelled of gasoline and fried food from the diner next door. It felt real again, normal again, and yet I couldn't shake the weight pressing in my chest. I didn't know what I had seen back there, or why the road felt the way it did, but I knew I never wanted to drive it again. I filled my tank, got back in the car, and pulled onto the main highway, heading home. But even as the miles rolled away, even as the city lights grew closer, I couldn't stop checking the mirrors. Every shadow that flickered past made my heart pound. Every glimpse of dark woods along the roadside made me grip the wheel tighter. I told myself I had made it out, that it was over, but some part of me couldn't believe it. Some part of me felt like the road hadn't really let me go. Like somewhere out there, in the dark hills and the endless woods, someone was still standing just beyond the trees, waiting for me to come back. I never really thought about how silence could turn against you until that night. I used to believe that silence was something calming, something that gave peace and rest. But when you're alone in the wrong place, when your body is tired and your nerves are stretched thin, silence becomes something else entirely. It presses against you, it rings in your ears, and every little sound that breaks through it feels like a warning. That was the way it felt to me when I decided to stay alone in that small hunting cabin deep in the woods. The cabin belonged to a friend of my father's. He used it in the fall for deer season and sometimes in winter when he wanted to trap, but for most of the year, it just sat there collecting dust. He let me use it for a weekend when I asked, since I said I wanted a break from people and noise. At the time, I meant it. I thought being cut off would be good for me. No phone service, no neighbors, no cars passing by. Just me, a small wood stove, a kerosene lantern, and my own thoughts. I parked my car at the end of the logging road and hiked the last mile in, carrying a pack with food and a few supplies. The woods were heavy and green that time of year. The air had that damp smell of soil and leaves breaking down. The trail wasn't really a trail, more like an overgrown path with brambles scratching against my legs. When I reached the cabin, the first thing I noticed was how small it looked compared to what I'd pictured in my head. Just one room, a sloped tin roof, and a crooked chimney. The porch sagged, and the windows were smudged with dirt. Inside, it was basic but fine. A cot against one wall, a little wooden table with 2 chairs, a shelf with some cans left behind, and the old stove with a pile of split wood stacked beside it. The floor creaked when I walked across, and there was a smell of dust and something a little sour, like damp clothes. But I liked it. It felt simple, quiet, safe. At least, that's how it felt in the daylight. By evening I had the stove going, a small fire crackling inside, and I cooked myself some canned soup. The sun went down quicker than I expected, the wood swallowing up the light until the only glow came from the fire and the lantern. The air outside was dead still. No breeze, no rustling leaves. When I stepped out onto the porch to breathe the cool air, it was like stepping into a wall of black. The trees pressed close, and the night swallowed everything beyond a few steps. I could barely see the outline of the path I had walked in on. That was the first time I felt it, the unease. Like standing too close to the edge of a drop you can't see the bottom of. I sat inside and tried to ignore it, telling myself I was just not used to this kind of darkness. I read a book I brought along, sipped water, and stretched out on the cot. I must have dozed off because I woke up some time later with the lantern out and the fire almost dead. The room was pitch black except for the faint orange glow inside the stove. I lay there still, adjusting to the quiet. That was when I heard it, something outside. A crunch, not loud, but sharp enough to cut through the silence. It sounded like a boot on leaves. I froze. My ears strained for more, but nothing came right away. Then a little shift. Another crunch. This time it was closer. My chest tightened, and I sat up slowly on the cot. My first thought was that it could be an animal, a deer or maybe a raccoon. But the way the steps came, spaced out and heavy, made me think otherwise. They weren't random scurries. They were deliberate. I held my breath and counted the seconds between them. 1, 2, 3, another crunch. Whoever or whatever it was, they were walking slowly around the cabin. I stayed still, every muscle tight, listening as the sound circled. At one point it stopped right outside the wall near my head. I could hear the faint shift of weight, like someone trying to stand quietly. The silence stretched on until I almost thought I had imagined it. But then the crunching started again, this time moving toward the back of the cabin. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe a hunter passing through, maybe just a deer. But I couldn't shake the thought of how slow the steps were, how purposeful. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. They were moving like they had all the time in the world. I stayed awake for hours, clutching the flashlight I had beside me, until eventually exhaustion dragged me under. The next morning, I tried to brush it off. The light of day made it easier. I stepped outside and walked around the cabin, looking for tracks. The ground was mostly leaves, but here and there I saw depressions, long, narrow, like the shape of boots. They trailed off into the trees. My stomach turned, but I forced myself to believe it could have been from earlier. Maybe even my own, though they didn't line up exactly. I spent the day hiking a little, gathering more wood, trying to keep my mind busy. But all day, I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods weren't empty. Every time I stopped, I thought I heard something faint behind me. A twig snap, the sound of something brushing against branches. When I turned, there was nothing, just the endless green of the trees. That night was worse, much worse. The fire was burning steady, the lantern dimmed, and I had just started to drift off when it came again. The crunching, at first far off, then closer, slow, steady, circling. My mouth went dry. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. This time I knew it wasn't an animal. There was rhythm in those steps, a weight behind them. Human weight. I gripped the flashlight again, but I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to give away that I was awake. The steps drew closer, circling tighter around the cabin, stopping now and then. At one point I heard something scrape lightly against the wall. A dragging sound, like fingers or the tip of something hard. I pressed my back against the wall of the cot and stayed there, barely breathing. Hours seemed to crawl by before the sound faded. I don't know when I finally drifted off, but when I woke up, the light coming through the window was weak and gray. I stepped outside again. This time, the ground told more of a story. Clear boot prints, fresh, leading from the trees right up to the cabin walls and back out again. My chest went hollow. Someone had been right there in the night, circling me while I lay inside. I wanted to pack up and leave, but part of me felt stubborn. I told myself maybe it was just some local messing around. If I left, it would feel like running. So I stayed, even though my gut screamed at me not to. That evening, I forced myself to stay awake. I kept the lantern low, the fire burning small, and sat at the table with my ears tuned to every sound. The woods outside were dead quiet. Too quiet. I waited for hours, the air heavy, my nerves stretched thin. Then, sometime deep into the night, I heard it again. Not just crunching this time, but something more. The sound of weight shifting on the porch boards. A slow creak. My throat tightened. The porch was only a few steps from where I sat. I could picture the shape of the door, the thin wood between me and whoever stood there. Another creak followed, closer. I held the flashlight tight in my hand, ready to shine it, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Then came the faintest sound of breath, just on the other side of the door. Long, slow breaths. Someone was standing there, listening. Minutes stretched like hours. My hands shook, but I stayed frozen, waiting. Finally, the boards creaked again, this time moving away. The steps faded into the trees, and eventually the silence returned. By the time the first pale light of morning came, I had already decided. I packed my bag, shoved everything I could inside, and left. I didn't bother putting the fire out. I didn't bother looking for tracks. I just walked. I walked fast, almost running, down the path, not looking back. The woods felt alive all around me, like eyes followed me through every step. When I finally reached my car, my hands shook so badly I fumbled with the keys. I got in, slammed the doors shut, and started the engine. Only then did I let myself breathe fully again. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away. I never told anyone the full details. I said I just didn't like being alone out there, that it wasn't for me. But the truth was clear in my head. Someone had been out there those nights. Not an animal, not a trick of my imagination. Someone had stood outside that cabin, circling, watching, breathing through the walls. I don't know what they wanted. I don't know why they never tried the door. But I know this. If I had stayed one more night, if I had let myself fall asleep again with those sounds just outside, I might not have made it out. Even now, when the world goes quiet and I hear the faintest creak of wood or the crunch of steps outside my window, my chest tightens the same way. Because I remember the weight of those slow, deliberate footsteps, circling in the dark, waiting for me to slip. It was late in the summer when I decided to spend a few days alone in the woods. I had been working nonstop for months, and my mind was restless. I thought a trip out into nature would calm me down, help me clear my head, and let me feel something different from the constant noise of daily life. I packed my gear slowly and carefully the night before: tent, sleeping bag, a small stove, food for a few days, a knife, some rope, a flashlight, spare batteries, and enough water to last until I could refill from the stream I knew ran through the valley. I felt proud of myself for being so prepared. The drive out took nearly 3 hours, and I could feel the city fading away behind me as the roads narrowed and the trees thickened around the asphalt. The air grew heavier with the smell of pine and damp earth. By the time I parked my car near the gravel trailhead, there was barely anyone around. A single truck stood in the lot, old and faded, and its owner was nowhere in sight. That gave me a strange feeling, knowing someone else was out here, but not knowing where. Still, I brushed it off. People came out here to camp and hike all the time. The trail started wide, worn down by years of use, but after half an hour of walking it narrowed into a path lined with roots and rocks. My pack was heavy, sweat rolled down my back, and insects buzzed around my face. The deeper I went, the quieter everything became. At first, I welcomed the silence, but soon it began to feel thick, as if the trees themselves were pressing closer around me, cutting me off from the world I had left behind. By late afternoon, I reached the small clearing I had planned to camp in. It was a flat patch of earth, a good 100 feet from the stream, with tall trees on every side. The grass was short and dry, and it looked like others had camped there before. I dropped my pack, stretched my sore shoulders, and set up the tent. I felt a little thrill at the thought of being alone out here. Nobody to bother me, no responsibilities, just me, the woods, and the long, quiet nights. After the tent was up, I gathered some branches and started a small fire. I sat with my knees pulled up, listening to the crackle and the occasional snap as sap boiled out of the wood. The shadows grew long and stretched out across the clearing, and the forest shifted with the evening. Birds grew silent. The wind faded. It was as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for the night. When darkness finally settled in, it came fast. I cooked a simple meal on the fire and ate slowly, looking into the trees. The light from the flames only reached so far, and past that point everything was swallowed in blackness. I tried to look away, but I kept finding my eyes drawn back to the dark. Every now and then, I thought I saw a movement between the trunks, a flicker, a shift, something sliding across the edge of my vision. I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks. I slept poorly that night. The ground was hard, and the noises of the forest kept dragging me out of shallow dreams. I heard rustling, heavy steps that stopped as soon as I raised my head. My heart pounded every time. At one point, I was sure I heard breathing just beyond the thin nylon wall of my tent. Slow, steady, almost human. I held my breath, clutching the knife I had left beside me, until finally the sound faded. I lay awake for hours after, staring at the roof of the tent until the sky lightened. The next morning, I tried to shake off the unease. I walked down to the stream, knelt at the edge, and cupped water into my mouth. It was ice cold, and the shock of it helped wake me. I filled my bottles and washed my face, but I couldn't ignore the faint prints I noticed in the mud. They weren't animal prints. They looked like boots. Fresh ones, pressed deep into the wet earth. They weren't mine. I could see my own prints, lighter, leading in a different direction. These ones followed the stream, and they were new enough that water hadn't filled them yet. I told myself maybe they belonged to the man with the truck, but something about them didn't sit right with me. They were close to my camp, too close. I spent the day hiking further into the woods, trying to distract myself. The forest was endless. Every direction looked the same: tall trees, damp earth, fallen logs, and thick undergrowth. My feet ached, and sweat drenched my shirt. By late afternoon, I returned to camp, worn out. The fire pit was as I had left it, the tent still standing. But something was different. My pack had shifted. I had left it leaning against a tree, but now it was on its side, lying in the dirt. I felt my stomach drop. I knelt, opening it carefully, checking everything. Nothing was missing, but things had been moved. My food bag was at the bottom when I had left it on top. My flashlight was turned sideways. Someone had gone through my things. The sun was dropping fast, shadows swallowing the clearing. I tried to steady my hands as I lit the fire again. I sat close to it, watching the dark beyond the trees, my knife resting on my thigh. Hours dragged by. The fire burned low, and I added wood slowly, careful not to let it die out. My ears strained for every sound. The snap of a twig, the shift of leaves, the faint crunch of footsteps that seemed too deliberate to belong to animals. At some point deep in the night, I saw it. Movement at the edge of the firelight. A shape, tall, thin, standing between the trees. It didn't move closer. It didn't speak. It just stood there. My chest tightened, and I could feel the blood rushing in my ears. I gripped the knife so hard my knuckles ached. I blinked, and it was gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I thought I heard something, I sat up, listening, heart racing. The hours were endless. When dawn came, I packed fast. I stuffed everything into my pack without caring about order. I wanted out. My skin crawled with the feeling of being watched. I stamped out the fire and headed back toward the trail. My steps were quick, too quick, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. 2 miles in, I found something that made me stop cold. A tree near the path had a mark cut into the bark. A long slash, fresh, pale wood exposed beneath. Below it, pressed into the mud, were boot prints. The same as before, pointed toward me, following me. My breath caught. I hurried on, legs burning, throat dry. Every step felt heavier. The forest no longer felt like trees and air and dirt. It felt like walls closing in, like eyes all around me. The silence wasn't empty. It was thick, waiting. By the time I reached the parking lot, I was drenched in sweat and shaking. My car was there, untouched. The old truck was gone. I unlocked the door with trembling hands, shoved my pack inside, and started the engine. Gravel spat from under my tires as I pulled away. The road wound back through the trees, and I didn't let myself slow down until the forest finally thinned and the sky opened wide above me. I kept looking into the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure in the middle of the road, standing and watching. I never went back to those woods. Even now, when I think about it, I don't remember the quiet of nature or the beauty of the trees. I only remember the feeling of being followed, of someone standing just out of sight, waiting for the moment I let my guard down. I still don't know who it was or what they wanted, but I know one thing clearly. If I had stayed even one more night, I might not have come back at all. I never thought much about being alone in the woods. I had camped before, hiked plenty of trails, and even spent nights in cabins far from towns or roads, but there was always someone else nearby. This time was different. I wanted to test myself, to see if I could handle being fully alone in a remote place for a few days. It wasn't supposed to be about fear, more about peace and self-reliance. But what happened changed the way I think about being out there. I drove out early in the morning, hours down winding rural roads, passing through small towns that looked half forgotten. The kind of places with peeling paint on old stores, gas stations with one pump, and maybe a diner with 2 cars parked outside. The further I went, the less I saw. By the time I left the last stretch of cracked pavement and turned onto a narrow dirt road, I knew I was heading into real isolation. Dust followed me in the rearview mirror, hanging in the air before drifting into the trees. The road cut deep into the forest, pines and oaks leaning over, branches stretching almost a touch above the hood of my car. It was quiet enough that when I rolled down the window, I could hear insects buzzing and the distant cry of a bird. No traffic, no people, just the crunch of tires on gravel and the occasional jolt when I hit a rut. After about 20 minutes, the road widened into a rough clearing near a stream. That was where I planned to set up camp. I unpacked slow, taking my time. The sun was still high, a sharp white light filtering through the trees, making everything look alive with movement. I pitched my tent near the tree line, close to where the ground dipped slightly toward the water. The stream wasn't wide, but it had clear, moving water that would be good for cooking and cleaning. I gathered some fallen wood, stacked it neat, and set up a small fire ring with stones. It felt good, methodical, like the kind of routine that kept your mind calm. The afternoon passed with me walking the area, making mental notes of landmarks, listening to the forest's rhythm. The smell of pine needles under the sun, the way the air cooled slightly in the shade, the small rustlings of unseen creatures moving in the brush. It was peaceful. I cooked a simple meal, ate slow, and as the sun sank, I sat by the fire and listened. Darkness in a place like that doesn't come gradual. It feels like a sudden weight, shadows stretching long until they become the ground itself. I told myself it was fine. I'd seen dark woods before. I laid down in the tent, zipped the flap, and listened to the stream. But that night I didn't sleep much. Every small sound seemed louder. A snap of a twig somewhere to the left. The faint shuffle of something in the undergrowth. My mind pictured deer, maybe raccoons, but part of me stayed alert, ears straining in the dark. Morning brought relief. The sun spilled gold across the clearing, and the night's unease felt almost foolish. I brewed coffee over the fire, ate breakfast, and hiked deeper into the woods. The trail wasn't marked, but I followed a ridge that gave me a good view of rolling hills thick with trees. It was beautiful in that raw way, untouched and endless. I walked for hours, turned back when the light began to fade, and reached camp tired but calm. That second night, though, something changed. I was sitting by the fire, staring into the flames, when I heard movement just beyond the circle of light. It wasn't the soft scurry of a small animal. It was heavier, deliberate, leaves crunching slow like steps. I froze, trying not to move or breathe too loud. The fire popped, sparks lifting into the air, but I kept my eyes fixed on the tree line. Nothing appeared. No glowing eyes, no animal shape. Just silence after the sound stopped. I waited, telling myself it was probably a deer. I had seen tracks earlier, big enough to belong to one. Still, I felt my heart hammering in my chest. I banked the fire lower than usual and retreated to the tent. Inside, with the flap zipped tight, I laid on my back and listened hard. At some point, I must have drifted into a light sleep because I woke up to another sound, this time closer. Something brushing against the nylon wall of the tent. A slow drag like a hand or paw sliding along the fabric. I held still, every muscle locked. The sound circled partway around before stopping. I waited in silence, afraid to even shift. Minutes crawled. Eventually it faded, footsteps crunching into the woods. I stayed awake until dawn, eyes wide in the dim light of early morning, my body aching from lying so stiff. When the sun finally rose, I stepped out. Nothing looked disturbed. No tracks I could see in the pine needles. Just my camp, quiet and ordinary. I tried to push the thought down, convince myself I'd exaggerated what I heard. Maybe wind had moved the branches against the tent. Maybe an animal sniffed around and wandered off. I spent the day uneasy. I kept glancing over my shoulder while walking, ears tuned for anything out of place. I cut my hike short and returned earlier than planned. I built the fire high that night, sitting close, letting the heat push back the chill creeping in with the evening air. I stared into the woods more than into the flames. Sometime around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow. This time clearer, crunching dry leaves, snapping twigs. I turned my head sharply, eyes straining past the firelight. I couldn't see a figure, but the sound was deliberate. Not wandering like an animal grazing. It was moving around me, keeping distance, circling. My throat went dry. I gripped the small hatchet I'd brought for chopping wood and sat frozen. The steps stopped. The woods fell silent again. My ears rang from the intensity of listening. After long minutes, I forced myself into the tent, clutching the hatchet. I didn't sleep at all. My mind spun with thoughts I couldn't stop. It wasn't a deer. Deer don't circle. And the sound against the tent the night before. Too controlled, too curious. By morning, I decided to leave. I didn't feel safe. I packed my gear fast, stuffing things haphazardly, not caring about neatness. My eyes kept darting to the trees, half expecting something to step out. I loaded the car, started the engine, and drove down that dirt road without looking back. But halfway out, I saw it. Through a gap in the trees, a figure standing still. Not close enough for detail, but clearly human, facing the road, watching. My hands tightened on the wheel, stomach dropping. I didn't slow down. I didn't stop. I drove until the forest thinned, until the dirt gave way to cracked asphalt, until I reached the safety of a town. I never went back. I don't tell many people about it because it sounds vague, like paranoia. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw, even if it was only for a moment. Someone was out there with me, moving in the dark, circling, watching. And the thought that keeps me awake sometimes isn't what they wanted that night. It's the fact that they never tried to show themselves. They were patient. They were content to stay hidden. And that means they had done it before. It was late in the afternoon when I finally pulled off the highway and turned onto the long dirt road that led deep into the woods. I had been driving for hours, my back aching from sitting too long, and the silence of the forest around me was almost a relief compared to the endless noise of traffic and people I had left behind. The road was rough, with patches of mud from the rain earlier in the week, and every bump rattled the inside of the car. Dust rose behind me in the mirror, hanging in the air as if no one had traveled this way for days. I was heading toward a small cabin I had rented for a few nights. I had wanted time away from everything, somewhere without neighbors or constant noise, somewhere I could just sit in peace and hear nothing but the wind and maybe the sound of water moving in a creek. The cabin was far from town, tucked deep inside a stretch of forest where cell signal barely reached. It was the kind of place where people rarely came unless they had a reason, and that was part of why I chose it. The sun was dropping lower when I finally saw the cabin. It was small and simple, sitting in a clearing with trees pressed tightly all around it. The wood was darkened with age, and the roof had a patch of green moss along one edge. A single dirt path circled around the cabin and disappeared back into the forest. I parked the car, stepped out, and was met with that heavy stillness that only deep woods can have. The air was damp, carrying the faint smell of pine and wet soil. Inside, the cabin was basic but clean. A wooden table stood near the window, a narrow bed was pushed against the wall, and a small wood stove sat in the corner with a neat pile of logs beside it. There was no electricity, just a lantern on the table and a box of matches. The water came from a pump just outside. It was exactly what I had expected, exactly what I thought I wanted. I unpacked slowly, putting away food I had brought in a small cooler, stacking a few books on the table, and laying out my sleeping bag on the bed. I could hear the forest settling as evening came on, the cries of birds fading, the wind whispering through branches, the occasional snap of something moving in the undergrowth far away. By the time the last light drained from the sky, I had lit the lantern and sat at the table listening to the faint creaks of the cabin adjusting to the cooling night. At first, everything was calm. I cooked a simple meal on the stove, ate, and then stepped outside to walk around the clearing. The night was clear, and stars showed through the gaps in the treetops. I stood there for a long time, breathing in the cool air, until I finally went back inside and prepared to sleep. The first sound came around midnight. I had been lying in bed half asleep when I heard something faint outside, a sound that didn't belong to the usual rhythm of the forest. It was a dull thud, almost like a footstep, followed by the faint crunch of dry leaves. My heart beat a little faster, but I told myself it could have been anything, a deer, a raccoon, maybe even a branch falling. I lay there waiting, holding my breath, but the sound faded and didn't return. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep. The next day was quiet. I spent the morning walking along a narrow trail that led deeper into the forest. The path wound between tall trees, their trunks thick and close together, their branches blocking much of the light. The deeper I went, the more I felt cut off from everything else. There were no signs of people, no litter, no footprints, just the packed dirt trail and the endless stretch of trees. I followed the path until I reached a small creek. The water was clear, and I sat by it for a while, watching it run over the rocks. It was peaceful, but there was an uneasiness under it, a sense that I wasn't completely alone. I kept glancing back at the trees, half expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin. I gathered wood for the stove, cooked dinner, and tried to relax. The silence seemed heavier now, like the woods were pressing in closer. I sat at the table reading by the lantern until my eyes grew tired. That night, the noises came back. I woke to the sound of movement outside, closer this time. It wasn't quick or random like an animal foraging. It was slow, steady, deliberate, something moving through the leaves with weight. I lay perfectly still, listening. The sound circled the cabin, stopping every now and then before continuing again. My skin crawled. I thought about getting up and checking, but the thought of looking out the window and actually seeing something filled me with dread. After what felt like hours, the sound faded again, and I eventually fell back asleep. In the morning, I went outside and walked around the cabin. The ground was damp with dew, the leaves wet and soft, but in some patches of dirt I saw faint impressions. Shapes that could have been footprints, though blurred and hard to make out. I crouched down, studying them, but told myself I was just seeing patterns in the dirt. Still, unease settled deeper in my chest. The third night was worse. I had trouble sleeping, half expecting the sounds to return. And they did. Around the same hour, the crunch of leaves came again, louder now, as if whoever, or whatever, it was no longer cared to hide. I could hear it moving close to the cabin walls, stopping just outside. My breath was shallow, my body tense. The lantern was dark, but a thin sliver of moonlight slipped in through the cracks of the shutters. Then I heard it, something brushing against the wood. Not scratching, not an animal clawing, but the sound of fabric or skin sliding slowly along the wall. My chest tightened, and every muscle in me was screaming to do something, but I stayed frozen, my eyes locked on the ceiling. After minutes that felt like hours, the sound moved away. When morning came, I was exhausted. I told myself I would leave, but part of me wanted to believe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just someone passing by. Maybe it was hunters or locals. I tried to convince myself, but the truth was harder to ignore. That afternoon, I forced myself to check the area again. I walked into the trees behind the cabin, scanning the ground carefully. About 50 yards in, I found it, a patch of flattened leaves and disturbed dirt, as if someone had stood there for a long time watching. My stomach turned. From that spot, the cabin was clearly visible through the trees. I knew then it wasn't an animal. Someone had been out there. Someone had been watching. I went back inside and locked the door, though the thin wood of the cabin didn't feel like much protection. The rest of the day dragged on slowly, each sound outside making me flinch. I barely ate, too tense to relax. I lit the lantern early, sitting close to it like the light alone could keep the dark away. When night came, I didn't lie down. I sat on the bed, my ears straining. The forest outside was alive with its usual sounds, the occasional call of an owl, the wind in the branches. But underneath it all, I kept waiting for the steps. And eventually they came. This time, they didn't circle. They approached directly, heavy and slow, until they stopped just outside the cabin door. My whole body was tight with fear, my pulse hammering so hard it made me dizzy. The silence stretched, broken only by the faint sound of breathing, long, steady breaths that were not my own, coming from the other side of the door. I stayed frozen, my eyes locked on the handle. I half expected it to turn, but it never did. After what felt like endless minutes, the steps retreated, moving back into the trees. I didn't sleep at all that night. As soon as the first light touched the clearing, I packed my things in a rush, shoving everything into bags without care. I loaded the car and didn't look back at the cabin. My hands were shaking as I gripped the wheel, my eyes flicking constantly to the mirrors as I drove back down the dirt road. Even once I reached the main highway, I couldn't calm down. The thought of those footsteps, of someone standing outside in the dark listening to me breathe, sank deep into me. I knew it hadn't been my imagination. I had felt it too strongly. I didn't tell anyone when I got back. What could I say? That I rented a cabin and someone stalked me at night. There was no proof, nothing but faint footprints and the sound of breathing. But the memory clung to me, sharper than anything else I had ever felt. I never went back to that cabin, and I never tried to stay anywhere that far from people again. The silence of the woods, once something I thought I wanted, now only reminded me of that night. The night when someone stood outside in the darkness, watching, waiting, and never once showing their face. I remember the night clearly, even though years have passed, because it settled in my memory in a way that refuses to fade. I had gone on a trip by myself, something I rarely did. It wasn't a vacation, not in the way people normally think about it. I just wanted some time away from everything, away from people, away from the noise, away from the constant pull of everyday life. I had borrowed my uncle's small cabin that sat deep in the woods, far from town. It was old but sturdy, with a single bedroom, a small kitchen, and a creaking porch that looked out at the dense trees. The drive there had taken most of the day. I remember how the paved road had turned into gravel, then eventually into a dirt track where trees closed in on both sides. My phone lost its signal miles before I reached the cabin. That had been part of the plan, though. I wanted silence. The cabin itself wasn't much, but it felt private. There were no neighbors within sight, just a stretch of woods, hills, and a stream that I could hear if the wind blew the right way. The first evening felt peaceful. I unpacked my things slowly, set up some food on the counter, and walked around the cabin to check that everything was in decent shape. The roof looked fine, the windows intact. Inside smelled faintly of old wood and dust, the kind of smell you notice at first but quickly get used to. I sat on the porch until the sun went down, watching the sky shift from blue to gray, then to the deep black that swallows up the forest. Out there, away from city lights, the dark felt heavier, thicker, almost pressing against my skin. I lit a lantern inside and tried to read a book, but the silence was so strong it felt like sound itself had been removed from the world. Every time the cabin creaked, every time the wind brushed against the trees, my attention snapped away from the page. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind adjusting to being alone. The first night passed without much trouble, though I woke up a few times. The stillness outside was so total that even the faintest sound, a distant snap of a twig, the scratch of branches against the siding, jolted me awake. I would lie there, staring at the ceiling, waiting to hear more. Sometimes nothing followed. Other times, I swore I caught the faint crunch of steps in the undergrowth, but it could have been animals. The next day, I decided to explore the woods around the cabin. I followed a narrow path that led downhill toward the stream. The trees were thick, branches woven so close in some places they blocked most of the light. The air was damp, cool, and filled with the smell of wet leaves and moss. I remember pausing by the stream, crouching down to watch the water twist around rocks. It felt untouched, wild, and I realized then how truly alone I was. On the way back, I noticed something odd. Just off the path, there was a section of the ground that looked disturbed. The soil was darker, pressed down unevenly, as if something, or someone, had walked over it many times. I crouched down, brushing away leaves, and saw what looked like a partial footprint in the dirt. It was faint, hard to tell if it was really from a person or just an odd shape left by rain and fallen branches. Still, it stuck in my mind. When I got back to the cabin, I tried to shake the feeling off. It could have been a hunter, maybe, or someone hiking. The woods weren't private property. Anyone could be out there. That night, though, I kept thinking about it. The cabin had no curtains in the main room, and when I sat at the small table eating dinner, I could see straight out into the dark woods. The lantern cast my reflection against the glass, but behind that reflection was nothing but blackness. I couldn't help but imagine someone standing just beyond the tree line watching. Later, when I went to bed, I locked the front door, though I hadn't the night before. I even slid a chair under the knob, something I hadn't done since I was a kid. Sleep came in fits, and sometime past midnight, I woke to a sound. It was faint, but enough to stir me. I held my breath, listening. There it was again, the crunch of leaves, slow, deliberate. Not the quick scatter of an animal, not the random falling of branches. Steps. I didn't move. I just lay there, every muscle tense, staring at the ceiling. The sound circled the cabin, one slow step at a time. It wasn't close to the walls, more like someone was keeping just far enough away to stay hidden in the dark, walking around in a slow loop. After what felt like forever, the sound faded, blending back into silence. I barely slept after that. The next morning, I checked outside. There were no clear footprints on the ground around the cabin, just leaves and damp earth. I told myself maybe it had been a deer or a bear, something large enough to make that noise, moving slow because it was sniffing around. That made sense, but it didn't sit right. The day dragged. I couldn't focus on reading or walking far from the cabin. Every time I stepped off the porch, I felt like eyes followed me. The disturbed patch of ground I'd seen near the stream replayed in my head. Maybe someone had been out there, someone I hadn't seen. By evening, my nerves were raw. I cooked a simple meal, but I barely touched it. The forest outside was already dim, and shadows bled into each other. I decided to keep the lanterns lit and stay inside. As night deepened, the silence grew heavier. Hours passed in that stillness until finally, it came again, the sound. This time it was closer. The steps weren't circling wide. They came right up to the side of the cabin, stopping now and then. I could hear the weight of each step pressing leaves and twigs into the soil. My heart pounded so loud I swore it might echo through the walls. I sat frozen in the chair by the window, staring at the black glass. My own reflection stared back, but I couldn't see what was outside. Then there was a scrape, soft but unmistakable, like something brushing against the siding. It moved slowly along the wall, toward the window. I blew out the lantern in a rush of panic, plunging the cabin into darkness. My eyes adjusted slowly, and I sat there in the dark, holding my breath, listening. The scrape stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then came a sound so quiet I almost doubted it. The faint shift of weight right outside the window, as if someone was standing there. My chest ached from holding my breath. I waited frozen, until at last, after what felt like an hour, the steps moved away. They faded back into the trees, one by one, until silence reclaimed the night. I didn't sleep at all. I stayed in the dark until the first pale light of morning crept through the glass. When I finally dared step outside, the ground by the cabin looked different. The leaves were pressed down, the soil disturbed. They weren't animal tracks. They were footprints, large and clear, circling the cabin. I packed my things the moment I saw them. I stuffed clothes into my bag, barely folded, threw food back into containers, and loaded everything into my car. The entire time, I kept glancing at the tree line, half expecting someone to step out. I didn't even bother to clean the cabin or check if I left anything behind. When I finally started the car and drove down the dirt road, I didn't look back. I kept driving until I reached the paved road and finally saw other cars. Only then did I feel my chest loosen. I never told anyone in detail about what happened. If I did, they'd say it was a hunter or some drifter passing through the woods. Maybe they'd be right. Maybe it was nothing more than that. But the way those footsteps had circled the cabin, slow and careful, the way they had stopped right at my window in the dead of night, that was not an accident. Someone had been out there, watching me, and they knew I was alone. I never went back to that cabin again. It started out as a normal trip, the kind of plan that doesn't feel like anything unusual at the time. But when I look back on it now, I can see how every little detail lined up to put me where I ended up that night. I had gone up into the hills outside of town, nothing wild or far from civilization, but just enough distance to make me feel like I was away from everything. I brought a small backpack, some food, a water bottle, and a flashlight. I thought it would be nice to spend a night out there alone, to clear my head and just get a break from people. The place I chose wasn't even a proper campsite, more of an open clearing I had stumbled on before when hiking with friends. It was quiet, surrounded by trees on three sides, with a narrow dirt path cutting through and heading further into the woods. To one side, maybe 200 yards away, the land dropped off into a ravine where a shallow creek ran. I could hear the faint trickle of water if I listened hard enough, but most of the sound that night came from the trees swaying and creaking with the light wind. I laid out my small sleeping bag, set up my little camping stove, and cooked myself a simple meal. As the light faded, the sky turned a dull shade of purple, then darker, until only the last glow of the sun lingered behind the ridge. I remember staring at that ridge for a long time because I thought I saw something move up there. It wasn't unusual to see a deer crossing, and I told myself that's all it was, but the shape looked taller, slower. It walked across the ridge without stopping, heading straight in one direction until it vanished on the far side. I sat there watching, my food forgotten for a while, feeling that strange weight in my chest when you notice something you can't quite place, but don't want to admit unsettles you. Darkness came quick after that. The fire I had built was small but steady, crackling in the still air. The sound gave me comfort, as did the light, but the woods beyond stayed pitch black. I kept catching myself staring into that blackness, as if my eyes would adjust enough to see shapes moving. Every now and then, the wind would sweep through, carrying with it the dry rustle of leaves and the shifting creaks of old branches. My mind played tricks, turning those sounds into footsteps that never came any closer. After a while, I decided to walk just inside the tree line to gather a bit more firewood. I didn't want to run out during the night. I kept the flashlight in one hand and picked up fallen branches with the other. The ground was uneven, covered in roots, patches of leaves, and soft earth that sank slightly under my boots. The beam of light jumped across trunks and brush, making shadows bend and twist in ways that looked unnatural if I stared too long. At one point, I froze. There was a sound behind me, faint but clear enough to separate from the usual noise of the forest. Breathing. Heavy, labored breathing, like someone just out of sight was trying to catch their breath. I spun around with the flashlight, the beam cutting through the dark in sharp slices, but nothing moved. My heart started pounding. I told myself it had to be an animal, maybe a deer or something bigger like a stray cow from a nearby farm, but I couldn't shake the thought that it had sounded exactly like a person standing just a few feet away. I waited, holding my breath, listening as hard as I could. The sound drifted further off, fading until it mixed with the wind again. I almost dropped the wood I had gathered, but I forced myself to carry it back, walking faster than before, nearly tripping in my rush. When I stepped back into the glow of the fire, I felt the tension ease slightly, like the light itself built a wall that nothing could cross. I sat by the fire for a long time after that, barely eating, just staring at the trees. My mind wouldn't let go of the sound I had heard. Every crunch of leaves in the distance, every snap of a branch, felt like a warning. I kept thinking back to that figure on the ridge. Whoever it was, if it was a person, they had been walking in a straight line, without pause, like they had somewhere to go. I wondered if that somewhere was here, where I was now. By the time I finally lay down in my sleeping bag, the fire had burned low. The air had grown colder, the kind of cold that bites through layers and settles into your skin. I pulled the bag tight around my shoulders and tried to close my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. I listened too closely to the night, waiting for something, anything, to happen. My ears felt sharper than ever, picking up distant noises that I'd normally never notice. Sometime past midnight, I heard it again. Breathing, faint but steady. This time it wasn't moving away, it was closer. The sound had weight, like lungs working harder than they should. My eyes shot open, and though the fire was just a bed of glowing embers now, there was enough light to see a faint outline beyond the circle of camp. I couldn't make it out clearly, but there was definitely movement between the trees. Not fast, not direct, but there. I stayed frozen in place, barely daring to move. The sound shifted, then faded again, the way it had before. I sat up slowly, pulling the flashlight from where I had left it at my side. My hand shook as I clicked it on, the beam spilling out and cutting across trunks, rocks, and brush. Nothing. Empty woods. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. That night stretched on endlessly. I didn't sleep at all. I kept the flashlight close and stirred the embers back into small flames when they threatened to go out. My body felt rigid, locked into a state of waiting. The woods had gone quiet, almost too quiet, the kind of silence that feels unnatural. When the sky finally started to lighten, I felt relief wash through me, but it didn't erase the unease. I packed up quickly, stuffing my gear into the bag with shaking hands. My eyes kept darting to the tree line. I wanted to believe the night was just my mind playing tricks, fueled by shadows and sounds, but deep down, I knew what I had heard. The walk back to the trailhead was slow. Every turn in the path felt dangerous. Every patch of undergrowth seemed like it could hide someone waiting. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I would see someone following at a distance, but the trail stayed empty. My footsteps sounded louder than normal, echoing through the early morning air. When I finally stepped out of the woods and onto the gravel lot where I had left my car, I felt my whole body relax for the first time in hours. I threw my bag in the back seat and sat behind the wheel, gripping it tightly. I looked back once more at the tree line. It stood there, silent and still in the morning light, hiding whatever had been there with me through the night. Driving away, I couldn't shake the feeling that if I had stayed one more night, something would have happened. I don't know what, and I don't want to imagine it, but I know with certainty that someone else had been in those woods with me. I hadn't imagined the breathing. I hadn't imagined the shadow on the ridge. Whoever it was, they had stayed just out of sight, close enough to hear me, close enough to follow me, and patient enough to wait through the dark. I never went back to that clearing again. Even now, years later, the thought of it brings back that same cold weight in my chest, that certainty that I had come close to something I didn't fully understand, but knew was dangerous. The woods are big, empty places, and at night, you can't always tell what's moving just beyond the reach of the light. And sometimes, whatever is out there doesn't want you to see it until it's too late. I had been looking forward to the trip for weeks. Life in the city had started to feel like a cage, the noise and routines piling up until I could hardly breathe. When my friend mentioned a secluded cabin he knew about, tucked away deep in the woods and far from traffic, people, and all the endless distractions, I agreed to go without even hesitating. The thought of peace and silence seemed like the cure I needed. I packed food, water, extra clothes, and enough supplies to last a few days. The drive itself took hours, the paved roads fading into gravel and then into narrow dirt paths that snaked through tall trees and endless stretches of green. By the time I arrived, the sun was low in the sky, throwing long shadows across the clearing where the cabin stood. It was smaller than I imagined, made of weathered wood with a sagging roof and a small porch. The forest surrounded it on all sides, thick and heavy, pressing in close like it wanted to swallow the place whole. I stepped out of the car and listened. The silence was overwhelming, broken only by the distant chirp of birds and the faint rustle of leaves shifting in the evening breeze. I felt both calm and uneasy at the same time, like I was exactly where I wanted to be, but also somewhere I didn't fully belong. Inside, the cabin was simple. One small room with a bed pushed against the wall, a table and chair, and a wood stove in the corner. The air smelled musty, like the cabin had been empty for a long time. Dust coated the surfaces, and spiderwebs clung to the corners of the ceiling. I unpacked slowly, putting away food and setting my sleeping bag on the bed. By the time I finished, night had already settled in, thick and heavy. I sat outside on the porch for a while, staring at the sky. Without city lights, the stars stretched endlessly, sharp and bright against the darkness. The quiet was deeper now, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or the distant snap of a branch in the woods. The first night passed quietly. I woke once to the sound of something moving outside, maybe a deer or raccoon, but it faded quickly, and I fell back asleep. The morning came cold, the air damp with dew. I made coffee on a small camp stove and sat on the porch again, watching the sunlight filter through the trees. It was peaceful, and for most of the day I explored the woods, wandering down narrow trails and listening to the sounds of the forest. But later that afternoon, something shifted. I was about half a mile from the cabin, walking slowly through a patch of thick trees, when I heard it. A heavy crack, like someone stepping on a large branch. I froze, scanning the trees, waiting for an animal to appear. The forest went quiet, too quiet. The birds stopped, the rustling leaves seemed to pause, and I felt my chest tighten. I told myself it was nothing, just a deer, maybe a bear, something natural. But the sound had been heavy, deliberate. I turned and headed back to the cabin, moving faster than before, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. That night, I couldn't relax. Every sound outside seemed louder, sharper. The scrape of branches against the cabin, the shifting creaks of the wood, the rustle of leaves carried by the wind. I sat on the bed, staring at the door, listening. At some point, exhaustion pulled me under, but I woke again around 3 in the morning. This time, I knew I hadn't imagined it. There was movement outside. Slow, heavy steps, crunching softly against the ground, circling the cabin. My heart thudded, so hard it felt like it would break through my chest. I stayed perfectly still, my eyes fixed on the door. The steps paused, then shifted again, moving past the windows. The cabin was too dark for me to see clearly, but I could make out the faintest suggestion of a shadow passing across the glass. My mouth went dry. I didn't breathe. I waited, straining to hear, but after a long moment, the sound faded. The silence that followed was almost worse. The rest of the night stretched endlessly. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch. At first light, I stepped outside carefully. The clearing looked the same, the woods calm and still. But then I noticed the ground near the porch. In the soft dirt, clear as day, were footprints. Large, heavy boot prints, circling the cabin and leading back into the trees. The sight made my stomach twist. I was miles from the nearest town, no neighbors around, no one who should have been out there. Someone had been walking around the cabin in the middle of the night, watching. I thought about leaving right then, packing up and driving back, but a part of me refused to run. I told myself it could have been a hunter, someone lost, maybe even just passing through. But deep down, I didn't believe it. The second day dragged on. I couldn't focus on anything. Every time I tried to step into the woods, I caught myself glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees for movement. I ended up staying close to the cabin, sitting on the porch with a knife by my side, just waiting. Hours passed like that, the sun crawling slowly across the sky. By the time night came again, my nerves were stretched thin. I locked the door, pulled the chair against it, and sat awake with the knife in my hand. For a long time, nothing happened. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet. Then, sometime after midnight, I heard it again. The same slow, steady steps crunching closer. This time they didn't circle. They stopped right outside the cabin. I could hear breathing, heavy and slow, just beyond the wall. My skin prickled. I sat frozen, my grip tightening on the knife. Minutes dragged on, and the sound didn't move. Whoever it was just stood there, waiting. Finally, the footsteps shifted. I heard them move toward the window, the soft scrape of something brushing against the glass. My heart pounded. Then silence again. I waited, every muscle locked, listening for the next sound. But it never came. At some point, exhaustion broke me, and I must have drifted into a restless sleep. Morning came, and I forced myself outside. The same boot prints were there, fresh in the dirt, pressed right up against the cabin wall beneath the window. Whoever it was had stood there for a long time watching. That was when I knew I couldn't stay. I packed quickly, shoving everything back into the car, my hands shaking the whole time. I kept glancing at the woods, half expecting someone to step out and watch me leave. The drive out felt endless, every shadow on the roadside making me grip the wheel tighter. I didn't relax until the trees thinned and the paved roads returned. Even then, the unease didn't leave me. I kept replaying it in my head. The sound of those steps, the stillness outside the cabin, the footprints pressed deep into the earth. It hadn't been an animal. It hadn't been an accident. Someone had come out into the middle of nowhere, in the dead of night, just to circle that cabin. Someone had been standing there, inches away from me, watching through the glass. And the part that kept me awake long after I got home was the realization that whoever it was hadn't tried to break in. They hadn't rushed the door or smashed a window. They hadn't made a sound beyond those slow, steady steps. They were waiting, watching, and they knew exactly where I was. I had not planned for the night to turn into something I would remember for the rest of my life. It was supposed to be simple, calm, uneventful. I had driven out to the old cabin that sat at the edge of a wooded valley, far from the nearest town. It was one of those places I visited when I needed quiet, where the hum of city life could not reach me. The air was always different out there, sharper, colder at night, and the silence could stretch so deep it almost rang in my ears. The cabin was basic, nothing more than a wooden frame with a tin roof, a single room with a small stove, and a cot in the corner. There was no electricity, no phone service, just the sound of wind moving through the trees and the smell of damp earth that always seemed to cling to the valley floor. I arrived in the late afternoon, parking the truck at the narrow clearing that passed as a driveway. The ground was soft from recent rain, and my boots sank into the mud as I carried a bag of supplies inside. By the time I set everything down and started a small fire in the stove, the light outside was already fading. Twilight in the woods is never like twilight in the open. The trees absorb the last of the sun, pulling the sky into darkness before you even realize it's happening. Shadows grow quickly, and soon the forest seems to press itself against the cabin walls, as if it wants to take back the small patch of cleared land the cabin sat on. At first, the night was uneventful. I ate a simple meal of canned soup, warmed on the stove, and then stretched out on the cot, listening to the steady crackle of the fire. The roof ticked as it cooled, and now and then I heard the creak of wood shifting in the walls. It was normal, sounds I had heard before. The sort of noises you stop noticing after enough visits. But sometime after midnight, I woke up. My eyes opened in the dark, and I wasn't sure why at first. The fire had died down, leaving only a faint orange glow in the stove, not enough to light the room. The kind of glow that barely holds back the dark. My body felt tense, alert, as if it had woken itself out of instinct. My ears strained. That was when I realized the silence was too heavy. The usual night sounds, the rustle of leaves, the call of distant animals, the small tapping of branches against one another, were gone. The woods had gone completely still. I stayed on the cot for a long moment, my breath shallow, barely moving. Then I heard it. A sound that was so soft I thought at first I had imagined it. The crunch of footsteps on damp leaves, slow and deliberate. Not the scatter of an animal, not the light hop of a deer. This was heavy, careful, moving with a rhythm that only a person could make. My skin prickled, and a cold weight settled in my stomach. I sat up as quietly as I could, trying to control the creak of the cot frame beneath me. I could feel the sweat forming on my palms, even though the room was cold. The sound came again, closer this time, then stopped. The silence that followed was even worse, stretched tight and waiting. I moved slowly to the small window by the stove. The glass was old, cloudy, and in the faint light from the embers I could see little more than shapes outside. The trees stood in crooked lines, their branches shifting slightly in a weak breeze. Nothing else moved. I pressed my ear closer, straining for any sound. Then I heard it again, this time to the left, near the side of the cabin. Leaves pressing under weight, a branch snapping. Someone was out there. I knew it as clearly as I knew the beat of my own heart. I thought of the truck parked outside, but the keys were on the small table across the room. If I made too much noise, whoever was out there would hear me. I sat in the dark for what felt like hours, my back against the wall, listening. The footsteps came and went, circling the cabin. Sometimes near, sometimes fading, but always returning. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. They were taking their time. I tried to convince myself it was just a hunter passing through, maybe someone lost, but deep down I knew better. No hunter creeps around a cabin in the middle of the night without calling out. No one moves like that without purpose. The longer it went on, the more certain I became that whoever it was knew I was inside, and they were waiting for me to make a mistake. At one point, I thought I heard breathing outside the window. Slow, heavy, close enough that it felt like the glass might fog if I stared long enough. I didn't dare move. My muscles ached from holding still, my legs numb from sitting pressed against the wall, but I couldn't force myself to shift. Eventually, exhaustion began to drag at me. My eyelids felt heavy, my thoughts slow, but each time I almost drifted, the crunch of footsteps snapped me awake again. The hours stretched endlessly, the darkness thick and suffocating. I checked the faint light of my watch when I could, but time seemed to move differently out there. What felt like a full night turned out to be only a couple of hours. Just before dawn, when the first pale light began to touch the trees, the sounds finally stopped. The silence outside was different this time, lighter, no longer weighed down by the presence of something unseen. I stayed frozen until the sky turned a dull gray, then finally stood, my legs weak and unsteady beneath me. I moved to the window again, peering out as the forest slowly revealed itself. Nothing stirred. No figure stood among the trees. But when I finally stepped outside, the ground told a different story. The mud around the cabin was full of prints, deep and clear. They circled the cabin again and again, pausing here and there, some pressed right up against the walls as if the person had leaned close to listen. I followed them a few feet into the trees, but they faded quickly into the undergrowth, swallowed by the forest floor. My chest tightened as I realized how close they had been, how many times they had walked past as I sat inside listening, waiting. I went back to the cabin, locked the door, and gathered my things. I didn't bother making breakfast. I didn't even bother cleaning up. By the time the sun had fully risen, I was driving down the narrow dirt road, the cabin shrinking in my rearview mirror. Even now, I can still picture those prints in the mud, circling, lingering, never entering but never leaving. Whoever it was had stayed out there the whole night, just beyond the thin walls, patient and silent. And though I never saw their face, I knew enough to understand that they hadn't been passing through. They had come for me, or maybe for anyone foolish enough to sleep alone in a cabin in the woods. I never went back after that. The cabin still stands, I'm sure, but I couldn't bring myself to return. The thought of lying in that cot again, knowing someone could be just outside in the dark, waiting, was enough to keep me away. Sometimes I wonder if the person ever came back, circling the empty cabin, realizing it was vacant. Other times I wonder if they've found someone else since. Either way, the memory of that night is enough to remind me that the silence of the woods is never as empty as it seems. It started on a cool autumn afternoon, the kind of day where the air feels heavy with the smell of dry leaves and distant wood smoke. The sun was still out, but it was slipping lower in the sky, spilling an orange glow across the trees that surrounded the place I had decided to explore. I had driven out of town on a back road I didn't normally use, just looking for a quiet spot to walk, to clear my head, maybe take some pictures. I didn't have a real plan. That was always a mistake when you're heading into places you don't know well, but I wasn't thinking about that at the time. The road was cracked and narrow, swallowed on both sides by thick forest. The trees were tall and close, their branches leaning over the asphalt like they were trying to cage it in. I had the windows of the car rolled down, and I could hear nothing but the hum of my tires and the occasional cry of a crow. No other cars passed me, and I hadn't seen a house in miles. I spotted a small pull-off ahead where the ground opened into a gravel shoulder, so I slowed and turned in. There was a faint dirt path at the edge of the trees, half hidden by weeds, and it looked like it had been there for decades. I cut the engine, and the silence fell in around me almost instantly. Even the crows were gone now. I sat in the car for a minute, just listening to the nothingness, before I opened the door. The air was sharp and cold as soon as I stepped out, and I could hear the dry crunch of gravel under my boots. I grabbed my small backpack from the seat, slung it over one shoulder, and walked to the start of the trail. The ground was damp beneath the thin carpet of fallen leaves. My steps felt loud, almost too loud, in the stillness of the woods. The trail wound forward into the trees, twisting gently until it swallowed the view of the road. After about 10 minutes of walking, I realized the forest felt different than the woods I normally hiked. The trees were closer together, thicker, their bark dark and damp with moss. The air had a weight to it that clung to my skin, and the smell was sharper, like wet earth mixed with something stale. I kept walking because I wanted to see where it led. The trail narrowed as I went, dropping in and out of shallow dips in the earth, but it stayed clear enough to follow. The ground was uneven, covered with roots that pushed up through the dirt, forcing me to keep my eyes low so I wouldn't trip. I noticed that the further I went, the darker it seemed, even though the sun was still up. The trees knitted tighter overhead, blocking most of the light, and the forest floor felt strangely enclosed. After maybe half an hour, I came across what looked like an old stone wall running parallel to the trail. It was broken and half buried under vines, but it stretched far in both directions. I stopped and studied it, wondering why it was here, this deep in the woods. Someone had built it a long time ago, and judging by the size, it might have marked a property line or an old farm boundary. The thought of there being farmland out here, in a place now swallowed by forest, made me uneasy. I wondered how long ago people had abandoned it, and why. I pushed further down the trail, passing the wall until it finally veered off and disappeared. My boots sank into patches of soft earth, and once or twice I thought I heard movement in the underbrush off to my left. I froze when it happened, holding my breath, scanning the trees, but I never saw anything. The sound was faint, just the soft crack of twigs or a faint shuffle of leaves. Each time it happened, it felt closer. By the time I noticed how far I'd gone, it was too late to turn back without walking in the dark. The sun was sliding lower and the air was colder, heavy with dampness. I pulled out my phone to check the time, but the signal was gone. The battery icon showed it was draining faster than usual, like it always did in areas with no service. I put it back in my pocket and kept walking, figuring the trail had to loop somewhere, maybe toward another road. That was when I noticed the smell. It wasn't the earthy scent of wet leaves anymore. It was something sharper, sour, like rotting meat. It came in waves, faint at first, then stronger as I followed the curve of the path. My stomach turned as it hit me, and I pulled my jacket collar up over my mouth. I thought maybe it was a dead deer, caught somewhere in the brush, but the smell was too strong, too wide, like it wasn't just one spot, but hanging in the air all around. I slowed my steps, straining my ears. That was when I heard it again, the shuffle. Not in the distance this time, but close. Too close. It sounded heavy, dragging, like something moving with weight. I froze mid-step, trying not to make a sound, but my boot had already cracked a twig. The noise in the brush stopped. The silence after was worse than the smell. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck prickling, my pulse hammering so hard it made my head throb. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a boar maybe, or even a bear. But the thought didn't make me feel better, because being alone with either of those in thick woods was no safer. I started walking again, faster now, not running but moving with urgency. My breathing grew louder in my ears, too fast, and the trail seemed narrower the further I went. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but all I could see were the trunks of the trees stretching back into darkness. Then the smell thickened, overwhelming, so strong it coated my tongue. I gagged and pulled my collar tighter. My eyes watered from it, but I forced myself to keep going. That was when I saw it ahead of me, a clearing. The trail spilled out into a flat space where the trees opened just enough for the last of the sunlight to filter through. I stepped into it cautiously, scanning the ground. That was when I saw the bones. They were scattered across the dirt and leaves, pale against the brown earth. Some were small, maybe from deer, but others were larger, longer, thicker than I wanted to admit. Some still had dark patches of dried flesh clinging to them. My throat tightened, and I felt bile rising as I forced myself to look closer. The bones weren't just scattered randomly. They were piled. A few were stacked, like someone had dragged them here. The sour smell was choking now, heavy in the air. I looked around the clearing and saw more, half buried in leaves, some snapped in half. The edges weren't chewed the way animals usually left them. They were split clean, sharp, like tools had been used. My chest was tight with panic. I didn't want to stay there another second, but as I turned back toward the trail, I heard it again. Movement. Slow, heavy, deliberate. This time it wasn't to the side. It was directly behind me, coming from the same trail I had just walked. I couldn't see anything in the dark trees. My heart slammed in my chest as I backed further into the clearing, my eyes locked on the path. I didn't want to move deeper, but I couldn't stand with my back to the forest either. The sound grew louder, closer. Whoever, or whatever, was out there wasn't bothering to stay hidden anymore. I knew I couldn't outrun it on the narrow trail. The ground was too rough, and if I tripped, I'd never get up in time. My only chance was to break through the trees, away from the trail, and hope I found another way out. I turned and pushed into the woods, branches whipping against my arms and face. The ground dropped unevenly, and my boots slid on wet leaves. I stumbled, nearly fell, but kept moving. Behind me, I heard the heavy steps following, crashing through brush, not fast but steady, as if it knew I couldn't keep this up for long. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they were filled with lead. The forest was darker now, almost black, and I could barely see where I was going. Every step was a risk, every branch a claw pulling at my jacket. I finally stopped, chest heaving, forcing myself to listen. The forest was silent again. I stood there, bent over, sucking in cold air that cut my throat, trying to hear past the hammering of my heart. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I caught it, a faint sound, distant but there. Breathing. Slow, heavy, steady, somewhere in the trees around me. I couldn't tell where it came from. It echoed in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint. I turned slowly, scanning the black trunks, but the forest all looked the same. I didn't dare call out. I didn't dare make a sound. I forced myself to move again, slower this time, pushing through the trees in the direction I thought the road might be. My phone was useless. My sense of direction was slipping. Every tree looked like the last, every slope of the ground identical. But I kept moving, one step at a time, until finally the ground slanted upward, and I broke out of the tree line onto a strip of gravel. It was the road. Relief flooded me so fast my knees nearly buckled. I staggered to the edge and looked both ways, trying to figure out which direction I had parked. My chest was still heaving, my throat raw, but the silence pressed in again. Too quiet. Then I heard it. Behind me. From the trees. That same slow, steady breathing. I didn't wait. I ran down the road, not caring which way, just running. The gravel crunched under my boots, sharp and loud in the night air. My legs screamed with every step, but I didn't stop until I saw the faint reflection of my car's windows down the curve of the road. I reached it and fumbled for my keys with shaking hands. My breath fogged in the cold air as I yanked the door open and threw myself inside, slamming it shut and locking it. My chest heaved as I started the engine, the sound shattering the silence around me. For a moment, I sat there with my hands tight on the wheel, staring into the rearview mirror. The trees stood dark and silent behind me. Nothing moved. No sound. Just stillness. I drove out of there fast, gravel spitting under the tires, not slowing until the trees thinned and I saw the open stretch of highway ahead. Only then did I let myself breathe, the shaking in my hands refusing to stop. I don't know what was in those woods. I don't want to know. But I know it was real, and it was close, and if I had stayed even a little longer, I might not have made it out. And I will never set foot on that trail. Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I remember the first time I realized how quickly a calm day could turn into something that grips your entire body with fear. I was out on a weekend hike alone in a remote forested area I had been wanting to explore for months. The trail was supposed to be easy, mostly flat with small inclines, winding through dense patches of oak and pine. The map showed a creek cutting through the middle of the trail, and I had planned to follow it for a while before looping back. I had packed lightly, just a small backpack with water, some snacks, a flashlight, a knife, and a first aid kit. I left my phone in the car. I wanted this to be a real escape from everything. At first, the forest was beautiful. The sunlight filtered through the leaves and scattered, golden patches on the ground, and I could hear birds calling to one another in the distance. The smell of damp earth and pine was strong, but comforting. I moved at a steady pace, stepping carefully over roots and small rocks that jutted out from the path. Every so often, I stopped to look around, noticing the way the light shifted and how the shadows grew longer as the sun climbed higher. The forest felt alive, and I felt entirely alone, but in a way that was calming rather than frightening. After a couple of hours, the trail led me to a small clearing near the creek. I could hear the water trickling over rocks, the sound sharp and clear in the quiet of the forest. I sat on a fallen log, took a sip of water, and rested. I had been hiking for nearly 3 hours, and the solitude was soothing. I closed my eyes for a moment and listened. There was the rush of the water, the rustling of leaves, and something else, something faint that I couldn't immediately identify. It sounded like a heavy, deliberate breathing, not a person's but something larger, more deliberate. I opened my eyes and scanned the clearing. There was nothing, no movement, no signs of any animal, at least not that I could see. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was the wind or maybe my imagination. I packed up and started following the creek, thinking the sound would disappear. It didn't. As I moved along the bank, the breathing grew more distinct. It wasn't constant, but it came in bursts, slow and deep, almost measured, like something was watching and deciding whether to move closer. My first instinct was to slow down, to take a careful look at my surroundings, but I also felt an edge of curiosity. The forest was thick, the trees close together, their trunks wide and covered in moss. Fallen branches crisscrossed the ground, making it uneven. I kept my flashlight in hand, even though it was only mid-afternoon, the canopy overhead making parts of the trail dim and shadowed. I reached a bend in the creek where the water pooled into a small, quiet pond. The air here felt heavier, more stagnant, and the shadows longer. I stopped again, crouching slightly to get a better look around. That's when I noticed the tracks, large, uneven, and not like any animal I had ever seen. They weren't bear tracks, nor were they deer or anything smaller. They were deep, pressing into the mud as if something heavy had been walking on 2 legs. My stomach turned cold, and I immediately thought about turning back, but the trail looped around the pond, and I wasn't sure which way was safer. The forest seemed different here, denser, quieter, and somehow sharper, like the air was alerting me to something I couldn't yet see. I decided to move slowly along the edge of the pond, keeping my flashlight sweeping over the trees and undergrowth. Every step made the twigs snap under my boots, and every snap echoed far too loudly. I could feel my pulse quicken. The breathing sound was closer now, unmistakably near, and each exhale was slow, heavy, deliberate. I tried to tell myself it was a deer or some other animal, but nothing moved, and the sound didn't come from where a normal animal would. My eyes darted around, searching for movement, but all I saw were shadows, long and jagged, moving in ways that made my chest tighten. Then I saw it, a figure, hunched slightly, moving between the trees on the other side of the pond. It didn't run, it didn't make a noise, but the way it moved was deliberate, purposeful, like it knew exactly where I was. I froze. My body refused to move. My mind raced, trying to think of what it could be. It was larger than a man, but its movements were human-like. I slowly reached into my backpack and touched the knife handle. Not to fight, but to feel like I had some control, some chance. The figure didn't approach the pond. It stayed just on the edge of the shadows, watching. I felt like I was being studied, measured, and I could feel my skin prickle with the awareness of its gaze. I backed away slowly, trying to put more distance between myself and whatever it was. I kept the knife in hand and the flashlight sweeping the forest, trying to keep it illuminated, trying to make it clear that I was aware. The breathing stopped for a moment. Then, a branch snapped far to my left. My head whipped in that direction, but there was nothing, only the thick brush and the dense trees. My instincts screamed at me to run, and I finally obeyed. My boots slipped on the muddy ground near the pond as I broke into a sprint, following the trail that led back the way I had come. The sound of my heartbeat filled my ears, but behind me, I could hear the breathing again, faint at first, then growing louder. It wasn't chasing in a direct line. It was moving through the forest, faster than it should have been able to, keeping pace without breaking into a full run. The trail twisted and turned, the trees pressing closer, the underbrush thickening. Every so often, I stumbled over roots, my flashlight swinging wildly, casting erratic beams of light across the forest. Shadows seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally in the movement, but I kept going, ignoring the cuts on my hands and legs from the branches. The sound of the breathing was everywhere, surrounding me, pressing in. It wasn't constant. It came and went, but every time it came, it was closer than I expected. After what felt like hours, but was only minutes, I broke into a small clearing where I had parked my car. Relief surged through me, but I didn't slow down. I fumbled with the keys, shaking, mud on my hands, my shirt torn. The figure was not in sight, but I didn't take a chance. I threw the door open, jumped in, and locked it instantly. My flashlight still on, I swept the area around the car. Nothing. No movement, no shadows, no sound. Only the still forest, silent except for the distant trickle of the creek. I started the engine and drove off the trail, keeping my eyes on the rearview mirror, expecting to see something, anything following. The road back to the main highway was long, twisting through more forest, and every so often I would glimpse shadows at the edge of the trees, fleeting, disappearing before I could focus. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly my knuckles went white. My mind replayed every step I had taken, every sound, every flash of movement. I kept thinking about the tracks by the pond, about the breathing, about the way it had studied me without moving too close. Eventually, I reached the highway. The safety of other cars, of lights, of people, felt overwhelming. I kept driving for miles, refusing to stop until I reached a gas station in a small town, the kind with bright lights and open signs. I parked, leaving the engine running, and went inside to pay for gas and a bottle of water. I kept glancing out the windows, half expecting to see it standing outside, hidden in the shadows. But the lot was empty, the town quiet but normal. People walked past, oblivious, and I could hear cars and voices in the distance. By the time I returned to my car and drove the final stretch home, the fear had subsided into a deep, bone-deep tension, a kind of exhaustion that comes from being aware of something constantly and narrowly escaping it. I unpacked my backpack, cleaned the cuts and scratches, and sat down to try to calm my mind. I realized then that the forest hadn't changed. The trail hadn't changed. Nothing had. But something had followed me, something that moved with a silent intelligence, that knew exactly how to stalk without revealing itself until I was aware. I never went back to that trail. I researched the area and found nothing unusual, no warnings, no reports of dangerous animals or escaped exotic pets. But I know what I saw and heard. I know the way the figure moved, the way it observed me, the way the breathing seemed calculated, almost clinical. And I know that I got lucky, that I escaped. I know now that the forest holds more than beauty and calm. It holds something else, something patient, something aware, and I carry that memory with me every time I step into the woods. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, every shadow stretching in the fading light reminds me of that day, of how fragile the line between safety and danger can be, and how easy it is to be watched without ever seeing what's watching you. Even now, years later, I drive past forests and remember the creek, the pond, the tracks, and that slow, deliberate breathing that almost caught me. And I remember the way the sunlight played through the trees, almost mocking the fear I felt, hiding the shadow that moved just beyond my sight. I never hiked alone in the wild again. I never wanted to feel that uncertainty, that constant edge, that undeniable knowledge that something else is moving, waiting, and calculating every step you take. It changed the way I see the woods, the quiet, the stillness, the peace. Because peace can be an illusion, and the forest never forgets. I remember the first time I went deep into the woods alone. It wasn't planned to be scary, at least not at first. I had been hiking around smaller trails for years, always sticking to paths I knew well. But that day I decided to take a route I hadn't explored. It was early morning, the kind of day when the sun barely reaches the thickest parts of the forest, leaving everything in a soft, gray light. The air was damp and smelled faintly of wet leaves and moss. My pack was heavy with essentials: water, some snacks, a first aid kit, and a flashlight. I had no intention of staying overnight. It was just supposed to be a long walk. The trail started normal enough. I could hear birds in the distance and the wind moving through the trees. The path was narrow but clear, lined with ferns and fallen leaves. Every so often, I would hear the snap of a branch or the crunch of leaves behind me, but I assumed it was just animals or the wind. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. Birds stopped calling, the wind seemed to die down, and every little sound seemed louder than it should be. Even the sound of my own boots on the trail was deafening. I kept moving, telling myself I was imagining things. After a couple of hours, the path split. One fork seemed wider and flatter, the other narrower and descending into a thick grove of trees. I chose the narrower one. It felt like a shortcut. I was trying to see more of the forest, to feel the isolation and distance from the usual crowded trails. Within minutes, I realized the path wasn't maintained at all. Branches hung low, and the ground was uneven, soaked in mud and rotting leaves. Every step I took sank slightly into the soil. My boots were wet in moments, and I could feel the cold seeping through. I didn't care. I was committed. After another hour, I reached a small clearing. It was almost perfectly circular, surrounded by dense trees on all sides. The sun broke through in a single narrow beam, illuminating a patch of damp grass in the center. Something felt wrong here. The air was heavier, stiller, as if it didn't want to move. The silence was thick. I stopped and listened. At first, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, soft and hesitant. I froze, straining my ears. Then it stopped. Nothing. I told myself it was my imagination, just the wind shifting leaves. I shook my head and kept going. The trail twisted back into the trees and started to descend steeply. My legs were tired, my boots soaked and muddy, and the sky was starting to darken in the thick canopy above. That's when I noticed the sound. It wasn't a branch snapping or a bird calling. It was breathing, heavy, deliberate, slow breaths. I froze. My heart slammed in my chest. The sound was close, coming from behind a clump of trees to my left. I considered running, but the terrain was rough, and I didn't want to fall. I stayed still, listening. The breaths continued, deliberate and low. I could hear them rising and falling, matching some rhythm that felt terrifyingly human. Instinct finally kicked in. I started moving, carefully at first, then faster, trying to put distance between myself and whatever was there. Every step I took on the wet leaves made a loud crunch. I wanted to be silent, but it was impossible. My heart was pounding so hard I was afraid it would give me away. I glanced back. I couldn't see anything, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Every shadow looked like it was moving. Every tree trunk seemed to hide a figure. My imagination was probably exaggerating everything, but that didn't matter. My instincts were screaming at me to get out. I found a narrow path leading down to a small creek. The sound of running water was faintly soothing. I followed it, hoping it would lead somewhere familiar. The path was overgrown, but I had to keep moving. I slipped in the mud once, my hand scraping against a tree bark and leaving a sting. I wiped it quickly and kept going. The light was fading fast, and I realized I was far deeper in the forest than I had intended. The sense of isolation was suffocating. Every step forward felt like a gamble. Then I heard something else. Not breathing, not footsteps, but a low growl. It was muffled, coming from somewhere in the darkness beyond the creek. My stomach dropped. I had never been a big fan of wild animals, and I knew there could be bears, mountain lions, or even wolves in this region. My first thought was to find a place to climb or hide, but there were no trees big enough, and the ground was too uneven. I was stuck between the creek and whatever was out there. My mind raced. I knew running blindly could get me hurt or attract the animal. Staying still seemed almost worse. I remembered the flashlight in my pack. I pulled it out, fumbling to turn it on. The beam cut a narrow path through the darkness, illuminating the creek and the muddy banks. I scanned the area carefully. At first, nothing moved. Then I saw it, a large shadow, crouched low, moving slowly along the edge of the trees. It wasn't running, just watching, tracking. My heart froze. It didn't attack immediately, just followed my movements. I tried to stay calm, taking slow steps backward along the creek. The mud made it difficult, and every movement made a wet squelch sound that seemed deafening in the silence. I realized I needed to leave the forest completely before night fell. I knew the main trail wasn't far from here. I had seen it on the map. I turned carefully, keeping my flashlight low, and started walking along the creek's edge, hoping the shadow wouldn't follow me across the water. The mud was worse than I thought. Every few steps I slipped, catching myself with the pack strap or my hands on the grass. My legs were shaking from fear and exhaustion. The sound of breathing or growling never left me. It was always just behind the trees, always keeping pace, but never making a full attack. After what felt like hours, though it was probably closer to 40 minutes, I saw something I recognized, a large boulder near a bend in the creek that marked the edge of the main trail. Relief washed over me. I broke into a run, slipping and sliding through the mud, barely caring about my soaked clothes or scraped hands. The shadow didn't follow this time. I didn't look back. I just ran until the forest thinned and I reached the trail. Familiar markers, the jagged bark of an old oak, the split log I had passed earlier, gave me confirmation I was back on known ground. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. My boots were caked in mud, my shirt torn, and my hands scratched, but I didn't care. I locked the doors and sat inside, trying to catch my breath. The headlights illuminated the path behind me, and for a moment, I thought I saw something moving in the tree-line, but when I blinked it was gone. I drove home slowly, staying on main roads and avoiding any shortcuts. I didn't speak to anyone, didn't call anyone. I just needed to be out of the forest completely. That night, I unpacked my bag, washed the mud from my hands and face, and looked at the scratches along my arms. It could have been worse, far worse. I realized how close I had come to being trapped, or worse, attacked. I had underestimated the woods, underestimated how alone you can feel even when you're prepared. There was no fantasy, no ghost, no fairy tale monster. Just me and something that shouldn't have been there, watching, tracking. And sometimes that's worse than any made-up fear, because it's real, it's dangerous, and it can happen to anyone who thinks they know the forest. The next day, I returned to the trail, this time with a friend. We went only a short distance, taking marked paths and staying near open areas. I told myself I had to confront it in some way, to not let the fear take over completely. The woods felt different with someone else there. Every noise wasn't a threat. The trees were no longer menacing. But the memory stayed, the heavy breathing, the low growl, the shadow following me silently along the creek. It stayed with me for weeks, reminding me of how easy it is to get lost, to be watched, and how quickly a hike can turn into something terrifying. Even months later, I still check my backpack before heading into any trail. I carry extra tools, water, and make sure someone knows exactly where I am. The memory hasn't faded, and I don't think it ever will. But I survived, and that made it clear. Fear is manageable when you respect the forest, pay attention, and never assume you're completely alone, even when it feels like you are. Every leaf, every shadow, every sound can matter. And sometimes, being careful is the difference between returning home safely and becoming just another story that no one hears. I remember the day clearly, though at the time I didn't realize how much it would stick with me. It was midsummer, the kind of heat that makes the air shimmer and the dirt smell dry and dusty. I had decided to take a short trip into the backwoods of a state park I had never visited before. The plan was simple, a solo hike to clear my head, a little camping, and then back to the car the next day. I packed light, carrying just a small backpack with water, some snacks, a flashlight, a pocket knife, and a thin sleeping bag. I told myself I was prepared, though I knew deep down I wasn't experienced at all. I had no one to show me the ropes, and the idea of being alone in the woods both thrilled and unnerved me. The drive to the park was easy enough, the roads winding through farmland and patches of forest. I parked at the trailhead in the late afternoon, noting the sun was starting to dip, casting long shadows across the trees. The trail itself was narrow and overgrown in places, with dirt so dry it crunched under my boots. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and I could hear birds calling out, their songs echoing faintly between the trunks. I felt a strange sense of excitement, like stepping into a world removed from the routines of everyday life. At first, the hike was peaceful. The trail climbed gently, winding past fallen logs and shallow creeks. I stopped often, crouching to examine plants or listen to distant woodpeckers tapping against trunks. Eventually, I left the trail behind without really noticing, following a faint path I thought would loop back eventually. I didn't want to admit it at the time, but I was already wandering off course. The The forest became denser, the trees closer together, the underbrush thicker and thornier. The sunlight dimmed as it filtered through the canopy, making everything take on a muted, shadowed quality. I realized I had been walking for hours, and the sun was much lower than I had thought. I began to look for a place to set up camp, trying to find a flat patch of ground. It took a while, but I finally found a small clearing surrounded by thick trees and bushes. I set down my pack and began arranging my sleeping bag and supplies. The further the light faded, the more every sound seemed amplified. The rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs, the distant call of an unknown animal. I kept telling myself I was safe, but the unease in my chest refused to fade. As night fully set in, the forest became almost suffocating in its silence. I lit a small fire with difficulty, the dry wood crackling and sending brief sparks into the air. The warmth was comforting, but the shadows around me felt heavier, as if the trees themselves were leaning closer, watching. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, that the woods always seemed darker at night. But then I heard the first odd sound, a low, dragging noise somewhere beyond the clearing, moving slowly across the forest floor. My pulse quickened and I froze. I listened carefully, but the sound stopped. I told myself it was probably a deer, or maybe a branch falling. Anything but the thought that crossed my mind. I wasn't alone. I ate my small dinner, trying to focus on the mundane task of eating, but the noises continued. There was a snapping of twigs, the shuffle of leaves, an occasional scraping that made my skin crawl. I shone my flashlight into the darkness, but it revealed nothing beyond the immediate edge of my firelight. Every time I thought I saw movement, it vanished before I could be sure. The fire began to die down, and I realized I hadn't brought enough wood to last all night. I considered moving closer to a bigger pile of fallen branches I had seen near the trees, but the thought of leaving the relative safety of the clearing made me hesitate. Hours seemed to pass like minutes. Every small sound was magnified in the quiet, and I started to feel the weight of isolation pressing down on me. Then I heard it again, the dragging sound, slow and deliberate, coming from one side of the clearing. My first instinct was to run, but my legs refused to cooperate. I gripped my knife tightly, wishing I had brought something heavier. The sound grew closer, accompanied by occasional thumps, like something large moving over the uneven forest floor. I told myself it had to be a wild animal, maybe a bear or a wild boar, though I had never encountered either at night. I tried to reason, tried to calm myself, but my heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. Suddenly, the sound stopped directly at the edge of the firelight. I could hear the crunch of leaves beneath heavy steps. My breathing caught in my throat as I strained to see anything at all. There was a long pause, then a sudden rustle, and a small, fast movement darted across the clearing. My fight or flight instinct kicked in, and I grabbed my pack and ran blindly into the trees, not stopping to look back. The forest closed in around me, branches scraping my arms and face, the ground uneven and treacherous. I fell more than once, cutting my hands and knees on sharp rocks and roots, but I kept running. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled into a narrow creek bed. I paused to catch my breath, my clothes soaked in sweat and dirt. I listened, but the sounds behind me had vanished. The forest was quiet again, though the silence was different now, heavier, ominous. I followed the creek, hoping it would lead me back to a trail. The water was cold against my hands as I waited, and the current slowed my progress, but I was desperate to get out. Hours passed, and I began to lose all sense of direction. The darkness made everything unfamiliar, and I was increasingly aware that I had no idea where I was or how far I had wandered from my starting point. At some point, I came across a small wooden bridge spanning the creek. I didn't remember seeing it on the trail map, but I hoped it meant I was close to some sort of path. I crossed carefully, testing the planks with each step. On the other side, I spotted faint light filtering through the trees, a glimmer of moonlight reflecting off something metallic. I approached cautiously and realized it was a thin wire fence, likely marking the boundary of a private property or old logging area. Relief washed over me. If I could follow the fence line, I might find a road or another trail. I followed it for what felt like forever, carefully avoiding the thicker parts of the forest. Every shadow made me jump, every rustle made me freeze, but I forced myself to keep moving. Just before dawn, I finally emerged from the trees onto a narrow dirt road. My legs were shaking, my body sore and bruised, but I could see the familiar colors of my car parked at the trailhead in the distance. I ran the last stretch, collapsing into the driver's seat, shaking uncontrollably. I didn't stop to think about what had been following me or what might have been in those woods. I just drove, taking the longest route back to town to make sure I wasn't being watched. When I finally got home, I cleaned my cuts, drank water, and sat quietly, replaying every detail of the night. I realized how easily I had underestimated the forest, how small mistakes like leaving the trail or underestimating the dark could have been deadly. In the following days, I looked up the park online, checking maps and trail guides. I discovered there had been reports of a large bear in that area, one that had been spotted near the trails at night. It all made sense: the dragging noises, the weight I felt nearby, the rustling that seemed almost too deliberate. I felt a mixture of relief and lingering fear. Relief that I had survived, fear that the next person might not be so lucky if they made the same mistake. From that trip, I learned more than I ever expected. I learned to respect the forest, to never assume I could handle it unprepared, and to never underestimate the sounds of the night. The experience stayed with me, shaping the way I approached the outdoors. I returned to hiking, but I did so with caution, preparation, and an understanding that the woods were not a playground. They were alive, unpredictable, and sometimes dangerously close to home. Even years later, I still remember the smell of the dry pine, the cold rush of the creek water, and the feeling of being watched when no one was there. It changed the way I saw solitude, safety, and survival, leaving me with a lesson that was impossible to forget. I remember driving down that narrow dirt road, the kind that twists and turns through the forest, the sun just starting to dip behind the trees. The air was thick with the smell of wet leaves and earth, and the forest on either side was so dense that the fading light barely reached the ground. I had decided to take this road on a whim, wanting to explore a trail I had read about online, a place supposedly far from any real human presence. I told myself it would be a peaceful break from the city, a place to camp for the night, hear some birds, maybe even catch sight of deer or other wildlife. I had no idea how quickly that sense of adventure would turn into something that made my heart race in ways I couldn't control. The road was rough, uneven, and full of loose rocks. My car's suspension rattled with every bump, and I kept my speed low, trying not to miss any sharp edges or hidden dips. Every so often, a large tree branch would have fallen across the path, forcing me to slow down, swerve, and sometimes even back up. As the shadows grew longer and the road became less defined, I realized that there weren't any signs, any markers, or even the faintest hint of a path diverging from the main track. It felt like I was driving straight into the middle of nowhere, and the thought should have unsettled me more than it did. Instead, I felt a strange thrill, a mix of fear and curiosity. Eventually, I came to a small clearing, a rough patch of flattened earth surrounded on all sides by towering pines and oaks. I pulled the car over and stepped out, stretching my legs and taking a deep breath of the forest air. The temperature had dropped noticeably, the shadows thickened, and the occasional rustle of leaves sounded unnervingly close. I could hear the soft babble of a stream somewhere in the distance, though I couldn't see it. I unpacked my small bag, taking out a lantern, a water bottle, and a light camping stove, setting up a simple area for the night. I hadn't planned on staying too long, maybe just enough to enjoy the forest before turning back in the morning. The sun finally disappeared completely, and the forest was swallowed by darkness. The lantern I lit cast a small pool of orange light around my camping spot, leaving the surrounding woods in deep shadow. The sounds of the forest became more pronounced: the soft snap of twigs, the distant call of an owl, the rustle of something moving through the underbrush. I told myself it was just small animals, squirrels, raccoons, deer, things that belonged there. But every now and then, I'd catch the sensation of being watched, the hair on the back of my neck standing up, as though something was observing me just beyond the reach of the light. After making a simple meal on the stove, I cleaned up and decided to explore the immediate area. I stayed close to the clearing, shining my flashlight over roots and rocks, making sure I didn't stumble. The ground was uneven, covered in leaves that muffled my footsteps, but every so often I'd hear a louder crack, like someone or something was moving quickly through the forest. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination. The forest can play tricks on you at night, shadows shifting, sounds echoing, turning small things into something far bigger in your mind. But then I noticed it: footprints. Not animal prints. Human. Bare feet. mud clinging to the soles, leading from the tree toward the clearing and stopping just a few yards from where I stood. I froze, staring at them, my pulse quickening. The prints were fresh, the mud still moist. Whoever it was, they had been here recently, maybe even while I was cooking dinner. I grabbed a small knife from my bag and held it loosely, the only comfort against the unease rising in my chest. I considered getting back into the car and leaving immediately, but something kept me from moving. Part of me wanted to know who, or what, was out there. The forest had an almost magnetic pull, urging me deeper, whispering that it wasn't too late to see more, to find answers. I took a careful step forward, the lantern light barely cutting through the darkness, and followed the prints toward the edge of the clearing. They led to a fallen log, where they disappeared, as though the person had simply vanished into the night. I scanned the trees, my ears straining for anything unusual. A low breeze rustled the branches, carrying with it a faint metallic scent, like rust or old blood. My stomach churned. I decided to return to the car and wait it out. The forest at night was a different world, quiet in some ways, deafening in others. Every sound felt amplified, the flap of wings, the snap of a twig, the shift of earth beneath heavy feet. I sat in the car, the engine off, my senses on high alert, the knife still clutched in my hand. Hours passed slowly, the darkness pressing in, and though I heard nothing that I could identify with certainty, I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were on me, watching, tracking. Every now and then, I thought I saw movement in the shadows, brief flashes just at the edge of the light, disappearing as quickly as they appeared. By the time the first hints of dawn began to touch the sky, I had decided that I wasn't staying here any longer. I packed up quickly, my movements sharp, careful not to drop anything or make too much noise. As I started the car and pulled onto the road, I noticed the mud again. The same bare footprints were trailing behind me now, though they hadn't been there when I first arrived. They stretched along the edge of the clearing, sometimes close enough that it seemed the person, or whatever it was walking parallel to me in the shadows. My heart raced as I drove, keeping my eyes on the road and the tree-line, the forest feeling alive with hidden movement. I didn't stop until I reached a small bridge over a creek, a point where the dirt road met a gravel path leading back to the main highway. The prints stopped here, and I didn't see them again. Relief washed over me in a rush so intense I almost started shaking. I glanced at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure standing behind the car, but there was nothing, only the trees swaying gently in the morning wind. Driving back to the highway, I couldn't stop thinking about the footprints, about how close someone had been without ever revealing themselves fully. I realized that they weren't lost hikers, not someone like me. Whoever had been there knew the forest, knew how to move without being seen. The thought made me sick, imagining that for hours I had been sharing a clearing, potentially observed, while I thought I was alone. By the time I reached a gas station, sunlight fully illuminating the world, the forest behind me looked calm, serene, almost inviting. I knew better. I knew that what I had experienced wasn't a fluke, wasn't imagination. That forest had held something unknown, something skilled and deliberate, and it had chosen to stay hidden. I refilled my tank, bought a bottle of water, and sat for a long time, trying to calm my mind, replaying every sound, every shadow, every step. After a while, I drove home, the city skyline welcoming me with familiar noise and light. I made myself a strong cup of coffee and sat by the window, thinking about the night. I kept replaying it, trying to make sense, trying to rationalize every detail. It wasn't until later that evening, looking out at my quiet street, that I finally allowed myself to breathe. I realized that even though it had been terrifying, I had made it through, and I had a clear memory of everything that happened. I knew the forest would continue to exist, mysterious and dark, but I also knew I had returned safely to the world of light, and that alone was enough. I made a mental note never to go back there alone at night, never to underestimate the subtle dangers of an empty forest. But I also knew I wouldn't forget it, the cold smell of the earth, the quiet snapping of twigs, the footprints in the mud. It had left its mark on me, and I carried it home, a reminder of how close the unknown can get when you think you are alone. Even now, weeks later, whenever I hear a rustle in my backyard or a branch snap outside my window, I remember that clearing, those prints, and the forest that seemed alive with unseen presence. It was a fear that stayed with me, not the kind that paralyzed, but the kind that sharpened every sense, made me aware of the fragility of safety and the thin line between being alone and being watched. I never returned to that road, but the memory is vivid, clear, and I can still feel the chill of that night in my bones. A constant reminder that some places are better left undisturbed, and some shadows are better left unseen. I remember the first time I went out alone into the deep woods near the old logging road. It was late spring, the air still cool at night, and everything smelled like damp earth and pine. I had parked my car at the edge of the forest, where the gravel turned into mud after the last rain, and had walked in with just a small backpack. Inside were the essentials: a flashlight, some water, a pocket knife, a map, and a granola bar or two. I had planned to spend the night somewhere far off the main path, hoping to find a quiet clearing where I could set up a small tarp, lie back, and watch the stars. The first hour was peaceful, almost too quiet. The forest seemed alive, but in a calm, steady way. Birds chirped occasionally, and the wind stirred the tops of the trees. Sunlight had faded into a dusky orange, then a deep blue, and shadows thickened. I kept my flashlight off for now, wanting to preserve my night vision, and I stayed alert, listening to every small snap of a twig or rustle of leaves. My boots sank slightly in the soft, wet ground, and the smell of mud and pine needles clung to me. Everything was fine, or at least it felt fine. As darkness deepened, I came across a stream that wasn't on my map. Its water moved swiftly, reflecting the dim light like tiny sheets of glass. I knelt down to drink some water and felt the cold rush over my hands, cutting through the warmth of the day that lingered in my clothes. When I looked up, the forest on the other side of the stream seemed different. It wasn't just dark, it was heavier, denser, almost like the trees themselves were pressing together, forming a wall I couldn't pass through. I thought about turning back, but I had walked far, and the idea of going back the way I came made me uneasy. Something about retracing my steps in growing darkness felt wrong. I took a deep breath and decided to follow the stream, thinking it would eventually lead to an open area, or at least a trail. As I moved along the water's edge, my flashlight became necessary. Its narrow beam cut through the darkness, illuminating moss-covered rocks and fallen branches. Each step had to be careful, especially over roots that could twist an ankle in a second. The sound of the water was comforting at first, but after a while it felt too loud, echoing off the unseen walls of trees, filling the silence with a constant, unrelenting noise. I started to notice how still everything else was. No birds, no insects, nothing except the rush of the stream. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. My stomach tightened. I couldn't explain why, but my instincts screamed that I wasn't alone. That feeling didn't go away. Every time a branch cracked somewhere deeper in the woods, my pulse jumped. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but the flashlight only showed dense darkness beyond its narrow beam. I tried to convince myself it was a deer or some small animal, but the movements were subtle and deliberate, not random. They weren't close enough to see clearly, but they were definitely there. Hours passed. At some point, I stopped looking at my map entirely. It had become useless. The forest changed too fast, and landmarks that seemed familiar in the fading light had disappeared entirely. The trees grew taller, their trunks straighter and darker, and the underbrush became thornier. My flashlight's battery started to dim, and I realized I hadn't thought about a backup. My heart began to race at the thought of being completely blind in this forest. I decided to set up my tarp near a cluster of large boulders that jutted out of the forest floor like the remnants of some ancient wall. It wasn't an ideal spot, but it was something solid, something I could wedge myself against to avoid the cold wind that had started to pick up. I didn't light a fire. It was too risky. Fires attract attention, and I didn't want to reveal my presence to whatever was moving out there. Instead, I used my flashlight just long enough to arrange my sleeping bag and sit down. I ate a granola bar, my hands shaking slightly, partly from the cold and partly from the creeping dread I couldn't shake. I was exhausted, but sleep didn't come. Every little noise startled me. I heard something moving in the underbrush, low and heavy, but it wasn't a deer. Deer make noise when they move, but this sound was different, deliberate, measured, patient. It followed me at a distance, always staying just out of the flashlight's reach. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination, but I knew better. The rustling stopped when I froze, and started again when I moved. Whatever it was, it knew I was awake. I could feel it, like the tension in the forest itself had shifted to focus on me. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. My flashlight flickered and went out completely. The darkness was immediate and complete, and I realized I had no idea where I had set up. Panic clawed at me. I could hear my own breathing, harsh and shallow, echoing off the rocks. I wanted to move, to find a safer place, but every step felt like stepping into the unknown. I stayed crouched, my knife in hand, listening. Then I heard it, a low, guttural sound like a growl, far away but unmistakable. It wasn't a wolf or a dog. It was something bigger, something that could easily overpower me. My stomach sank. My mind raced through everything I knew about the animals in this forest. Bears, mountain lions, maybe a large boar. None of it mattered. I had to survive until morning. I stayed completely still for what felt like hours, counting my breaths, trying to make myself small, invisible. The sounds of movement never stopped. Occasionally, I thought I heard footsteps on the leaves nearby, then nothing. I told myself not to move until first light. I thought about the emergency whistle in my pack, but I was terrified that making a sound would draw the thing closer instead of helping me. Then I remembered the stream. Water is a signal. Animals avoid moving across it quickly if they are hunting. I decided that when it became light enough to see, I would crawl to the water's edge and follow it upstream or downstream, whichever led to an opening. I had no choice. I couldn't stay where I was forever. Morning didn't come as quickly as I hoped. When the first pale gray light seeped through the trees, I froze, waiting for my eyes to adjust. The shadows were long, but I could start to make out the forest floor again. Slowly, carefully, I moved toward the stream. Every step was measured. The growl I had heard at night didn't return, but the sense of being watched didn't fade. The water rushed past, cold and clear, and I followed its bank, slipping on wet rocks, falling once but getting up immediately. After what felt like hours, I finally saw a clearing ahead. My relief was immediate but cautious. Open spaces are safer. Predators prefer cover. I moved into the clearing, scanning constantly. In the distance, I saw the familiar shapes of the logging road, the same gravel I had parked on the night before. Adrenaline surged through me, giving me the strength to run the last few hundred meters. I didn't look back. When I reached my car, I was soaked muddy and exhausted. I locked the doors behind me and sat there, letting the engine run, staring at the forest. Whatever had been out there had stayed just beyond sight, patient and quiet. I realized that I had never actually seen it, and part of me didn't want to. The forest had tested me, and I had survived. I drove back to town slowly, constantly checking the rearview mirror, not wanting to take any chances. The morning sun eventually rose fully, washing the landscape in warm light, and the tension in my body slowly released. I had made it out. That night, back in my apartment, I washed off the mud and soaked in a hot shower, my body shaking from the cold and fear. I didn't tell anyone where I had been. There was no point. Some experiences are meant to be endured alone. I thought about going back to the woods eventually, but I knew I would never go in the same way again. I had learned how fragile comfort is, how easily darkness and isolation can consume you. The forest was still out there, waiting, quiet but alive, and I had survived it. That knowledge stayed with me, sharp and clear, and it changed how I moved through the world from that day forward. I never underestimated my surroundings again, and I never took silence or solitude lightly. I had been tested and had made it back whole, and that was enough. I remember that morning clearly, even though it has been years since it happened. I had decided to take a solo hike deep into the forest, the kind of trail that wasn't well marked, the kind where few people ever went, and where cell service was basically non-existent. The air was crisp, carrying a scent of pine and damp soil from last night's rain. I parked my car at a small clearing by the side of a dirt road and set off, my backpack light but filled with essentials: water, some snacks, a first aid kit, a map that was already slightly torn, and a flashlight, even though it was early in the day. The trail started out relatively easy, a gentle incline with soft dirt under my boots and the occasional protruding root or loose rock. I followed a narrow path that twisted through tall trees, sunlight filtering through their branches in scattered golden patterns. Birds called occasionally, their songs seeming too cheerful for what I would eventually experience, and a light wind rustled the leaves, creating a whispering sound I initially found calming. After a few hours, I realized I had gone much further than I expected. The trail became less defined, turning into a series of vague clearings between dense trees. The forest thickened, the air damp and cooler, and a faint, constant hum of insects filled the background. I stopped to check my map, trying to confirm my route, but the lines were confusing, and the landmarks were no longer visible. I realized then that I was likely off the main path. Despite the unease settling in, I continued. I told myself it wasn't a big deal. I had been hiking off-trail before, but as I walked deeper, the feeling of isolation grew heavier. The trees seemed taller and more oppressive, their branches interlocking overhead to block more of the sunlight. The air felt thicker, harder to breathe, and the shadows seemed to shift in ways that didn't make sense. Every so often, I thought I saw movement in the corners of my eyes, shapes that were gone when I looked directly. I reached a small clearing where a fallen tree had created a natural bridge over a narrow stream. The water was clear but moved faster than it should have for such a small stream, and the noise of it rushing over rocks seemed louder in the otherwise still forest. I crossed carefully, my boots slipping slightly on the wet wood, and once on the other side, I paused to rest. My legs ached, and I drank some water, trying to shake off the growing feeling that I was being watched. I decided to keep moving, heading uphill. The incline was steep, and the soil loose and slippery. Small rocks shifted under my weight, and I had to use my hands to steady myself on roots and low-hanging branches. The forest grew denser, the ground covered in thick moss and fallen leaves that made every step uncertain. I noticed a strange smell then, something metallic and sharp, faint but distinct, carried on the wind. It made my stomach twist. The sun was lower now, the forest darker, and I realized that if I didn't find a clearing soon, I might be forced to continue in near darkness. My flashlight was in my pack, but I wanted to avoid using it if possible, preferring to rely on the remaining daylight. The rustling of the leaves and the constant hum of insects continued, but every now and then, there was a sudden snap of a twig or the crunch of leaves that wasn't from me. My heart would jump every time, and I found myself glancing behind, though I saw nothing. Eventually, I found what looked like a faint path, worn slightly into the forest floor, as if others had walked it before. I followed it, hoping it would lead somewhere safer. It wound around a small ridge and led me to a place where the trees thinned, revealing a wide, shallow valley. I paused, scanning the area, trying to figure out if I could make camp here for the night if necessary. The valley floor was uneven, with rocks and roots making it uncomfortable, but it was open enough that I could see any approaching movement. I made a mental note to consider it if I had no other choice. I kept walking, thinking I could find a better spot, and that's when I saw it. A large, dark shape standing near the edge of the clearing, just at the tree line. It didn't move at first, just watching. My stomach dropped, and I froze. It was hard to tell exactly what it was, too big to be a deer, but the shape was low, muscular. I thought of bears first, and my pulse accelerated. I remembered reading that bears usually avoid humans, but I also remembered that they can be unpredictable. I slowly reached for the bear spray I kept in my pack, my hands trembling slightly. Then it moved, not quickly, but deliberately, stepping out of the shadow and into a patch of sunlight. I could see it clearly now, a large mountain lion. Its fur was tawny, and its eyes locked on me with an intensity that made me feel like every movement I made was mirrored in its own thoughts. It didn't make a sound, but the forest around us seemed to hold its breath. I knew running could trigger a chase, so I froze, slowly backing away while keeping my eyes on it. The lion's tail flicked, muscles tense, and I realized that I had underestimated how close I had come to walking into its territory. I moved sideways, careful not to turn my back, trying to put distance between myself and it. Every snap of a branch under my boot seemed deafening. I remembered reading about making yourself look larger, so I lifted my arms slowly, trying to appear as big and intimidating as possible. The lion crouched slightly, but didn't charge. Its eyes followed every motion, calculating. My mind raced, thinking about the advice I had read, but nothing could prepare me for the sheer presence of a predator that could kill me with a single pounce. Minutes stretched, and I realized I had to get out of the clearing. I scanned the perimeter and saw a path that led toward denser trees on the opposite side, a potential cover, but also more unknowns. I took a deep breath and began moving slowly, deliberately, staying low but maintaining eye contact. The lion stayed at the edge of the clearing, watching, following with its eyes. My heart pounded in my chest, each step feeling louder than the last. Finally, I reached the tree line and ducked into the shadows. I didn't stop moving until I was sure I had put enough distance between myself and the animal. My body shook uncontrollably, but I forced myself to keep walking, following the terrain downhill, hoping to reach the stream I had crossed earlier. I knew water would lead me to lower ground, and potentially back toward the road. Hours passed as I navigated through the forest in near darkness, guided by the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the snapping of twigs, the distant calls of animals, made me flinch, my mind replaying the image of the mountain lion's eyes. I stayed low, moving carefully, avoiding open areas whenever possible. I stumbled several times, scraping my hands and knees, but kept going, knowing that stopping could be dangerous. Eventually, I reached the stream again. The sound of running water was a relief, a familiar landmark. I followed its course, careful not to slip on the wet rocks. The forest began to thin, and faint traces of the dirt road I had parked on emerged in the moonlight. I allowed myself a small sigh of relief, but kept moving, alert for any sudden movement. Finally, I reached the clearing where I had left my car. The sight of it, illuminated faintly by the moon, brought a wave of relief that almost overwhelmed me. I quickly checked the area, making sure no predators were nearby, and then climbed in, locking the doors. My hands shook so badly I could barely start the engine. I drove slowly, still scanning the edges of the forest, my mind replaying every moment from earlier. By the time I reached the main road, the first hints of dawn were breaking. The world felt safer, the air warmer, and the forest behind me no longer seemed threatening, but distant and quiet. I parked at a gas station, bought some food and coffee, and finally allowed myself to relax. The experience had been terrifying, but I was alive, and that realization grounded me. In the following days, I reflected on how close I had come to disaster, and I knew that my respect for the forest, for wildlife, and for preparation had changed forever. I studied maps more carefully, learned more about animal behavior, and made a mental checklist for any future hikes. Never alone, always aware, always prepared. I never saw the mountain lion again, but the memory of its gaze, so calm yet deadly, stayed with me, a reminder that nature commands respect, and survival sometimes depends on the smallest decisions and the sharpest awareness. It had been a terrifying day, but I had come through it, and that survival brought a clarity I had never experienced before. I understood the fragility of life in ways that no ordinary day could teach, and every time I returned to the forest after that, I did so with careful steps, eyes wide open, and a heart tuned to the subtle rhythm of the wild around me. I had learned that fear, when acknowledged and managed, can be a guide, and that even in the darkest, most isolated places, caution and awareness can carry you back into safety. The forest had not defeated me, but it had demanded everything I had to offer, and I left it that day changed, wiser, sharper, and profoundly grateful for the life I had been fortunate enough to return to. I remember the day clearly, though at the time I didn't realize how much it would stay with me. It started as an ordinary trip, a weekend away to get out of the city, to breathe air that didn't carry the tang of car exhaust or hear the constant hum of traffic. I packed my car the night before, making sure I had everything I thought I'd need: tent, sleeping bag, food, water, flashlight, extra batteries. I even double-checked my small first aid kit. I was going into the woods alone, and I liked it that way. There was a peace to it, a kind of quiet that feels almost heavy at first, but eventually, it lets you hear yourself think. I left early in the morning, before most of the town was awake, driving along winding country roads that cut through hills and fields, until finally the asphalt ran out and I was on gravel. The sun had just started to climb over the horizon, painting the sky in muted oranges and pinks. Birds were already calling to each other in the trees along the road. The trailhead was easy to miss, a small clearing just past a bend in the road with a wooden sign that had started to rot and lean sideways. I parked the car and took a moment to stretch, noticing that the forest in front of me was quiet except for the rustle of leaves in the breeze. I had been here before, but only briefly, and never this deep. The plan was simple: hike in a few miles, set up camp near a stream I remembered seeing on a map, and spend the night. I wanted to be alone, to feel the kind of solitude you only get when the nearest person is miles away, when the forest itself feels like it's holding its breath. The hike started easy enough. The trail wound through dense pine and oak, the ground soft with fallen needles. I noticed animal tracks now and then, deer, maybe a coyote, but nothing that made me worry. My pack was heavy, but manageable, and I made steady progress. About an hour in, the sunlight was breaking through the trees, slanting across the ground in long golden shafts. The air smelled of wet earth and moss, and I breathed deeply, enjoying the scent. I passed a fallen log, twisted and covered with mushrooms, and paused for a moment to look at it. It was easy to lose yourself in details like that in the forest, and for a while I did. After several hours of hiking, I reached the stream. It was smaller than I expected, just a narrow ribbon of water tumbling over stones, but it was perfect for a campsite. I set down my pack and began collecting firewood, stacking dry branches and pine needles in a tidy pile. I felt a sense of satisfaction at setting up the tent and getting a small fire going. It was mid-afternoon, and the sunlight was fading into softer shades as the day moved toward evening. I ate a simple meal, sitting on a rock near the water, listening to it gurgle and the occasional bird calling from somewhere deeper in the forest. Night came faster than I expected. By the time the sun disappeared completely, the woods were dark, almost black, except for the firelight flickering across the tent and nearby trees. I felt that familiar shiver of isolation, that prickling of awareness that comes when you're the only person in a wide, quiet place. I didn't mind it. I liked the feeling of being watched by the forest itself, or at least imagining it. But that night, the feeling didn't fade. I had just crawled into my sleeping bag when I heard it, a faint snapping of a branch somewhere not too far from the fire. I froze. The noise was soft, but deliberate, like something had stepped carefully and then stopped. I strained my ears, trying to place it, but the forest was full of shadows and quiet, and the sound didn't come again immediately. After a few minutes, I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe a raccoon, and that nothing would bother me as long as I stayed near the fire. Then I heard it again. This time, it was closer, and it wasn't a snap like a branch falling naturally. It was the sound of something large moving through the underbrush. My heart rate spiked, but I told myself to stay calm. I was in a safe position near the stream, in a flat area with visibility from several angles. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent slowly, peeking out into the darkness. The light cut through the night, reflecting off the water of the stream and glinting on wet leaves. Nothing moved. I stepped out, the cold night air hitting me immediately. I swept the flashlight across the surrounding trees, rocks, and fallen logs. The beam caught shadows and shapes, but none of them moved, at least not visibly. I kept telling myself that the sound I'd heard was nothing, maybe a branch cracking under its own weight, or some small animal. I tried to convince myself until the next noise came. This time it was unmistakable, a low, deliberate crunch, like a heavy boot pressing through dry leaves. It was slow, steady, methodical. It wasn't a deer or a raccoon. Something was walking toward the camp, and it wasn't small. I froze, listening. The sound came from the far side of the stream, moving parallel to the water. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear every step, the way the leaves crunched, the sound of small twigs snapping under weight. I crouched behind a tree, keeping my flashlight low, trying to make myself as small and quiet as possible. My pack was still near the tent, and I knew I needed it if I wanted to move quickly. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. Then, something shifted in the darkness. A large shadow moved across the stream bank, barely visible in the firelight. It didn't run or make a noise like it was startled. It simply moved, deliberate and quiet. My mind raced through possibilities. Bear, mountain lion, human. There was a rhythm to its steps that didn't feel natural for a wild animal. It was deliberate, calculated. My gut told me it wasn't an animal. I waited until the shadow moved farther down the stream before I made my move. Slowly, I grabbed my pack and crept toward the tree line on the far side of the fire. The night was impossibly dark, and I had no idea how far I'd have to go before I felt safe. The air was cold against my skin, making me shiver even under my jacket. Every step made leaves crunch beneath my feet, and I prayed that it wouldn't hear me. Then I heard the sound again, closer than before. This time it came from the direction of the tent. My stomach dropped. I had left the fire burning, a small point of light in the darkness, and I knew it was drawing attention. I picked up my pace, moving toward a denser part of the forest, hoping the shadows would hide me. I felt the ground uneven beneath my boots, rocks and roots threatening to trip me, but I couldn't afford to fall. Finally, I reached a thick stand of trees and ducked behind a large trunk. The firelight from the camp flickered faintly behind me, and I could hear it. The crackle of the fire and the soft, deliberate steps circling closer. Something was moving around my camp. I held my breath, keeping my body pressed against the tree. My pulse was hammering in my chest, my ears straining for any noise. After what felt like an eternity, the steps receded slightly. I didn't dare move until I was certain whatever it was had gone. When the crunching became faint, I started creeping away, deeper into the forest, putting as much distance as I could between myself and the stream. I kept moving, following a faint trail I remembered from earlier in the day, until the sounds finally disappeared entirely. The forest returned to its normal night rhythm: crickets, the rush of the stream, wind through the trees, but the tension didn't leave me. I kept walking until I found a small clearing with a fallen tree I could climb onto, hidden from the trail. I sat there in the darkness, listening to the forest and trying to calm myself. The adrenaline was still pumping, making my hands shake. I watched the sky through gaps in the trees, noticing the faint stars above. I stayed there until dawn, too afraid to move toward the camp, imagining every possible scenario of what could have happened if I had stayed. When the sun finally rose, I moved cautiously back to the camp. The fire was out, and nothing had been disturbed, at least not obviously. No footprints or signs of anyone, or anything, were visible beyond the usual tracks of deer. I packed everything quickly, not daring to linger, and started the hike back to the car. Every step was heavy with exhaustion and relief, my senses still on high alert. By the time I reached the car, the morning sun was strong enough to make the shadows short and clear. I sat behind the wheel for a few minutes, taking deep breaths, feeling the safety of the road beneath me and the distance of the forest behind. I drove back to the city slowly, replaying every sound and shadow in my mind, realizing how close I might have been to something dangerous, how easily a wrong move could have turned the night into a nightmare. The whole experience stayed with me, lingering for weeks. I couldn't stop thinking about what had moved near my camp, what had been so deliberate in its steps, and how quickly I'd had to react. Even months later, when I think about going back to that forest, I feel the same tension, the same sharp awareness that something can be lurking in the quiet, waiting. I've never gone camping alone again. The memory is vivid, unshakable, and it's a reminder that some places, no matter how peaceful they seem during the day, have a darkness that demands respect, and sometimes caution isn't enough. You have to be lucky. And I was lucky that night. I didn't see what it was, I didn't hear it clearly enough to know, but I survived. I walked away. I lived to remember it, to remember every detail, the crunch of leaves, the smell of wet earth, the flicker of firelight in the black forest, the heavy, calculated steps. I still carry that memory with me, a quiet, steady warning about the weight of being alone in the wilderness, about how something as ordinary as a campsite can become a place where survival depends on instinct, speed, and a bit of luck. The forest doesn't care about you, and that night I realized just how close you can come to the edge without even knowing it, and still make it back. The first time I realized how alone you could feel in the woods was when I went camping by myself in a remote part of the mountains. I had planned this trip for months, checking maps, looking at trails, and making sure I had enough supplies to last a couple of days. I wanted the solitude, the kind of silence that city life could never offer. I thought I was prepared for it, but nothing could have prepared me for how quickly a place that seemed peaceful on paper could turn into something entirely different at night. I arrived at the trailhead late in the afternoon, parking my car on the edge of a narrow dirt road. The sun was already low, spilling orange light through the scattered pine trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. My pack felt heavier than I expected as I hoisted it onto my back and started down the narrow trail. The path was uneven, littered with roots and rocks, winding steadily upward. I could hear the faint rush of a river somewhere in the distance, but the sound didn't reach the trail until much later. Birds chirped overhead, and I saw the occasional squirrel darting between trees. I tried to focus on the trail, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, though I kept telling myself it was just nerves. By the time I reached the clearing I had picked for my campsite, the light was fading fast. I set my pack down and began unloading, taking out the tent, sleeping bag, and stove. The clearing was small, surrounded by thick trees on three sides and opening onto a gentle slope toward the river I had heard earlier. The ground was uneven, covered in small rocks and dead pine needles, but it was the best flat spot I could find. I set up my tent, hammered in the stakes, and got my sleeping area organized. Everything felt routine at first, the kind of quiet satisfaction that comes from being organized and self-sufficient in nature. I even managed to start a small fire, collecting dry sticks and kindling from around the clearing. Flames flickered, casting shadows across the trees, and for a moment I felt completely at peace. But as the sun disappeared entirely, the peace began to feel fragile. The forest seemed to shift around me as darkness swallowed the clearing. The wind picked up slightly, rattling the branches above. The birds were gone now, replaced by the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Every crack of a twig made me tense, my mind filling in shapes and movements that weren't really there. I kept telling myself it was just animals, that this was normal, that I had chosen to be alone in the woods, and I needed to accept the sounds as part of the environment. Still, there was something in the way the shadows moved, something that didn't feel random. It felt deliberate, as if whatever it was knew I was there. I ate a quick meal by the fire, trying to ignore the feeling that I wasn't alone. When darkness fully settled in, I decided to climb into my sleeping bag, hoping that sleep would calm my nerves. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and the forest seemed to press in on all sides. Lying in the tent, I could hear the wind rustling the branches above, the distant murmur of the river, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. Footsteps that didn't belong to me. At first, I thought it was a deer or some other animal, but the sound had a cadence that made me freeze. It was slow, deliberate, careful, like someone moving through the forest with purpose. I tried to tell myself it was probably nothing, that I was just letting my imagination run wild, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I unzipped the tent slightly, just enough to peer into the night. The clearing was dimly lit by the embers, and the trees beyond stood like dark sentinels. That's when I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. It wasn't fast or sudden, but slow, almost like the figure was testing the boundaries. My heart raced, and I held my breath. It wasn't an animal, I knew that immediately. The shape was too upright, too deliberate. Whoever or whatever it was didn't step on the twigs. It moved around them, careful, calculating. I couldn't see a face, just a silhouette blending into the shadows. I considered staying perfectly still, hoping it would move away, but it didn't. It lingered at the edge of the clearing for what felt like an eternity, then slowly moved along the tree line, keeping just enough distance that I could see it, but not enough to feel safe. Panic began to set in. I thought about my options. My phone had no signal, the nearest road was miles away, and my car was parked at the trailhead, a long hike down a dark trail if I tried to escape. I debated staying put, hoping it was just a person passing through, and I debated leaving immediately, knowing that moving through the dark forest alone could be just as dangerous. I finally decided to stay. Movement in the woods was inevitable anyway, and the only thing I could control was keeping my presence low and quiet. I crawled deeper into my sleeping bag, pretending to be asleep, hoping the figure would lose interest. Hours passed. I could still hear it, sometimes far off, sometimes closer. I didn't dare look again. My mind kept racing, imagining every possible scenario, and my body was frozen with adrenaline. I couldn't tell if it was one person, multiple people, or something else entirely. I just knew it was moving with purpose, and I was trapped in the middle of its path. Sleep was impossible. My hands shook every time a branch snapped or a rustle echoed through the darkness. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful during the day, now felt like a cage, closing in from every side. At some point, the noises began to fade. The footsteps moved further away, until I couldn't hear them at all. I didn't dare move for what felt like hours, lying there in my tent, sweat making my clothes stick to my skin, listening to every whisper of wind and creak of trees. The forest was alive in ways I had never noticed before, and every sound made my heart leap. I had no idea what time it was, no idea how long I had been awake, and I realized I had no plan if whatever it was returned. Just before dawn, the forest started to brighten. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, painting the forest floor in soft gold and green. I cautiously unzipped the tent and peeked out. The clearing was empty, the fire completely cold, and the trees stood silent and still. I didn't see anyone or anything, but the evidence of the previous night was all around me. Broken twigs where the figure had walked, flattened brush at the edge of the clearing, and the lingering feeling of being watched. I took a deep breath, the morning air cool and crisp, and realized I had survived the night. I had no idea who or what had moved through the woods, but they hadn't harmed me. Not this time. I decided to break camp quickly. Every movement felt loud and exposed, and I kept glancing over my shoulder at the trees. I packed my things, double-checking that nothing was left behind, and started down the trail. The forest looked completely different in the daylight, calm and serene, almost as if the night before had been a dream. The river's murmur was gentle, the birds were back, and the forest seemed inviting again. Still, I moved quickly, taking care not to make unnecessary noise, watching the trees for any sign of movement. When I finally reached my car hours later, relief hit me like a wave. I locked the doors, sat in the driver's seat, and allowed myself to shake. I drove down the dirt road slowly, scanning the forest edges, half expecting to see the shadowy figure again. But the forest remained quiet. The experience had left me shaken, but also strangely alive. I realized that the woods were not the peaceful escape I had imagined. They were unpredictable, full of life that could be indifferent or dangerous. I hadn't seen the person clearly, hadn't confronted them, and I couldn't be sure who or what they were. But I had survived. I had faced the unknown, and I had gotten through the night. That sense of survival, that awareness of how fragile and precious life could be in such a place, stayed with me long after I left the forest behind. Even weeks later, I could feel the echoes of that night every time I closed my eyes. The woods had changed me, shown me a side of the world that didn't exist in daylight or in cities, and I carried that knowledge with me. It was terrifying, yes, but it was also real. And in the end, the fact that I had made it through, unharmed, gave me a clarity and respect for the world that I would never forget. I had walked alone into a place I didn't fully understand, faced the uncertainty and fear of the night, and come out on the other side. That was enough. I remember the first time I truly understood how alone a person could feel in the middle of nowhere. I had decided to take a solo camping trip in a dense part of the forest, far from any main roads or established trails. The idea was simple: disconnect, enjoy the solitude, and push myself to survive in a place that felt wild and untouched. I thought I had prepared well. I had a decent tent, a sleeping bag rated for low temperatures, enough food for 3 days, a backpack with basic tools, and a small first aid kit. I had also brought a flashlight, extra batteries, and a compass, though I rarely used it. I had read maps, noted the nearby streams and ridges, and thought I knew what I was getting into. In hindsight, knowing didn't matter. Nothing prepares you for being truly alone in the middle of a forest that seems to stretch endlessly in every direction. I arrived in the late afternoon, driving along a gravel road that gradually became narrower and less maintained until it ended in a small clearing at the edge of the trees. The forest there was thick with tall pines and oaks, their branches tangled so tightly that the sunlight barely reached the ground. I parked my car, gathered my gear, and started walking in, looking for a place to set up camp. The smell of damp earth and pine needles filled the air, sharp and clean, almost intoxicating. The further I went, the quieter it became. Not just quiet in the sense that traffic or human activity was gone, but quiet in a deeper, more oppressive way. The kind of quiet that makes you hyper-aware of every small sound. The snap of a branch underfoot, the rustle of a squirrel in the underbrush, the faint hum of insects, but also makes you feel like there's something else, something unseen, moving just beyond the edge of your vision. I found a small clearing near a stream. It was perfect for a tent, sheltered by trees, yet open enough to have some sunlight. I unpacked, set up my tent, and built a small fire ring using stones I found nearby. I gathered kindling, made sure it was dry enough to burn, and lit a small fire. The flames crackled, and for a moment, I felt comforted by the warmth and light, thinking the forest's oppressive quietness had lifted. I boiled water and made a simple meal of rice and canned beans. The taste was bland, but it was enough to remind me that I was alive, that I was still in control of my own survival. As night fell, the forest changed completely. The shadows grew long, black and thick, and the light from my fire seemed too small and fragile to hold them back. The temperature dropped sharply, and the night air carried a damp chill that seeped into my bones. I retreated into my tent, zipped it closed, and tried to sleep, but sleep didn't come easily. Every small noise, the creaking of branches swaying in the wind, the distant crash of a tree falling, the sharp scuttling of something in the underbrush, made my heart jump. I kept thinking I saw movement outside, glimpses of shapes in the dark, but when I looked directly, there was nothing. Around midnight, I heard it. Heavy breathing, low and rhythmic, coming from somewhere near the stream. My first thought was an animal. Bears were common in these forests, but the sound didn't match anything I'd ever heard. It was too deliberate, too close, almost like someone, or something, was standing just beyond the tree line, watching me. My stomach dropped. I grabbed my flashlight and slowly unzipped the tent flap. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees, the rocks, the stream, but nothing else. I told myself it was a deer or maybe a raccoon, but the sound persisted. The breathing was heavy and uneven now, almost as if the creature, or person, was moving closer. My mind raced. I had my knife and a small hatchet nearby, but my instincts screamed to stay inside the tent. Then I heard a snap, like a heavy branch breaking, very close, maybe 10 feet from the tent. My heart pounded so hard I was afraid it would give me away. I tried to steady my breathing, listening. The sound repeated, not continuously, but in a slow, methodical pattern. Something was circling me, just out of sight, moving between the trees. I switched on the flashlight and scanned the clearing. A shadow darted across the light, vanishing before I could focus on it. My pulse skyrocketed. I had no way to tell if it was an animal, a person, or something else entirely, but I knew it was close. I considered staying in the tent, hoping it would leave, but then a different sound reached me, soft, wet footsteps on the damp earth. It was deliberate, careful, like someone knew exactly where I was, and was trying to get as close as possible without making too much noise. My mind ran through everything I had read about bear attacks and predator behavior. Bears normally make noise when approaching, but this felt different. It was strategic. I could almost sense intelligence behind it, the way it moved, calculated and slow. Panic hit me, but I forced myself to think. I remembered the stream. I could hear water a short distance away. If I ran toward it, the noise of my movement and the water might mask me. I waited until the breathing stopped, then slowly unzipped the tent on the side facing the stream. The moment I poked my head out, I saw a large dark shape slipping between the trees. I couldn't see it clearly, but its size was enormous. My first thought was a bear, but it moved almost silently, which didn't match the sound of the earlier breathing. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to move slowly, keeping low and using the trees as cover. The stream was only 30 feet away. I slipped into the shallow water, the cold hitting my legs and drawing a sharp gasp from me. The sound of rushing water immediately masked the forest noises, giving me a small sense of safety. I crouched low, letting the water flow around me. From the corner of my eye, I caught movement near the tree line. The shape paused, then disappeared into the darkness. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, listening to the water, the wind, and the distant creaking of trees. Every time I thought I had a moment of peace, the forest would shift, and I would catch another movement, another hint that something was out there. Eventually, exhaustion set in. I had no choice but to leave my makeshift hiding spot and try to get to my car. The risk of staying overnight in the tent, surrounded by whatever was out there, was too high. I waited until the first faint light of dawn, when visibility improved and the forest's oppressive shadows were lifted. Moving cautiously, I kept low and hugged the stream's edge, listening intently for any sound of pursuit. Every rustle of leaves or snapping twig sent a jolt through me, but I forced myself forward. Hours later, I reached the gravel road where my car was parked. Relief hit me like a physical wave. I grabbed my keys, unlocked the car, and got inside. The doors locked behind me, and for the first time that night, I exhaled without fear. My hands were shaking, my clothes soaked, and my heart was still racing, but I was safe for now. I looked back toward the forest, still dark and dense even in daylight, and realized how vulnerable I had been. Driving away, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Was it a bear? A mountain lion? A person? I didn't know, and I doubted I ever would. All I knew was that the forest was alive in ways I had underestimated, and that solitude, once thought peaceful, could quickly become terrifying. I decided then that I would never return to that part of the forest alone. I needed people, safety in numbers, a plan that didn't rely solely on my own instincts. By the time I reached a gas station miles away, I had started to feel human again. I bought coffee, ate a small breakfast, and called a friend, telling them I was fine and heading home. The memory of that night stayed with me, a stark reminder of how small and fragile a person is when confronted with the untamed world. The forest, beautiful as it was, had its own rules, its own intelligence, and I had been nothing more than an intruder. I had survived, and I had learned painfully that respect for the wild is not optional. It is necessary. Every step into it must be measured, every movement deliberate, every sound understood, because out there, even a single mistake can become your last. When I finally got home, I unpacked my wet clothes, washed the mud and grime from my hands, and sat for a long time thinking. The experience had changed me. I no longer saw forests as mere recreation or adventure. I saw them as something far older, far more dangerous than I had ever imagined. And I realized that surviving isn't just about skill or preparation. It's about awareness, caution, and the humility to understand that no matter how ready you think you are, the wild is always one step ahead. I remember the day I decided to go alone into the woods. It wasn't that I liked the idea of being scared or testing myself. It was more about being away from everything, from people, from noise. I had packed lightly, just a small backpack with water, some snacks, a flashlight, and a jacket. The trailhead I picked was a little-known path I had stumbled upon months ago. The map I had was old, but I thought I could manage. I had hiked before, often alone, and I knew the basic rules. Stay on the trail, keep track of landmarks, and always know how to get back. The first few hours were peaceful, almost too peaceful. The air was crisp, filled with the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves. The sunlight filtered through the trees, casting long, uneven shadows across the ground. Birds called occasionally, their cries echoing off the trunks, but otherwise it was silent. I walked steadily, feeling the crunch of leaves and twigs beneath my boots. Every so often, I stopped to look around, noticing how dense the forest got, how the trees leaned over paths, almost creating tunnels. There were signs of animals everywhere, tracks in the mud, chewed leaves, broken branches, but nothing I could see. Around midday, I reached a small clearing. The sun was high enough to light everything clearly, and I took a moment to rest and eat. The clearing had an odd feeling to it. The trees around it were unusually tall and thick, and the shadows they cast made the center seem darker than it should have been. I shook it off and continued, following the trail that curved around the clearing and deeper into the woods. As the day went on, the trail became less defined. It narrowed into dirt paths, then into areas where I had to step over roots and push past low-hanging branches. My flashlight was still in the pack. I wasn't expecting to need it so soon. I passed a small creek, its water running clear and cold, and followed it for a while, thinking it might lead to a larger path or road. It didn't. By the time late afternoon came, I realized I had gone farther than I had intended. The sun was starting to drop behind the trees, and the forest felt different somehow. The sounds I had grown used to, the birds, the wind through the leaves, were quieter, and the shadows longer and deeper. I noticed a slight chill in the air, a dampness that seemed to seep into my jacket. I decided it was time to turn back. That's when I noticed something unusual. A large section of the trail was flattened, as if someone or something had recently walked there. The leaves were pressed down, and the soil was disturbed. It didn't look like an animal track. It was too large, and it didn't follow the patterns of deer or bear footprints I had seen before. My stomach sank a little, but I told myself it could just be another hiker. Still, my pace quickened, and I kept my eyes on the path ahead. I walked for what felt like hours, though it was probably only 20 minutes, and I realized I had lost the trail entirely. The sun had nearly disappeared, leaving a dim, gray light filtering through the canopy. I stopped to look around. Trees were everywhere, and everything looked the same. I tried to retrace my steps, but each direction looked identical, each shadow deeper and more threatening than the last. My heart started to beat faster, and I realized that panic was creeping in. I pulled out my flashlight, flicked it on, and the beam barely penetrated the darkness. It highlighted roots, broken branches, and patches of mud. I tried calling out, just to hear my voice, but it felt swallowed by the forest. Then I heard something, a rustle, a shift in the underbrush. It wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. I froze, listening. Nothing followed for a moment, then a low, snapping sound, like a branch breaking under weight, echoed from somewhere behind me. I didn't look back. I started moving, stepping carefully but quickly, trying to keep my footing over the uneven ground. The sounds followed intermittently, snapping twigs, rustling leaves, something moving. I couldn't tell if it was an animal or a person, but the uncertainty made my chest tighten. I pushed myself harder, my legs burning, lungs heaving, flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I ran. The darkness deepened around me, the forest closing in. I stumbled over a root, fell, and scraped my hands and knees, but I didn't stop. The sounds were still there, closer now, and I realized something crucial. I had no idea which direction led back to the clearing, or even to the main trail. I started marking trees with scratches and tying bits of cloth to branches as I ran, hoping to create a trail of breadcrumbs. My mind raced through every safety rule I knew. Stay calm, stay aware, conserve energy, and make noise. Hours seemed to pass. The flashlight flickered, and I realized the batteries were dying. Panic surged again. I had to find shelter, or at least a place where I could rest without fear. I spotted a dense thicket ahead and scrambled inside, pushing through branches and underbrush. The space was small, cramped, but it was hidden. I sat down, heart pounding, and tried to catch my breath. I listened. The sounds outside slowed, and after what felt like eternity, I convinced myself they had moved on. I stayed there, shivering, trying to stay awake. The temperature dropped sharply, and the forest became almost completely silent. In the weak light, I could see the ground littered with leaves and small rocks. My hands were scraped, and my jacket was torn in a few places from the branches. Hunger and thirst gnawed at me, but the fear of leaving the cover was worse. Morning came slowly, pale light filtering through the trees. I had slept lightly, in short bursts, always alert for movement. The forest looked less threatening now, but I still couldn't see the trail. I remembered the creek and decided to follow the sound of running water. Water often led to human paths, roads, or signs of civilization. I moved carefully, keeping my flashlight handy in case I needed it, but the day gave me enough light to navigate. The creek's sound grew louder, and eventually, I came across a larger body of water, an old logging pond, likely abandoned, with muddy banks and overgrown trees around it. I paused, looking for any sign of a path, footprints, anything. Then I saw it, tire tracks in the mud, faint but clear, leading into the woods. I followed the tracks, stepping cautiously but with growing hope. The forest gradually thinned, trees spaced wider apart. Sunlight reached the ground in patches, and I started seeing familiar signs. Old wooden posts, remnants of a fence, and finally, the edge of a dirt road. I ran the last stretch, heart pounding, limbs stiff and sore, and collapsed onto the gravel. The road led to a small, rarely used logging trail, and I could see a parked truck in the distance. Relief washed over me, almost overwhelming. I walked the road until I reached a house a few miles away. The owners were surprised to see someone emerging from the woods so disheveled, but they gave me water, food, and a place to sit. I told them what had happened, though I left out details I wasn't sure of myself. The rustling, the sounds behind me, the feeling of being followed. They called the local ranger, who later explained that the area had some abandoned logging paths, and that hikers sometimes got lost when trails weren't maintained. By evening, I was on a proper road heading home. The experience stayed with me long after. The cold of the forest at night, the way every shadow seemed alive, the desperate panic of not knowing which way to go. But it also left me with a clear lesson. Preparation matters, yes, but awareness, caution, and respect for the environment are what save you when things go wrong. Weeks later, I returned to the forest, this time with a map, GPS, and backup batteries, retracing my steps to understand exactly where I went wrong. I found the flattened trail, the creek, the pond, and the logging road. Everything matched up. There was nothing supernatural, nothing unseen except the vastness of the forest itself. And that realization was both terrifying and grounding. It wasn't monsters or ghosts that could kill you out there. It was your own mistakes, your own lack of preparation, and the way nature doesn't forgive carelessness. I never went alone into a forest again. I still hike, still enjoy the solitude, but I make sure I have company, multiple navigation tools, and a clear exit plan. The forest isn't scary because of myths. It's scary because it's real, and it will challenge you in ways you might not be ready for. That day, I learned to respect it in a way I never had before, and that respect, more than anything else, has kept me safe ever since. By the time I reached home, I was bruised, tired, and hungry, but I was alive. And knowing I had survived something that could have ended badly gave me a strange, lasting sense of clarity. Life, I realized, isn't just about surviving the things you expect. It's about surviving the things you never saw coming. And in that forest, in that darkness, I had seen just enough to understand exactly what that meant. The sun had already started its slow descent when I parked at the edge of the forest. The air was warm but carried a slight crispness, the way it does just before evening really settles in. I had been hiking all day, taking a route that veered off the main trail, to find a small clearing I'd read about in an old guidebook. The clearing was supposed to be perfect for a short solo camping trip, isolated but not too far from a road, with a small stream nearby. I wanted quiet, I wanted solitude, and I thought I knew the forest well enough to handle myself. The forest itself felt ordinary at first, pine needles underfoot, leaves rustling softly in the wind, and the occasional bird call that seemed to echo longer than it should in the thinning light. I dropped my pack on the ground, shaking loose some of the dirt and pine needles, and started to set up my tent. I worked fast, mostly because I liked the rhythm of it and the satisfaction of seeing a small space of order form out of chaos. The tent went up with a few swift movements, the poles clicking into place, the rainfly stretched taut over the top. I brushed off my hands and stepped back to look at it, the structure suddenly appearing more permanent than it really was, standing like a small, fragile defense against the vastness of the woods around me. The stream I'd read about was only a short walk from the clearing, running with a soft, constant murmur. I filled my water bottle and rinsed some of my gear, the sound of the flowing water layering with the wind in the trees. It felt peaceful, almost too peaceful. That evening sky was growing dim, the last hints of sunlight brushing gold over the tops of the trees. Shadows deepened, the world flattening slightly as night edged closer. I started a small fire in the stone circle I found near the center of the clearing. Sparks flew up into the darkening sky as I added kindling, the smell of burning pine and wood settling into my senses. It was quiet, but that quiet felt alive in a way that the day's light had not. After I ate a small dinner and cleaned up, I decided to take a walk around the perimeter of the clearing. The ground was uneven, covered with roots and old leaves, and the shadows between the trees grew long and strange. My flashlight cut a sharp, narrow path ahead of me, the beam bouncing off the rough bark and catching on patches of moss. I felt something almost immediately, a small shift in the air, like the forest itself had exhaled. It wasn't fear exactly, but a sudden awareness that I was not alone. I stopped listening. The wind whispered through the branches, and in that soft hum, I thought I could hear something else. Footsteps? I shook my head, telling myself it was just the wind, or perhaps a deer moving through the trees. But the feeling lingered, prickling against the back of my neck. I returned to the clearing and settled near the fire, letting it warm my hands. The shadows of the flames flickered across the trees, and I felt a strange dissonance, the calm of the scene countered by a subtle tension that I couldn't quite place. I heard it then, the first clear sign that something was moving closer. A crack of a branch, unmistakably human in rhythm and timing, but careful, deliberate. I froze, eyes scanning the dark tree line. Nothing, only the faint glow of the fire and the darkness beyond it. My heart picked up pace. I didn't have a weapon, just a hiking stick and a small knife, but I also had the knowledge that most people in these woods were careful not to be seen. Still, the sound persisted, shifting slowly around the edge of my vision, always staying just out of reach. I tried to calm myself, telling myself I was alone, that it must be an animal, but the movement didn't sound like an animal. There was weight to it, an intention, the kind of slow, deliberate motion that made you notice the sound even when you weren't looking for it. I looked back toward my tent. My pack was still there, my gear untouched, but the hair on my arms was standing straight. I felt exposed. I started moving slowly, careful not to make sudden movements that would draw attention. My flashlight swept over the trees again, and this time I caught it, a faint silhouette, just beyond the reach of the firelight, blending perfectly with the dark shapes of the trees. I froze, breath caught. It was tall, thin, moving slowly but purposefully, stopping when I stopped. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just watched, heart hammering, mind racing through all the scenarios I could think of. The figure didn't step closer, didn't make a sound, just stood there, watching. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. The fire burned lower, and I felt the chill of the night pressing in around me. I knew that once it got darker, I'd be vulnerable. Every instinct I had screamed at me to get to the car, to drive away, to put distance between myself and whoever, or whatever, was out there. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my hands as I reached slowly for my pack. The figure moved then, stepping sideways behind a tree, just a flicker of movement, not enough to see clearly. I knew it was deliberate, calculated. Whoever it was, they knew what they were doing. I slung my pack over my shoulder, keeping low, moving toward the edge of the clearing nearest the trail I had come in on. My ears strained for any sound, every snap of a twig making me jump. By the time I reached the tree line that marked the end of the clearing, the figure had vanished. I paused, listening, trying to detect any sign of pursuit. Nothing. I pressed forward, moving quietly through the underbrush, the path I had walked earlier now unfamiliar in the dark. The sound of my own breathing and the crunch of leaves under my feet seemed unbearably loud. I forced myself to keep walking, counting steps, marking landmarks in my mind, until I reached the faint light of my car parked at the edge of the forest. Relief hit me like a wave. I didn't wait. I climbed in, locked the doors, and sat for a long moment, heart still racing, ears straining for any sign that I had been followed. When nothing came, I started the engine. The forest seemed to exhale, and I realized I had left everything behind: the tent, the fire, the gear. None of it mattered. I drove slowly at first, then faster as the sense of being trapped faded behind me. The road stretched out into darkness, and I kept driving, refusing to look back, refusing to think about what might have been out there. By the time I reached a small town, the sun was almost gone, the horizon bleeding a dull orange into the sky. I found a motel, paid in cash, and spent the night in a room with locked doors, the hum of the air conditioner filling the space with a monotonous safety I hadn't felt all evening. I didn't sleep well, constantly waking at every sound, every creak, every bump from the street below. The forest haunted my mind, not with ghosts or fairies, but with the simple, terrifying knowledge that I had been watched, studied, and possibly targeted. The isolation I had sought became a lesson in vigilance, a reminder that being alone in the woods is a privilege that comes with very real risks. The next morning, I returned to the area with daylight on my side, careful to stay on the main trail and avoid the clearing. I wanted to see if there was any sign of what had been there the night before: footprints, signs of a camp, anything. The ground was undisturbed, the leaves flattened only by natural causes, no tracks leading away. It was impossible to tell who or what had been there. I took photographs, scanned the area, and walked for hours, finding nothing. Even with the sunlight cutting through the trees, the forest seemed denser somehow, heavier with the memory of the previous night. When I finally left, I did so with a heightened awareness. I realized the woods are not just trees and paths. They are home to people who move quietly, carefully, and sometimes with intent we cannot guess. The fear I had felt was raw, physical, and completely real, but it taught me something important: that attention, patience, and respect for the unknown are essential, even when you think you know the land. I drove back home, the road stretching for miles, and slowly the tension eased, replaced by reflection. I never returned to that clearing. I left the forest behind, but the memory stayed with me. The feeling of eyes on me, the weight of deliberate movement in the darkness, the knowledge that someone else had been there, patient, silent, and unseen. The experience didn't end in chaos or violence, but it left me changed, aware that the world is bigger and stranger than I often allow myself to remember. And sometimes survival isn't about fighting or running. It's about noticing, respecting, and moving carefully through the space that belongs to others, whether they mean harm or not. The fear fades with distance, but the lesson remains, etched into my memory as vividly as the shadows of that long, dark night. The woods are still there, quiet, alive, patient, and I know now to never underestimate them, or the people who move through them as carefully as I once moved through my own mind. I remember the first time I went out alone into the backcountry. It wasn't a planned trip, more like a moment of impulse. I had been driving along a quiet, almost forgotten forest road late in the afternoon, the kind of road where you can see for miles but rarely spot another car. The sun was dropping behind the ridges, casting long shadows that stretched like dark fingers across the ground. I had my backpack in the car, a small tent, a sleeping bag, water, some snacks, and a basic first aid kit. I told myself I just wanted to find a spot to set up for the night, maybe sit by a fire and watch the stars. I wasn't prepared for how raw and isolating the woods could feel once the sun sank completely out of sight. I parked the car in a small clearing off the main dirt road. The area smelled of pine and wet earth, a sharp, clean smell that felt almost alive. I grabbed my pack and started walking toward the thicker forest, following a narrow trail that was more of a suggestion than a path. At first, everything was normal: the crunch of leaves underfoot, the occasional snap of a twig from some small animal. The sky was fading from gold to deep orange, then a deepening blue as the last light disappeared. By the time I reached a suitable clearing to set up my tent, it was almost dark. I unpacked quickly, setting the tent on a patch of relatively flat ground, careful to avoid roots and rocks. The smell of damp soil and pine was stronger here, almost overpowering in the enclosed stillness of the forest. I lit a small portable stove to cook some instant noodles, the small flame flickering and casting shadows across the trees. For a while, I felt at peace. The quiet was almost complete, broken only by distant bird calls and the occasional rustle of small animals. After eating, I sat for a long time staring into the darkening forest. The tent felt protective at first, like a small barrier between me and everything outside. But soon, the sounds of the woods became sharper, closer. Leaves rustled just beyond the light of my small lamp. I told myself it was nothing, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but instinctively I knew the forest around me had grown larger and more active in the darkness. I decided to go for a short walk, just around the edge of the clearing, to stretch my legs. I carried a flashlight, sweeping it over trees, rocks, and fallen branches. That's when I noticed the footprints. At first, I thought they were mine, but then I realized they didn't match. They were larger, deeper, and the spacing was wrong. Someone, or something, had walked through here after me, or maybe even before. I followed the tracks for a short distance, but the darkness swallowed them quickly. I had no idea how far they went, or if they continued deeper into the forest. I felt my chest tighten and forced myself back to the tent. Once inside, I tried to rationalize everything. My mind kept looping through normal explanations. Maybe it was an animal, maybe someone else was camping nearby. But the forest was eerily quiet now. I could hear nothing except for my own breathing and the soft hiss of the wind through the trees. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, and I realized I wasn't just uncomfortable. I was genuinely scared. I couldn't sleep. Every small sound made my heart leap. The tent's thin fabric did nothing to block the rustling outside, and at some point, I could have sworn I heard something move closer to my campsite. Not running, not walking, a deliberate, careful movement. I tried to convince myself it was a deer, but I knew deer didn't move like that. They didn't pause and listen. I held my flashlight in my lap, ready to shine it out the flap, but I was also afraid of what I might see. Eventually, the noises stopped, or maybe I stopped noticing them. My body was tense, every muscle wound tight, and I realized I couldn't stay in the tent all night. I had to move. I packed my things quietly, trying to minimize noise, and decided to head back toward the car. My plan was simple. Move fast but carefully, keep to the trail, and avoid attracting attention. The moon had risen slightly, giving me just enough light to see the faint path through the trees. Walking through the dark forest felt completely different from the late afternoon hike. Shadows stretched and shifted with every beam of my flashlight. Every tree became a giant, looming figure. The air was thick with moisture and the faint smell of decaying leaves. I tried to keep track of my bearings, but the forest seemed to change subtly as I moved. The path twisted, then split in ways I didn't remember. I could have sworn I was walking in circles. My heart pounded not just from exertion, but from a creeping awareness that I was being watched. Then I heard it again, a sound that froze me mid-step. Heavy breathing, low and deliberate, coming from just beyond the trees. I stopped and held my breath, trying to pinpoint the source. The sound didn't move as I expected. It stayed in one area, then seemed to shift slightly. My mind raced, imagining wild animals, maybe even a bear, but the pattern of the breathing was wrong. Too human, too careful. I started moving again, faster this time, sticking to the faint trail I thought I remembered. I tripped over roots, stumbled through thick undergrowth, but I kept going. Every few steps I risked glancing back, but the flashlight's beam was swallowed by the darkness almost immediately. The forest felt alive in a way that was almost conscious of me, aware of every movement, every sound. I wanted to run, but I forced myself to keep a steady pace. Panic would only make me sloppy. After what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint glow ahead. Relief washed over me. It was my car, parked exactly where I had left it, the taillights reflecting the last sliver of moonlight. I ran the final few meters, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it. I sat there, chest heaving, hands trembling on the steering wheel. For a long time, I just stared into the darkness beyond the headlights, waiting for something to emerge, but nothing did. I started the engine and drove slowly back toward the main road. My mind replayed every sound, every shadow, every step. The forest behind me seemed to shrink with every mile. When I finally reached the first streetlights of civilization, I felt a wave of exhaustion and relief unlike anything I had experienced. I had survived, and the forest remained untouched behind me, vast and impenetrable. It took me hours to calm down enough to sleep that night. Even then, I kept waking up, half expecting to hear that deliberate, slow breathing outside my window. But I never saw it again. I realized later that the woods weren't filled with monsters or ghosts. They were just wild, alive, and indifferent. I had been a trespasser in a place where every sound, every shadow could mean something dangerous. The fear I felt was real, grounded, and unrelenting, but it wasn't supernatural. It was the forest itself, demanding respect, demanding awareness, demanding survival. Since that night, I've been back to the woods, but never alone, never without preparation, and never after dark. I keep the memory close, not as a tale of horror, but as a lesson. The forest doesn't need to be haunted to be terrifying. It only needs to exist, and to remind me that sometimes the most realistic fear is simply being human, alone, and unprepared in the presence of something greater than yourself. Even now, years later, when I drive past that old dirt road, I feel it. The quiet, the shadows, the heavy breathing of a place that doesn't care about you. And I know I was lucky. Lucky to make it out. Lucky to see the car and leave. Lucky to return to a world with light and warmth. The fear has never left me entirely, but it's a careful, disciplined fear now. One that keeps me alert, aware, and alive. It's a fear that I respect, because it reminds me of that night when the forest was more real than anything else in my life. It's not a story with ghosts, or myths, or monsters in the conventional sense. It's just the woods, dark and vast, and the knowledge that sometimes survival itself is the scariest thing you'll ever experience. And the ending, the only real ending, is the drive back into light, into safety, into the normal world, carrying with me every detail, every shadow, every sound, and every heartbeat that reminded me just how close I had come to losing it all. The forest never leaves you completely. It follows in your memory, in your caution, in the moments when you stop and listen to the wind and remember that one night, in the deepest shadows, you were utterly alone and completely human. I remember the day clearly, even though it feels like it happened a lifetime ago. It was late summer, the kind of summer where the air is thick, heavy, and clings to your skin. I had decided to spend a few days camping alone in a remote part of the woods that I had discovered a couple of years earlier. The forest wasn't marked on any official map, and there were no trails that anyone could follow. It was the kind of place where you could get lost easily, and that's exactly why I liked it. The isolation, the silence, the sense that the world was far away. Those were things I craved. I had my small tent, a sleeping bag, food for a couple of days, and my backpack stuffed with survival gear, a small first aid kit, and a flashlight with extra batteries. The sky was mostly clear when I left, but the weather in these parts could change fast, and I kept a close eye on the clouds as I walked. I hiked for several hours before reaching the clearing where I planned to set up camp. The clearing was small, surrounded on all sides by thick trees, mostly pines with long, needle-laden branches. The ground was uneven, with roots and rocks scattered around, and patches of moss that had a spongy feel underfoot. I found a relatively flat spot near a fallen log and began setting up the tent. The work was slow and methodical because I wanted to make sure everything was secure, especially the stakes, as the wind in that area could be unpredictable. Once the tent was up, I gathered firewood, stacking it carefully in a dry spot, away from the tent, and then set up a small cooking area. I wanted everything organized because the woods were not a forgiving place if you were sloppy or careless. By the time I finished, the sun was already low, casting long shadows across the clearing. The golden light filtered through the trees, giving everything a warm glow, but it also made the forest edges look darker, almost like they were closing in. I started a small fire and cooked some simple food, the aroma mingling with the earthy smell of the woods. I sat there for a while, staring into the flames, enjoying the quiet. It was a calm, peaceful moment. I felt a sense of satisfaction. This was exactly why I came here. There was nothing but the crackle of the fire, the occasional bird flying overhead, and the wind rustling through the trees. I felt alone, but in a way that was freeing, not frightening. At least, not yet. Night fell quickly. The temperature dropped, and the shadows grew heavier. I retreated into my tent, shutting the zipper with a soft click, and laying down in my sleeping bag. I tried to read for a bit, but the forest outside had a way of pulling your attention away from anything else. Every creak, every rustle made me glance toward the tent's small mesh window. I told myself it was just animals, probably deer or a raccoon. I had seen them before. But still, there was a certain unease, a feeling that the woods were watching, waiting. I dismissed it, rolled onto my side, and tried to sleep. Sometime later, I woke up. I don't remember exactly how long I had been asleep, but the air in the tent was unusually cold. My first thought was that the wind had picked up, but the trees outside were still, almost unnaturally so. Then I heard it, a faint scratching sound, coming from the edge of the clearing near the tree line. My heart rate jumped. I lay still, trying to convince myself that it was an animal looking for food or brushing against branches. But the scratching continued, slow and deliberate, like something was moving closer to the tent. I strained my ears, every sound amplified in the darkness. The scratching paused, then resumed, closer this time. I reached for my flashlight, careful not to make a sound, and slowly unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. The beam of light cut through the dark, illuminating the clearing, but at first I saw nothing. Then, a movement at the far edge of the clearing caught my eye, a shadow slipping between two trees. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. It wasn't an animal. I had seen the silhouettes of deer and coyotes before, and this was different. This was larger, and it moved with a precision that didn't belong in the forest. I tried to rationalize, telling myself it must be a large deer or maybe a stray dog, but the way it disappeared into the shadows suggested something else entirely. I decided to stay inside the tent, keeping my flashlight close. I whispered to myself, though I was the only one there, that I would wait it out until daylight. But as the hours passed, I realized that something about the way the forest sounded, or didn't sound, was wrong. Normally, there would be the distant call of an owl, the rustle of leaves as small animals moved, the whisper of the wind through branches. That night, there was silence. Complete silence, except for the occasional, almost imperceptible scraping sound at the edge of the clearing. Around 2 a.m., I heard a more distinct noise. It was slow, deliberate, like footsteps, but too heavy for a human, too precise for an animal. I grabbed my survival knife from my pack, my hands trembling slightly, and unzipped the tent a little further, shining the flashlight out into the clearing. For a brief second, I thought I saw a figure standing just beyond the fire's reach, partially hidden behind a tree. It wasn't fully formed, more like a dark outline, but I knew it was there. I froze. Any sudden movement could trigger whatever it was to move toward me. The outline didn't move for several long minutes, then, without warning, it darted behind another tree. My mind raced. If it was human, it was someone very familiar with the forest. If it was an animal, it was unusually bold and intelligent. Either way, I couldn't risk going out there. I stayed inside, flashlight and knife in hand, waiting for the faintest sign of dawn. Sleep was impossible. Every nerve in my body was on high alert. I barely breathed. The tent felt like a fragile barrier between me and whatever was out there. Hours passed, slow and torturous. The first hint of light was a pale gray seeping through the trees. I wanted to wait for full daylight, but the moment I saw a small opening in the forest canopy, I knew I had to act. I needed to get out. Slowly, quietly, I packed up my tent, careful not to make a sound. Every movement felt like it could be noticed, every snap of a twig a potential warning. When I finally stood and looked around, the clearing appeared empty. There were no footprints, no broken branches, nothing to indicate anyone, or anything, had been there, except for a few shallow scratches in the dirt near the edge of the trees. They weren't deep, but they were precise, deliberate. I couldn't tell what had made them. I didn't wait to find out. I started walking back the way I had come, moving as quietly as possible, my eyes scanning the woods constantly. Every shadow made me jump, every rustle set my heart racing. It took me nearly 3 hours to reach the edge of the forest. By then, the sun was fully up, and the light changed the woods entirely. The shadows retreated, and the trees lost their menacing shapes. I looked back several times, but there was nothing. Just the normal forest, alive with birds and small animals. I didn't stop walking until I reached my car. My legs were sore, my body tense from hours of adrenaline. I looked at the forest one last time before getting inside, locking the doors, and starting the engine. I didn't speak, didn't breathe normally, just drove away as fast as I could. Even now, years later, I can't explain what it was that night. Whatever it wasn't human. It wasn't an animal I recognized. But it was intelligent, aware, and deliberately testing me. I never went back to that clearing, and I made sure to avoid that part of the woods entirely. I told no one where it was, and I still keep that knowledge to myself. The memory of that night stays with me. The stillness, the silence, the shadow moving at the edge of my vision, the slow, deliberate sound of something brushing against the earth, testing boundaries. I survived because I stayed calm, because I didn't make any sudden moves, because I respected the forest and whatever lived in it. The lesson was clear. Some places are not meant to be disturbed, and some presences, however real or tangible, are better left alone. Even now, I remember the terror, but also the clarity. I walked away alive, aware, and cautious, and that is a rare kind of victory in a place like that. The experience taught me respect for the wilderness in a way I had never understood before. It showed me that fear is not always an enemy. Sometimes it is a guide, a warning, and following it can be the difference between life and death. Every time I think about that night, I feel the weight of the dark forest pressing in, but I also feel the relief of having survived it. That night will always be with me, not as a ghost story or a legend, but as a reminder of how real the world can be, how alive the forest is, and how careful a person must be when they step into it. I learned to read the subtle signs, to trust my instincts, and to move through the world with both caution and awareness. And that ultimately was the only way I made it through the night. The sun was already dipping below the horizon when I arrived at the small clearing that served as the edge of the forest. I had been hiking all day, following a narrow, overgrown trail that twisted through dense undergrowth and between tall pines, and by the time I reached this spot, my legs were heavy and my backpack was pressing uncomfortably against my shoulders. The clearing was a small, flat area, barely large enough for a single tent, surrounded on all sides by thick trees that seemed to lean in toward the center, as if the forest itself was closing in. I set my pack down and took a moment to catch my breath, scanning the edges of the trees for any movement, though there was none. Only the wind whispered through the branches, carrying with it the sharp scent of pine and damp earth. I began unpacking my gear and setting up my tent, trying to work quickly before darkness fully fell. The light was fading fast, and I knew that once night settled in, navigating the forest would be near impossible. Every crack of a twig beneath my feet seemed magnified in the silence, and I could feel my heartbeat quicken with each shadow that shifted in the dimming light. By the time I had the tent pitched, staked, and the rainfly secured, the last traces of sunlight had disappeared, leaving the clearing in deep twilight. I lit my small lantern inside the tent, the warm glow spilling out onto the ground, cutting through the immediate darkness like a weak shield. Dinner was quick, a couple of energy bars and some trail mix, but the sounds of the forest made it impossible to eat in peace. Every gust of wind that rattled the branches sounded like movement, and every distant snap of a twig made me freeze, convinced someone, or something, was out there. I forced myself to brush it off as nerves, telling myself it was just deer or other wildlife. The forest was alive, after all, and I was a stranger in its midst. I finished eating and cleaned up quickly, stacking my supplies neatly in the corner of the tent, and making sure nothing would attract animals. I wanted to be cautious. A wrong move could draw attention I didn't want. By the time I lay down on my sleeping pad, the darkness was nearly absolute outside. My tent's lantern provided a circle of comfort, but beyond that, the world was black. The wind had died down, leaving an eerie stillness that pressed against the tent walls. I could hear my own breathing, my heart thudding loudly in my ears, and the occasional distant rustle of something moving just out of sight. Sleep didn't come easily, and I kept my flashlight within arm's reach, telling myself I would be ready if I needed to leave quickly. Hours passed. The wind picked up again, this time with more force, making the branches scrape against each other and the ground. The rustling was different now, sharper, deliberate. I lay still, straining to listen, my imagination filling in the gaps. I could hear small animals scuttling through the underbrush, but there was something else, heavier footsteps, slower, measured, moving in a rhythm that didn't match any animal I knew. I held my breath, trying to convince myself it was just the forest playing tricks. But then it stopped. Silence swallowed the clearing once more, and a cold wave of awareness rolled over me. Whatever was out there, it was waiting. I tried to focus on small, rational thoughts. Maybe someone else was camping nearby, and hadn't announced themselves. Maybe it was a hunter or a hiker moving silently through the trees. I told myself the odds were low that it was anything more dangerous, but I couldn't shake the tension coiling in my chest. Every snap, every whisper of movement made me flinch. I reached for my knife, a small comfort in the dark, and kept it by my side. The rest of my supplies I quietly organized, making a mental plan for what to do if I needed to leave immediately. Suddenly, there was a sound outside the tent that made me freeze entirely, a low, deliberate crunch of leaves, followed by a slow scraping along the forest floor. Not a branch snapping under a small animal, not a gust of wind moving debris. This was heavy, purposeful. My heart jumped, and I pressed myself flat against the sleeping pad, trying to make myself as small as possible, hoping it would not notice me. My breathing was shallow and quiet, and I forced myself to stay still, every muscle tense. The noise circled the clearing. I could hear the movement on multiple sides, now slow, methodical, as though whoever, or whatever, it was surveying the perimeter. I considered leaving, but there was no way to move silently. Stepping outside meant announcing my presence, and I had no clear path through the dense undergrowth without making noise. The decision was horrifyingly simple. I had to wait, stay quiet, and hope it moved on. Time stretched. Minutes felt like hours. My mind replayed every survival story I'd ever read, every bit of advice I'd stored about encounters with people or animals in the woods. I reminded myself that panicking would be worse than the threat itself. I needed a clear head. Slowly, I reached for my phone, barely breathing, and used its dim flashlight to check the perimeter from inside the tent. Nothing moved in the immediate vicinity, but shadows flickered just beyond the small circle of light. The movement was subtle, almost imperceptible, but enough to keep my muscles tight, ready. Eventually, the sound outside stopped. The forest fell silent again, heavier now, oppressive in its quiet. I waited, counting seconds, willing myself to stay still. The night pressed down on me, cold and dense, but no further movement came. Exhaustion began to claw at my mind, threatening to pull me into sleep despite the danger. I told myself to stay alert, eyes fixed on the faint glow of the lantern, ears straining for the smallest sound. Dawn had to come. Dawn was the only protection I had. Hours crawled by. My body cramped from lying in one position, my stomach twisted from tension and hunger. I debated leaving before first light, but the thought of stepping into the dark forest was far worse than staying put. I clutched my knife, my only sense of security, and waited. The wind shifted occasionally, carrying distant scents, smoke from a far-off fire, the earthy musk of wet soil, the faint tang of something metallic that I couldn't identify. Every smell made me more alert, more aware that I was not alone. Then finally, there was a faint light filtering through the dense trees, pale and diffused. Dawn. My body, tense for hours, began to release some of its grip. I stayed flat on the sleeping pad for a while, eyes scanning the perimeter, listening. The forest was still quiet, the previous night's menace seemingly gone. I waited until the light was strong enough to clearly see the clearing and the edges of the trees. No movement, no footprints, nothing left behind. The forest had returned to its natural rhythm, birds beginning to chirp, insects buzzing, the wind stirring the branches gently. I packed up my camp slowly, careful to keep everything organized and to avoid leaving any sign of my presence. My hands shook slightly from adrenaline and sleeplessness, but I forced myself to focus. As I hoisted my backpack, I took a final look around the clearing, searching for any sign of the night's visitor. Nothing, just the empty forest, serene and peaceful under the morning light. Relief washed over me, though it left a lingering edge of fear, a memory of how close the night had come to overwhelming me. I started down the trail, moving carefully but with growing confidence. Every step was measured, alert, but the forest felt less threatening in the sunlight. Birds sang louder now, the sun warming the cold dampness of the ground. The path ahead was still rough, tangled with roots and rocks, but I could navigate it without the same paralyzing fear that had gripped me the night before. I kept my knife close, my senses sharpened, but the terror had faded enough for me to walk with purpose. By mid-morning, I emerged from the dense forest into open fields, the horizon stretching wide and bright. I paused, taking a deep breath of the fresh, sun-warmed air. The forest loomed behind me, a dark and silent presence, but it no longer held immediate danger. The night's terror was behind me, and I had made it through, alert, careful, alive. Every sound, every shadow, every heartbeat of that night had been real, tangible, and terrifying, but I had survived. I felt a renewed respect for the forest, a reminder that its beauty came with the rawness of the wild. I would remember that night forever, not as a tale of ghosts or fairy tales, but as a lesson in vigilance, patience, and the harsh, undeniable reality of the untamed world. The memory stayed with me long after I returned to civilization. The quiet dread of not knowing, the suffocating darkness, the sound of movement circling just beyond reach. And though life returned to normal, every time I hiked near a dense forest, I carried that night with me, a reminder of how fragile safety can be, and how carefully we must move through a world that is indifferent, untamed, and profoundly alive. I had planned the trip for weeks, mapping out a route to a small patch of forest I had discovered on a satellite map, far from any town, any road, any sign of people. The idea was simple: escape, even for a few days, from the constant noise and obligations of city life. The forest promised solitude, a chance to feel the raw quiet that I hadn't realized I was missing until I stood at the edge of it. I packed lightly but carefully: tent, sleeping bag, a small stove, water, some food. I even brought a flashlight, though I preferred to rely on natural light. I drove for hours, the road twisting and narrowing as I got deeper into the country, the trees on either side thickening, the air cooler, the hum of traffic fading into nothing. By the time I parked at the small clearing that marked the trailhead, the sun was low, orange slanting light falling through the branches, and the forest felt like a different world, quiet but not empty. There was a sense of something ancient and indifferent all around, something patient. I set off down the narrow trail, stepping over roots and fallen branches. The ground was uneven, damp from a recent rain, and the smell of wet leaves and earth was strong. Birds moved through the canopy, the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. The trail wound uphill, and soon I was above the line of sight of the clearing where I had parked. There was no human sound here at all, just the rhythm of my boots crunching over leaves and the distant rush of a stream somewhere below. I felt the thrill of being completely alone, the freedom to move without anyone noticing, but also a tightening in my chest, a low-level tension that I tried to ignore. By late afternoon, I found a small plateau, a flat space large enough to pitch my tent. It was surrounded by trees, but there was a break in the canopy above, letting in enough light to see clearly. I unpacked my gear, setting the tent carefully, staking it into the soft ground. I gathered firewood, dry enough to catch, and stacked it neatly. The forest was quiet, but in a way that felt almost alive. The wind rustled the branches in a pattern that was hard to follow, and I kept noticing shapes moving in the corners of my vision, small but deliberate, always gone when I turned to look. Night came faster than I expected. The sun slipped behind the trees, leaving only a faint glow on the horizon. I lit a small fire, the sparks dancing up into the dark, the smoke smelling sharp and clean. Shadows stretched long across the clearing, and I realized just how deep the dark of the forest could be. Every sound was amplified: the crack of a branch under an animal's paw, the whisper of leaves, even the occasional distant hoot of an owl. I ate a simple meal, sitting close to the fire, staring into the flames. The deeper darkness brought a weight, almost physical, pressing down from all directions. My imagination started to fill in gaps. The way a tree's shadow could become a figure standing just at the edge of vision, the sound of a branch snapping in a pattern that felt too deliberate. Hours passed, the fire dying down, the cold settling in. I lay in my tent, the fabric creaking as the wind shifted. The forest was alive outside, but there was something off. The rustling was too close, too consistent. My ears caught a rhythm, footsteps, not quite human in cadence, moving around the edge of the clearing. I held my breath, straining to hear, but every time I tried to pinpoint the sound, it moved. I convinced myself it was an animal, a fox, maybe a raccoon, but the movements felt heavier, the timing too purposeful. I reached for my flashlight, turning it on for a moment, sweeping the clearing. Nothing, just the forest, black and patient, untouched by my light. Sleep was uneasy. Every crack, every rustle, made my heart jump. At one point, I woke to the sound of something brushing against the tent. Not hard, just enough to make the fabric shift. My mind raced. There's no way it could be a human, I told myself. But it felt deliberate. I sat up, flashlight in hand, scanning the perimeter. Nothing. The forest returned to its indifferent quiet. I tried to convince myself to lie back down, but my body refused to relax. I ended up sitting there for hours, watching the shadows stretch and compress as the fire died completely. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it again. Not a rustle or snap, but a heavy breathing, deep and uneven, somewhere beyond the edge of the clearing. My stomach dropped. Whatever it was big. I grabbed my small hatchet, my other hand on the flashlight, and edged toward the tent flap. The breathing stopped as soon as I poked my head out. The forest was still again, but the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, listening to the faint sounds of the night. Eventually, I realized I had to do something. I decided to move deeper into the forest, away from the clearing. If whatever was out there was still around, I didn't want it to know exactly where I was. I packed quickly, keeping low, moving between trees, trying to use the shadows as cover. Every step felt exaggerated, every snap of a twig underfoot deafening. The breathing returned, faint but consistent, following me at a distance. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there. Panic mixed with adrenaline, but I kept moving, focusing on the trail I had scouted earlier on the map, hoping it would lead to a stream or clearing where I could regain some control. By the time the first hint of dawn crept through the trees, I had stumbled into a narrow ravine, small but steep-sided. The slope was muddy, roots exposed, but it offered concealment. I crouched behind a cluster of bushes, chest heaving, listening. The breathing had stopped. The forest had returned to its natural sounds, birds and insects waking up, the wind moving through the canopy. I stayed there for hours, barely moving, until I was certain I had lost whatever had been following me. Eventually, I worked my way back to the main trail. The forest looked normal in daylight, serene almost, but the memory of the night was still sharp. I broke into a run when I saw the clearing where I had parked, not caring about the mud and roots underfoot. When I finally reached my car, I didn't pause. I loaded my gear, got in, and locked the doors. I sat there for a moment, listening to the normal hum of the engine, the distant birds, the wind, and felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I had been tested, confronted by something I couldn't name, but I had survived it through vigilance, patience, and a refusal to panic. Driving back, the forest disappeared behind me, and with it the sense of immediate danger, but the memory stayed with me. Even now, I think about that night, the way the forest seemed to breathe, the way the shadows moved with intent. I realized then that the wilderness is indifferent, alive in ways we don't understand, and respect is the only safety we can rely on. The forest hadn't tried to hurt me out of malice. It simply existed, patient and observant, and I had learned that survival means paying attention, moving carefully, and never underestimating the quiet power of the world around you. I remember the first time I really felt the weight of being alone in the woods. It was late summer, the kind of evening where the sun lingers just long enough to give the trees a golden glow before slipping away entirely. I had planned this trip alone, something I thought would be peaceful, just me, a tent, and miles of forest stretching out in every direction. I had been through smaller hikes and campouts before, but nothing like this, nothing this deep into the woods. The air was thick with the scent of wet soil and pine, and every few minutes, a bird or an insect would remind me I wasn't completely silent. I carried a small pack with the essentials: water, some food, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and a map I had studied the night before. The trail had been clear at first, a beaten path worn smooth by countless hikers, but as I pushed further in, it narrowed. The ground was soft with layers of fallen leaves and pine needles, and the trees grew closer together, blocking out the last bits of light. Shadows stretched long and strange, curling around roots and rocks in ways that made my stomach tighten. I was aware of every crunch of my boots on the forest floor, every snap of a twig, as if the woods themselves were listening. By the time I reached the clearing where I had planned to set up camp, the sun had completely disappeared, leaving only a dim twilight that barely penetrated the trees. I chose a spot near a small rise so that water wouldn't pool under my tent if it rained overnight. The soil was firm, and there was a ring of stones that someone had used for a fire in the past. I set up my tent slowly, deliberately, trying not to rush. I wanted to make sure it was secure because I had no idea what the night would bring. Once the tent was up, I unpacked my things and started a small fire. The flames threw a warm glow against the trees and cast flickering shadows that moved like living things. I thought about how peaceful it felt here, the isolation, the quiet. how even the wind seemed to move differently without buildings and streets to interrupt it. Hours passed, and the forest grew darker. The firelight was the only constant in the night, and beyond its circle, the woods seemed to swallow every detail. I could hear distant animals moving, some kind of scuttling in the underbrush, perhaps a fox or a raccoon, maybe even a deer brushing through the trees. The sounds were close enough to startle me, yet far enough away that I couldn't see the source. I kept thinking about how easy it would be to get lost here if I wandered even a few dozen feet from my campsite. That thought made me tighten my jacket and check my flashlight again. I had just started roasting some small pieces of food over the fire when I heard it, a snapping of a branch, loud and deliberate. My heart jumped into my throat. I froze, listening. It was close, very close, just beyond the firelight. I told myself it was probably an animal, something small, but the sound had a rhythm that didn't feel natural. Another snap, then another, steady and careful, like someone or something was testing the ground as it moved. I grabbed my flashlight, sweeping the beam over the nearest trees. Shadows leapt and shifted, but I saw nothing. Still, the sound kept coming, moving slowly around the perimeter of the clearing. I stayed as still as I could, trying to make no sound, hoping whatever it was would leave. Minutes felt like hours. The snapping of the branches moved closer, and then I heard a low rustle, the kind of noise that comes from something big pushing through brush. My pulse was pounding, and every instinct told me to run, but I knew that running blindly into the woods could be even more dangerous. I gripped a heavy stick I had used to clear the area earlier, my only protection. The rustling stopped for a moment, then started again, this time closer than before. It was circling me, keeping out of the firelight, moving just at the edge where shadows were thickest. I considered the possibility that it could be a bear, but there were no deep growls, no warning roars, nothing that unmistakably said predator. Still, the size of the sounds, the deliberate movement through the underbrush, it was enough to make my skin crawl. I tried to stay calm, telling myself to think logically. Bears are generally more interested in food than in humans unless provoked. I didn't smell like anything particularly edible, aside from a little of my dinner cooking, but the thought of them investigating made me anxious. I kept the fire going, throwing on more wood to keep it bright and loud, hoping it would be enough to deter whatever was out there. Hours passed like this. The creature, or whatever it was, never fully revealed itself. The sounds would come close, then retreat, testing the boundary of the firelight, then disappear altogether, only to return moments later. I stayed awake, wrapped in my jacket, barely breathing, listening. At some point, I realized my water bottle was empty. I couldn't risk leaving the fire, but I knew I needed to hydrate. Slowly, I inched toward my small stream a few feet away, keeping the fire between me and the darker parts of the woods. My ears strained for every sound. My hands shook slightly. I dipped my bottle in the stream and took quick sips, scanning the shadows the whole time. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. Every gust of wind felt like a hand brushing against me. When I returned to the fire, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Around the perimeter of the clearing, just beyond the firelight, the ground looked different, flattened in places, with indentations that hadn't been there before. Something had moved through here while I was at the stream. The marks were too heavy for a small animal, yet there was no clear shape, no paw prints I could identify with certainty. My mind raced through possibilities: bear, human, or something else. I told myself not to panic, but panic was creeping in anyway. I decided I had to be more prepared. I moved my tent slightly closer to the fire, keeping it within the brightest circle of light I could make. I checked my flashlight batteries, ready to signal if anything came too close. I kept my stick within reach and wrapped my jacket tightly around myself, the rough fabric pressing against my skin. I stayed awake, scanning every shadow, every movement, until the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees. The forest changed immediately in the daylight. The shadows shrank, the strange noises of the night vanished, replaced by birdsong and the rustle of small creatures going about their morning. I finally let myself breathe, but I knew I couldn't stay in that spot any longer. I packed up quickly but carefully, leaving no trace behind. The indentations and disturbed ground still haunted me, but I forced myself to move. I navigated back to the main trail, relying on the map and the memory of landmarks. Every step was cautious, but with daylight came confidence. I still scanned the trees, still listened, but nothing followed. The forest that had been a maze of terror just hours ago was now a place I could navigate with logic and focus. When I finally reached the edge of the woods, near where the trail met the road, I felt a mixture of relief and exhaustion. I had survived the night, had stayed safe, and had learned a lesson in vigilance, in respecting the unknown. The forest hadn't been magical or supernatural. It had been entirely real, entirely dangerous in its own natural way. But I had made it through by staying alert and thinking carefully. I looked back at the dense line of trees behind me, knowing I would never forget the sounds, the tension, the feeling of something unseen moving just beyond the light. But I also knew that fear, when faced with patience and preparation, could be managed. I drove home slowly, tired and tense, replaying every detail, every sound, every shadow. And though the night had been terrifying, I felt a quiet satisfaction that I had handled it, that I had endured. The woods were still there, dark and mysterious, but I had come through them intact, wiser and more aware than I had been before. The experience stayed with me for months. Every time I went into nature, I carried that lesson in my mind: vigilance, preparation, respect. The fear of that night never fully went away, but it transformed into a cautious respect rather than paralyzing panic. I learned to move carefully, to listen, to observe, and to understand that the unknown didn't have to be supernatural to be frightening. It only needed to be real. And in that realization, I found a kind of clarity, a kind of strength, knowing that I had faced the raw, unfiltered reality of the wilderness and had come out the other side with my senses and my wits intact. I had been planning the trip for weeks. I wanted to go somewhere quiet, far away from the city, somewhere I could just be alone with the woods and the sounds of nature. I had loaded my backpack with food, water, a small tent, and a sleeping bag. The place I had picked was deep in the mountains, a national forest with no marked trails in some areas. I drove for hours, the road narrowing into dirt and gravel, the trees closing in until the sunlight barely reached the ground. I could feel the tension in my shoulders easing with every mile, the stress of work and the noise of the city fading behind me. By the time I parked, the sun was low, casting long shadows across the clearing where I set up camp. It was just a small patch of flat ground surrounded by thick trees, the kind of place where the air felt heavy and still, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. I unpacked my gear, pitched my tent, and built a small fire. The flames crackled, sending sparks into the air, and I sat back, letting the warmth spread through me. As darkness fell, I realized how quiet it really was. No distant cars, no voices, just the occasional snap of a twig or the rustle of something moving in the underbrush. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind or a small animal, but the noises felt deliberate, measured, as if something was watching. I kept my fire going longer than I usually would, staring into the flames and listening. My backpack had a small flashlight, and I had a knife tucked into the strap of my bag, just in case. I went to bed early, exhausted from the drive and the hike to get here. The first few hours were fine, the usual sounds of the forest lulling me to sleep. But around 2 in the morning, I woke to a sound that didn't fit the natural rhythm of the forest. At first, I thought it was a branch breaking, maybe a deer moving through the trees. Then I heard it again, closer this time, soft but distinct. The sound of someone walking, deliberate, crunching the leaves in a rhythm that made my stomach tighten. I froze, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. But there was a weight to the sound that felt wrong, a kind of cautious purpose that didn't belong to any deer or raccoon. I turned on my flashlight and shone it in every direction, but the beam only cut through the immediate circle around the tent. The forest beyond was dark, an endless wall of black and shadow. Minutes passed, or maybe hours, I couldn't tell. Every time I thought the noise had stopped, it started again, closer now, circling around the clearing. I stayed completely still, listening, trying to pinpoint its location. It was coming from different angles, moving around the edges of the trees, sometimes stopping, sometimes starting again, always deliberate, always quiet enough to make me strain my ears. My mind raced, thinking of all the possibilities. Someone could be out there, watching me, maybe lost, maybe not. The thought made my skin crawl. I considered packing up and hiking out, but I didn't know the terrain, and it was pitch dark. I couldn't see the path well enough to be sure I wouldn't get lost. The safest thing was to stay put, I reasoned, but staying put didn't make me feel safe. I grabbed my knife and flashlight, keeping them close. I made sure my fire was still burning, though I knew the glow didn't reach far beyond my camp. Every few minutes, I'd hear a snap in the darkness, just a branch breaking under a heavy step. The sound was close enough that I felt it reverberate through the ground beneath me. Hours passed like this. I didn't sleep. My body ached from tension, my mind spinning with scenarios that ranged from being lost and stalked by a stranger to wild animals bigger and more dangerous than I expected. Every rustle of leaves, every sudden movement in the shadows made my heart jump. At one point, I caught a faint glimpse of movement beyond the trees, a shadow larger than a deer, moving carefully but with purpose. I couldn't make out anything more, but it was enough to make me freeze in place, gripping my knife and willing the fire to last. Morning came slowly. The darkness lifted, and the first light revealed the forest in a way that made it seem ordinary again. The shadows were gone, the eerie shapes that had haunted the night vanished. I stepped out of the tent, shaking, and scanned the area. Nothing. No footprints, no signs that anyone had been there. My fire had burned down to ashes, and the cold morning air made me shiver. I packed up my gear quickly, my hands trembling slightly. I kept my eyes on the edges of the clearing as I moved, scanning the trees for any movement. When I finally reached the path back to the car, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were footprints, faint but clear, leading from the edge of my clearing into the deeper forest. They weren't animal tracks. They were human, and they were fresh. I didn't stop to think. I kept walking, moving faster now, my heart hammering. Every step back to my car felt heavier, the silence around me growing oppressive. When I finally reached the road, I didn't even check for the car at first. I just ran until I could see it. I jumped in, locked the doors, and drove away, leaving the forest behind. The road felt endless, but the city lights finally appeared on the horizon, and I felt some of the tension ease, though my hands were still shaking. I didn't go back to that area for years. Even now, thinking about it, I can remember the sound of those footsteps circling my camp, the way the darkness felt alive, the way I realized I wasn't as alone as I thought. The forest had seemed peaceful when I arrived, but that night it had felt like a trap, a place where someone, or something, was patient enough to wait and watch. Eventually, I told myself it had to be someone lost, or maybe someone looking for trouble. The thought didn't help much, but it was all I had. What I learned that night is simple. Even in the quietest, most beautiful places, there's always the possibility that someone else is there, and not everyone is harmless. I became careful after that, choosing campsites closer to roads, never camping alone in areas without trails, always keeping my phone charged and my knife within reach. That experience changed the way I think about being alone in the wilderness. Nature itself isn't scary. It's predictable, understandable. But people can be unpredictable, dangerous in ways that aren't immediately obvious. And sometimes the scariest thing isn't a bear or a storm or a falling tree. It's knowing that someone has been there, watching, moving silently, waiting for you to be vulnerable. Over time, I returned to camping, but I never forgot that night. The feeling of being watched, the tension that made every sound matter, the hours spent listening in the dark, it all stayed with me. And I always make sure I can see the path, keep a clear line to my car, and know that if I need to leave, I can do it quickly. Because one thing I learned is that it's better to be cautious, to be aware, and to respect the fact that not everyone in the woods is just there to enjoy the scenery. Some people are waiting for an opportunity, and you won't know it until it's too late. I remember the first time I truly felt fear like it was a living thing pressing against my chest. It was a summer I had decided to go camping alone in the northern part of the state, far from roads, far from people. I had been hiking for hours, the forest thick and dark even in the afternoon, sunlight barely breaking through the canopy. My pack was heavy, loaded with the basics: a tent, sleeping bag, food, water, and a small first aid kit. I had told no one where I was going beyond a vague plan of somewhere up north. Part of me liked it that way. Solitude had always been more comforting than company. But I didn't know then how quickly isolation could turn into something else entirely. The path I had been following for most of the day petered out into nothing but underbrush and uneven ground. I had to navigate carefully, ducking under low-hanging branches and stepping over moss-covered roots. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me pause. I knew the sounds of the forest, but in that kind of solitude, They sounded different, sharper, closer, almost as if they were waiting for me. My plan was to find a flat clearing to set up camp before night fell, but the further I went, the fewer flat spots I found. Eventually, I spotted a small area near a shallow creek. The ground was slightly sloped but manageable, with enough dry patches for a tent. I dropped my pack and began setting up, careful to tie down the corners tightly because the forecast had promised rain later. By the time my tent was pitched, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, and shadows stretched across the clearing like dark fingers. I took a moment to sit on a rock near the creek, letting the sound of water soothe me. The forest around me was alive with insects, the chirping of crickets, and the occasional call of a distant bird. I tried to focus on these ordinary sounds, telling myself it was just the forest, nothing more. But then I noticed something odd. The rustling wasn't entirely random. It seemed to have a rhythm, moving in short bursts, stopping abruptly, starting again. I scanned the tree line, but the dimming light made it impossible to see far. My pulse quickened slightly, but I shook it off. Animals move through the forest, I told myself. Probably a deer or a raccoon. I made dinner using a small portable stove, and while the smell of cooking food usually calmed me, that night it didn't. I kept glancing toward the tree line, thinking I caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. Shadows shifted unnaturally, but every time I looked directly, there was nothing. By the time I finished eating, night had fully descended, and the forest had grown colder and quieter. The rustling had stopped, replaced by something heavier, a subtle, almost imperceptible crunching, like someone or something was walking through the fallen leaves. I tried to ignore it, telling myself again that it was just an animal. I crawled into my tent and zipped it up, listening to the creek babbling in the background. I tried to read a bit on my phone, but the battery was low, and the light it gave off felt intrusive in the blackness. I set it aside and tried to sleep, but the sounds of the forest refused to let me. Every few minutes, I heard a snap, a twig breaking closer than the last. My heart would jump, and I would hold my breath, straining to listen. It was like the forest had shrunk to just my clearing, and whatever was out there was circling, pacing, testing me. I kept telling myself I was imagining things, that I was tired and my mind was playing tricks. But even then, part of me knew that there was something real out there, just beyond the thin walls of my tent. Around midnight, the wind picked up slightly, rustling leaves and making the tent flap against its poles. I lay perfectly still, hoping nothing would notice my presence, listening to the creek, listening to the forest. Then I heard it again, a crunch, much closer this time, right outside the tent. My breath caught. I held it, lying frozen, and the sound didn't stop. It moved slowly around the perimeter of the tent, circling, pausing occasionally. It wasn't fast like a deer, it was deliberate. Every step seemed careful, calculated, and every time the movement paused, I felt a pressure in the air, like the forest was holding its breath along with me. I debated whether I should leave the tent, climb a tree, or make some noise, but any movement could betray my location. The sounds continued for what felt like hours, though it may have only been minutes. Finally, the movement stopped. Absolute silence fell over the clearing, so complete it was almost worse than the noise. My pulse thundered in my ears. I told myself I had to do something, but my body refused to move. Then I noticed something I hadn't before, small, heavy footsteps, pressed into the soft soil around my tent, forming a circle. I could see them in the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy. They were large, too large for any deer I had ever seen. My stomach churned, and I realized whatever had been walking around me could have been a bear, or worse. I considered calling for help on my phone, but the signal was gone. Even if someone had been able to hear me, they were miles away. The forest had me alone. I spent the rest of the night curled inside my sleeping bag, trying to stay as silent as possible. The footsteps didn't return, but the anxiety hung over me like a dark cloud, making every small sound unbearable. At some point, I must have dozed lightly because I woke to the first hints of dawn filtering through the trees. The forest had returned to its normal sounds, birds calling, leaves rustling in the wind, insects chirping, but I still didn't move. I had survived the night, yes, but I knew better than to assume it was safe just because the darkness had lifted. By mid-morning, I had broken camp quickly, keeping my movements deliberate and loud enough to announce my presence. I stayed near the creek, following its path, hoping to find a more navigable trail. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call, felt like a potential threat. After a long, tense hike, I stumbled upon a faint trail leading out of the dense forest. Relief washed over me. I didn't stop until I saw the edge of a road, and eventually, a car passed by. I stuck out my thumb, catching a ride from a driver who looked at me with concern when they saw the exhaustion etched into my face. I didn't tell them much about what had happened. I didn't want to sound insane. When I finally got home, I sat in my kitchen for a long time, trying to process everything. I realized how close I had been to danger, how quickly a peaceful night in the forest could turn into something terrifying and uncontrollable. I had underestimated the isolation, underestimated the wildlife, underestimated how easily fear could take root in your mind. But I had survived. I had made it through the night, and I had learned something vital. Respect the forest, respect its power, and never assume that solitude is the same as safety. From that day on, I never went into the woods alone. I always told someone exactly where I would be, and I carried more equipment, more precautions. But even then, every time I returned to the forest, even with friends, there's a moment when the trees seem to close in, the wind shifts just slightly, and I remember the night when the forest itself felt alive, watching me, circling me, waiting. And I know that no matter how safe you try to be, the wild has its own rules, and it doesn't care about you, your plans, or your courage. Survival is simply about respecting that, and being lucky enough to get through it. I remember the first time I really understood how quickly a situation could turn from normal to terrifying. It wasn't during a storm or in some wild, faraway forest. It happened on a regular hiking trail, something that seemed safe at first. I had planned the trip myself, wanting to test my endurance and get away from the usual noise of daily life. The trail I picked was a long, narrow path that ran through a dense part of the mountains, known mostly to local hikers, not to tourists. It was late afternoon when I started, the sun still high but angled so that it cast long shadows between the trees. I had a small pack with water, some snacks, a flashlight, and a first aid kit. The trail wasn't particularly steep at first, just winding between old pines and thick underbrush, the kind that made the air smell damp and earthy. Birds were calling to each other, and the occasional rustle of small animals in the undergrowth made the place feel alive, yet isolated. As I went further in, the trail narrowed. The trees grew closer together, their branches interlocking so that sunlight barely touched the ground. I noticed the air becoming cooler, the smell of pine stronger, almost overpowering. The forest floor was littered with fallen needles and leaves, muffling the sound of my steps. I started to feel a sense of being watched, though there was no one in sight. I shook it off, blaming my imagination and the fact that the woods were unusually quiet. No birds now, no rustling animals. Even the wind seemed to vanish. There was only me and the trail ahead. About 2 miles in, the trail branched unexpectedly. I hadn't expected a split, and there were no signs to indicate which way was safe or correct. One path continued straight, lined with thick brush, while the other curved sharply to the right and seemed to go downhill into a darker area of the forest. I hesitated. My instincts told me to stay on the straight path, but something made me choose the right. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe the idea of finding a shortcut, but either way, I stepped onto the downward path. Immediately, the ground became uneven, covered with loose rocks and exposed roots. My boots slipped once, but I caught myself. The shadows deepened as the sun sank behind the ridges, and soon I realized I might have misjudged the timing. I was farther in than I thought, and darkness was coming faster than I had planned for. I pulled out my flashlight, flicking it on. The beam cut through the dimness, revealing twisted trees, roots like gnarled fingers, and the occasional patch of moss-covered rocks. The path curved and turned sharply, sometimes so steep that I had to slow down and grab onto tree trunks to steady myself. Then I noticed something unusual: footprints. Human footprints, barely visible in the soft soil, running alongside the path, fresh and distinct. They weren't deep, like someone had been light on their feet, almost like they were moving carefully, intentionally avoiding making noise. I froze, scanning the trees on either side. No one. The prints were just there. I checked the direction. Someone had come from the same branch I had taken and kept going further down, deeper into the woods. I tried to tell myself it was just another hiker, maybe someone out for the evening, but a shiver ran down my spine. My pace quickened, the trail becoming more treacherous. Every step sounded louder than it should, crunching against leaves and twigs. Then I heard it, a snap, a branch breaking behind me. My heart leapt into my throat. I spun around with the flashlight beam, but nothing was there. My mind raced. Could it have been an animal? Possibly. But the sound had been deliberate, not random. The hairs on my arms stood up. I began moving faster, hopping over roots and rocks, trying to keep calm, telling myself that I knew the terrain and that I could get back to the main trail. But then the sounds increased. Another snap, then a rustle, then what sounded like footsteps following mine, though I was sure I had not made a sound like that. Panic set in. My breathing came in quick, shallow bursts. I considered calling for help, but my phone had no signal. It was just me, the forest, and whatever was behind me. I started running. The downhill slope made it hard to control my steps. I stumbled several times, my flashlight beam shaking wildly, illuminating nothing but darkness, twisted roots, and the occasional patch of rock. The air felt heavy, thick with tension. Every sense was heightened. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears, and faintly, almost impossibly, I thought I heard someone, or something, matching my pace behind me. I reached a clearing, a small flat area where the trees parted slightly. I stopped, gasping for air, my legs trembling. The beam of my flashlight caught movement at the edge of the clearing, a shadow slipping behind a tree, vanishing almost instantly. I squinted, trying to see if it was a person or animal, but it was gone. The sense of dread grew heavier. I realized I had no idea how far I had gone, no clue how to get back to the main trail safely. My initial confidence was completely gone, replaced with raw fear. The sun had almost completely set. Darkness pressed down, thick and heavy. I could barely see the path ahead. I tried to retrace my steps, hoping to find the main trail, but every turn looked the same. The footprints were still there at first, but they became erratic and then vanished entirely. I shouted, my voice cracking, hoping the sound might deter anyone following me. But all that answered was the echo of my own fear bouncing back from the trees. Eventually, I stumbled across a small stream, the sound of running water strangely comforting. I remembered reading that streams often led back to larger paths or roads. I followed it cautiously, stepping carefully on slippery rocks, trying to make as little noise as possible. The forest around me seemed alive now in a way I hadn't noticed before. Every rustle of leaves, every distant crack of wood made my heart race. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone emerge from the shadows, and sometimes I thought I did, but it was always my imagination. Hours seemed to pass. The trail along the stream twisted and turned unpredictably. My energy was draining. My legs ached. My hands were scraped from grabbing roots and rocks. I thought about sitting down, about giving up, but fear pushed me forward. I couldn't let whatever was behind me win, even if it was only in my head. Finally, as the first faint light of dawn began to seep through the trees, I saw it, a break in the forest, the edge of a road. My pulse surged with relief. I rushed forward, stumbling onto the gravel shoulder of the road, exhausted, covered in dirt and scratches. There were tire tracks, and soon a car approached, its headlights cutting through the early morning mist. I waved frantically, and the vehicle slowed. The driver asked if I was okay, but all I could do was nod, my voice failing me. They offered to call the authorities, but I assured them I could make it back to civilization from here. As I drove away, I looked back at the dark forest. In the daylight, it seemed less menacing, almost ordinary, but I knew the fear I had felt was real. The experience had been terrifying, a reminder of how quickly a normal adventure could become dangerous. I never hiked that trail again, and I made sure to stick to well-traveled paths after that, no matter how tempting the idea of exploration might be. I carried the memory with me for years, not as a story of ghosts or monsters, but as proof that the unknown, even when seemingly harmless, could create fear more intense than anything imagined. I still remembered the feeling of running blindly through the dark, the sound of footsteps that might or might not have been there, and the relief when the first light finally showed me a way out. It was a fear that was real, grounded, and unforgettable, and it stayed with me long after I had returned to safety. Even now, I think about that night whenever I venture into the woods. I remember the smell of damp pine, the slippery roots, the sense of being watched, and the echo of my own footsteps in the silence. I remember how the fear made every nerve in my body alert, how it forced me to focus, to survive. And I also remember the relief, the clear, undeniable proof that careful movement, calm thinking, and a little bit of luck can carry you through even the most terrifying moments. I learned that the woods are full of hidden dangers, not supernatural, but very real, and that respect for them is the only way to make it out safely. I remember the first time I went hiking alone in the mountains, thinking it would be a simple escape from the noise of the city. I had planned everything carefully, or so I thought. The day started perfectly normal. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows over the trailhead as I strapped my pack onto my back. I double-checked my gear: water, snacks, first aid kit, flashlight, map, compass. I had done shorter hikes before, nothing extreme, so I felt confident about navigating a small mountain trail on my own. I told myself it would be relaxing, that I would enjoy the solitude and the quiet, that it would be the perfect way to disconnect. The beginning of the trail was exactly as I expected. A gentle climb through a forest of pine and oak, sunlight speckling the dirt path. Birds chirped above, a light breeze shifted the leaves, and I felt that rare kind of peace that comes from being entirely alone in nature. I moved slowly, taking in the colors, the sounds, the smell of damp earth and moss. Around midday, I reached a small clearing where I stopped to rest, eat a snack, and refill my water. I didn't see anyone else on the trail, which was unusual but not alarming. The trail was known to be less popular on weekdays. I lingered longer than I intended, letting the quiet settle into me, feeling completely detached from the world I had left behind. After resting, I continued up the trail. The path became steeper, narrower, and more winding. Trees grew thicker, their branches twisting overhead to form a kind of natural tunnel. Shadows grew deeper, and I noticed the sound of my own footsteps, heavy and echoing against the stone and leaf-covered ground. I didn't hear birds anymore, no rustling of squirrels or deer. It was like the forest had become completely still, and my own presence was the only thing disturbing it. I told myself it was just the time of day, that animals were resting. But an uneasy feeling settled in my chest, a low hum of tension I couldn't ignore. The next stretch of trail became more difficult. Large roots twisted across the path, rocks jutted up like broken teeth, and patches of loose soil made each step precarious. I had to slow down, concentrating on my footing. That's when I noticed it: footprints. At first, I thought they were mine, but as I looked closer, they weren't. They were larger than mine, heavier, and the pattern didn't match my hiking boots. I froze, scanning the area. The prints were fresh, pressed into the soft soil, leading in the same direction I was going. My heart rate jumped. There were no people visible, no signs of anyone else around, and yet the trail was marked with evidence of someone, or something, moving ahead of me. I debated turning back, but my stubbornness pushed me forward. Maybe it was another hiker, maybe someone who had camped nearby and was taking the same trail. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was perfectly normal, but a subtle tension gripped me, tightening with every step. The forest seemed to change. The canopy thickened, cutting off more sunlight, and a cooler, damper air settled around me. Moss-covered stones became slick underfoot, roots more treacherous, and the quiet pressed in on all sides, filling my mind with every imaginable sound. The crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind. I reached a point where the trail split. One path continued upward, steeper, almost climbing toward a ridge. The other veered slightly downward into a narrow valley, darker, overgrown with thick shrubs and brambles. I checked my map and compass, but the markings were confusing, vague, not like the clear trails I had followed earlier. Hesitating, I realized I had no idea which path would reconnect with the main route I had planned. I chose the ridge, thinking higher ground would give me a better view and allow me to spot anyone or anything approaching. The climb was grueling. The incline steepened sharply, my legs burned, and sweat soaked my shirt. Rocks shifted under my boots, forcing me to test each foothold before trusting it. My pack dug into my shoulders with every upward motion, and my breaths came in short, panicked bursts. At some point, I stopped to rest, gripping a tree trunk and looking around. The forest stretched endlessly, thick and dark, and I realized I couldn't see the clearing I had rested in an hour ago. It was as if the trail had disappeared behind me, swallowed by the dense wilderness. That's when I heard it, a low, guttural growl. My chest tightened, and my heart slammed against my ribs. It wasn't distant, it was close, impossibly close, echoing between the trees. I froze, straining my ears. Then came another sound, a rustle in the underbrush, deliberate and slow. Something was moving, and it wasn't cautious, it was deliberate. The prints I had seen earlier suddenly made sense. Whatever had made them was still ahead, and now I knew I was being followed. Panic clawed at my throat, but I forced myself to think. I had my whistle in my pocket. I could make noise to scare something away if it approached. I had a flashlight, though it was still daylight, and I had a sturdy branch nearby if I needed to defend myself. I kept moving, deliberately slow, trying to make my presence known without revealing panic. But every step I took, I felt eyes on me, felt the weight of something tracking my every move. Shadows shifted strangely, trees looked like they leaned in closer, and every snap of a twig underfoot felt amplified, warning me that the creature, or person, was matching my pace. My throat was dry, my muscles screaming for rest, but I couldn't stop. Not now. I reached the ridge finally, the incline leveling slightly, the forest thinning enough to give me a faint view of the terrain below. I paused, scanning for movement. Nothing. The prints had vanished. Relief washed over me, brief and fragile. I told myself it must have turned off somewhere, that I had finally lost whatever was behind me. I lowered my pack and took a deep breath, letting the adrenaline ebb slightly. Then I saw it, a flash of movement far across the ridge, something tall, dark, gliding almost silently between the trees. I froze. It wasn't human, not entirely, not in the way it moved. It wasn't running, it wasn't jumping. It was smooth, calculated, and it stopped as soon as I looked directly at it. My stomach churned, and I realized that it had been tracking me for hours, maybe longer. The prints, the sounds, the subtle pressure on my awareness. It had been there the whole time. I debated staying put or running. Staying meant waiting and hoping it didn't approach. Running risked exposing myself in the uneven terrain. My survival instincts won. I took the steepest, quickest path downward, relying on memory and rough instincts rather than the map. Every step was precarious, every rock a potential twist of my ankle, every root a trap. I could hear the wind through the trees, the rustle of animals scattering at my passage, but I didn't dare look behind me. My focus was on moving, on surviving, on putting distance between me and whatever had been following me. Hours passed. My legs screamed with pain, my chest burned, my throat dry. I stumbled over roots and rocks, slid down slick patches of dirt, and scraped my arms and hands along brambles and rough bark. Eventually, I reached a small stream. I paused to drink and to collect myself, splashing water on my face. The sun was low now, orange and fading, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I knew I couldn't stay in the forest overnight. I wasn't prepared for that. I had to find the road, the trailhead, anything that would bring me back to civilization. I followed the stream, hoping it would lead to a larger body of water or a road. The terrain leveled slightly, and I began to recognize faint signs of human presence. Broken branches, a discarded water bottle, tire tracks on the muddy banks. My hopes surged, but I kept moving cautiously, knowing that fear could cloud judgment. As night fell completely, I finally saw the faint glow of headlights in the distance. I sprinted toward it, adrenaline overriding exhaustion. The car was parked on a small gravel path, engine running, the driver unaware of me. I didn't stop to think. I leaped into the driver's side, locked the doors, and leaned back against the seat, gasping for air. My legs trembled, my chest heaved, and the fear that had accompanied me for hours finally began to drain. I looked at the forest behind me. It was dark, silent, and endless. Whatever had been there was gone, or perhaps it had never followed me this close. I didn't know, and I didn't want to know. I drove slowly down the gravel path, still shaking, scanning the edges of the forest for movement. Nothing, just the trees, the shadows, and the night. By the time I reached the main road, I felt a strange mix of relief and disbelief. I had survived, yes, but the fear lingered, etched into my memory. I realized how easily a simple hike could have turned into something far worse, how quickly the quiet of the forest could turn into a trap if one wasn't careful. When I finally reached home, exhausted and dirty, I sat on my porch and let the night settle around me. I couldn't stop thinking about the ridge, the prints, the movement in the shadows, and the low growl that had followed me for hours. I knew I would hike again, eventually, but I also knew I would never take the forest for granted. The experience had taught me vigilance, patience, and respect for the wilderness and for the unknown that lurked just beyond the path. It was a fear that was tangible, grounded in reality, a reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't made up. They're just out there, watching, waiting, and patient enough to test your limits. I never saw the creature or person again, and I didn't want to. I had learned what I needed to know. The forest was alive in ways I hadn't imagined, and while the sun and the day might feel safe, the shadows always held secrets, and the prints left behind were proof that I was not, and never would be, entirely alone. Time passed, and I went back to hiking. The night had already begun to settle over the forest before I realized just how alone I was. I had set out earlier in the afternoon to hike a trail I had never been on before, a path that split off from a main trail and wound deeper into the woods. It wasn't particularly long according to the map I had checked earlier, but something about it called to me, a quiet, almost empty stretch that promised solitude. I hadn't expected the isolation to be this complete, the way the forest swallowed every sound except the occasional creak of branches or the rustle of leaves underfoot. By the time I reached what I thought was the halfway point, the sun was already dipping behind the thick canopy of trees, leaving long, dark shadows to stretch across the trail. I knew the walk back would be tricky, but I convinced myself it would be fine. I had a flashlight in my backpack, a small bottle of water, and my phone, which still had signal. That should be enough. The trail itself had become narrower than I remembered from the map, almost overgrown in some parts. Thorny bushes clawed at my arms as I passed through, and the uneven roots of ancient trees threatened to trip me with every step. At some point, I noticed something odd, small patches of disturbed earth along the trail, as if someone or something had been digging. I paused to look closer, crouching down to examine the soil. It was fresh, loose, and scattered in clumps, but there was no sign of tools or footprints that I could clearly identify. A shiver ran down my spine, but I forced myself to move on, telling myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer digging for roots or a raccoon searching for insects. As I walked further, the canopy overhead thickened, letting in almost no light, and the air grew cooler, damp with the scent of moss and decaying leaves. The trail began to twist and turn in ways I didn't remember from the map, and the deeper I went, the more I felt a tightening in my chest, a nervousness I couldn't quite explain. I started to notice subtle sounds, the snap of twigs somewhere off the trail, a low, indistinct rustling that seemed to move with me. Each time I spun around, expecting to see an animal, there was nothing. My pace quickened, not to run, but to get out before it got darker than it already was. Eventually, I came across a clearing, small and hidden, almost like a forgotten patch of the forest. In the center was a shallow depression in the ground, a pit of sorts, partially hidden by tall grass. My stomach sank when I realized it was much larger than the small animal burrows I had seen before. The edges were uneven, the dirt jagged as if something had clawed its way in and out. I stepped closer, flashlight in hand, and caught a glimpse of something metallic glinting at the bottom. My pulse quickened. I approached cautiously, and as I peered into the pit, I realized it was a rusted, dented metal container, the kind people use to store chemicals or fuel. Its top was slightly open, and inside I could just make out the dark, sticky residue of some unknown substance. I stepped back immediately, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I turned to leave the clearing and felt my foot sink slightly into soft earth. Looking down, I saw the ground wasn't uniform. There were depressions like small footprints around the pit, not human-sized, smaller, perhaps animal-like, but there was something off about them. They weren't consistent. The spacing and depth varied, like the creature, or person, who had made them hadn't walked naturally. My instincts screamed at me to leave, yet the trail back seemed harder to find, as if the forest itself had shifted. Panic began to creep in. The first time I heard it clearly, it was just a soft, deliberate rustle. Leaves brushing against each other, coming from behind a thick stand of trees near the edge of the clearing. I froze, holding my breath, straining to see anything in the darkness. A moment later, the sound moved slow, careful, deliberate. Not the erratic movement of an animal, but the measured pace of someone, or something, following me. My heart began to pound, every instinct screaming at me to run, but my legs felt like lead. I whispered to myself that it must be a hunter or a forest worker, someone passing through late. Rationality wavered under the weight of the fear. I turned and began walking back along what I thought was the trail, scanning with my flashlight. Every shadow seemed to stretch toward me, twisting in the beam of light. After a few minutes, I realized I couldn't see the trail anymore. It was swallowed completely by the undergrowth. I stopped, panic rising, my flashlight shaking in my hand. That's when I heard it again, closer this time. A heavy, deliberate breathing, almost dragging, coming from somewhere to my left. I froze entirely, listening. It stopped. Then the snapping of a branch, closer than before, almost right behind me. I swung the flashlight, catching a glimpse of a dark shape disappearing behind a tree. My chest tightened. I started to move, faster now, pushing through the dense foliage, branches scraping my arms and face. My flashlight flickered briefly, sending the shadows dancing wildly across the trees. I could feel my pulse in my throat, my lungs burning. The rustling followed me, sometimes ahead, sometimes to the side, keeping pace. I kept telling myself it was an animal, a bear maybe, but nothing about the sounds matched the erratic movements of wildlife. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, and I began to despair, the fear settling into my bones like ice. I stumbled into another clearing, slightly larger than the first, this one filled with tall, dead trees that had fallen over in all directions. The smell here was different, earthy but sour, and I realized I could hear the sound of water somewhere nearby, a stream perhaps. Relief washed over me. Water meant a natural path, a potential trail back. I moved toward the sound, stepping carefully over roots and fallen branches. Then I saw it, a small wooden bridge, old and decaying, spanning a narrow stream. The bridge was shaky, planks missing, but it was the only way forward. I crossed slowly, feeling it groan under my weight. Halfway across, I heard the rustling again, close enough that I could smell damp earth and something else metallic. My stomach turned. I ran across the rest of the bridge, nearly falling into the water, and didn't stop until I reached the far side. The stream bank opened into a more open area, and I saw something I hadn't expected. Tire tracks, faint but unmistakable, pressed into the mud. They led in one direction, straight through the trees. I followed them, hope rising. Maybe this would lead me out. The tracks were old, not fresh, but still better than nothing. My pace increased. The forest began to thin slightly, and the air felt warmer, lighter. I could hear birds, far off, an unnatural calm after the tense silence of the last hour. Eventually, I stumbled onto a dirt service road, overgrown but clearly used, leading back toward civilization. I could see faint glimmers of light through the trees ahead, and my exhaustion mixed with relief. I walked quickly, scanning constantly, but the rustling had stopped. The shadows no longer seemed threatening. The road curved, and in the distance, I saw the headlights of a car approaching, and beyond that, a faint outline of houses. I kept walking until I reached the first yard, safe from the forest. I never found out what had been following me. The pit and the container, the footprints, the breathing. I never returned to look. I told myself it was just a hunter or a curious animal, but part of me knew the forest had hidden something I wasn't meant to see. Even days later, I could still feel the weight of the darkness there, the feeling of being watched, measured, studied. That night left a mark I can't erase. But I made it back, unharmed, and in the end, that was enough. The forest had tested me, pushed me to my limits, but I had survived, and I carried the lesson with me. Even familiar places can hold unseen dangers, and sometimes the only way out is to keep moving, keep breathing, and trust that persistence can carry you back to safety. I returned to that area only once after that night, during daylight, and the forest looked entirely different, tame, quiet, unthreatening. The pit was overgrown, the container gone, the tracks faded into the dirt. It was as if the forest had swallowed the evidence, leaving only the memory of fear in my mind. I never went back at night, and I never will. The lesson was clear. Some parts of the world are meant to remind us of our fragility, to teach us caution, and to make us respect the thin line between solitude and danger. I carry that respect with me now, every time I step into the woods, every time I hike alone, and every time I feel the thrill of being in the wild. Because that night, I learned just how quickly the familiar can become terrifying, and just how precious the light of safety can feel when darkness surrounds you completely. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still hear the faint rustle of leaves, the deliberate snap of branches, the dragging sound of heavy breathing that may have never belonged to any animal at all. But the fear is tempered by experience. I know now how to read the signs of danger, how to move carefully, how to trust my instincts. That night didn't break me. It taught me to be vigilant, to respect the forest, and to never underestimate the unknown. It remains the most terrifying experience of my life, yet it also stands as the moment I truly learned what it means to survive. The forest still exists, dark and deep, stretching across miles of land, holding its secrets. But I walk the trails differently now, alert and cautious, carrying a flashlight, extra water, and the knowledge that sometimes silence is not peaceful. it is watching. And I know that as long as I respect that, I can always find my way back. The fear I felt that night has never completely left me, but it has transformed into vigilance, and in that transformation lies the clarity, the survival, and the ending I can truly call good. The memory is vivid, but it is finished. I came out alive. I can see the sky again. I can hear the I remember the day clearly, though at the time it felt like nothing extraordinary. I had driven out to a remote stretch of forested land several hours from the city. The road had dwindled from paved asphalt to gravel, and then to dirt, flanked by thick pine trees on both sides. The sun was dipping low behind the ridges, turning the sky orange and casting long shadows that stretched across the ground like dark fingers. I had decided to go camping alone, thinking the isolation would help me clear my mind. I didn't know then how sharply that solitude could turn from peaceful to frightening. I parked my car in a small clearing where the trees opened up slightly. There wasn't a single other car in sight, and no houses, no cabins, nothing except the faint rumble of a distant creek. I unloaded my backpack, which carried a tent, sleeping bag, some food, water, and a small first aid kit. I had done enough solo camping to know the basics, and I always made sure to prepare for the possibility of things going wrong. As I walked around choosing a flat spot for my tent, I noticed subtle signs of animal activity. Broken branches, a few scattered tufts of fur caught on the bark of trees, and faint tracks leading deeper into the forest. It wasn't unusual, but my subconscious noted every detail, the way a nervous animal watches its surroundings. Setting up the tent took longer than expected because the ground was uneven and covered in small rocks. By the time I finished, twilight was settling in, and the forest had taken on that muted, grayish hue where everything seems both present and hidden at the same time. I started a small campfire, careful to keep it contained in a circle of stones I'd gathered, and the warmth and light made the space around me feel safer. I cooked a simple dinner, beans, some bread, a little sausage, and ate slowly, listening to the forest settle for the night. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying a faint smell of pine needles and damp earth, and at first everything felt calm. I sat by the fire for a long time after eating, staring into the flames. I was aware of the distant sounds. The snap of a twig under the weight of some small animal, the occasional rustle of leaves, and a far-off cry that might have been a bird or a coyote. I reminded myself that the forest was full of life at night, and that most of it wasn't dangerous. Still, a knot of unease had started to form in my chest, the kind that you can't shake off no matter how much you tell yourself you're safe. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on organizing my supplies and checking that my flashlight and fire were ready for the night. Night fully arrived, and with it came a different kind of quiet. The forest no longer felt lively, it felt expectant. Every sound, an owl hoot, a branch creaking, was amplified, echoing through the trees and bouncing around in the darkness. I crawled into my tent around 10, intending to read for a while before sleeping. But as soon as I zipped the tent door, a low, rhythmic crunching reached my ears from outside. At first, I told myself it was probably an animal moving through the underbrush. Deer maybe, or a raccoon. I held my breath and listened. The sound continued, slow but deliberate, not scattered like the steps of a small creature, but heavy and measured. It didn't sound like it was just wandering. It sounded like it was approaching. My heart started pounding, and I stayed perfectly still, straining to hear over the beating in my chest. I considered leaving the tent to see what it was, but the rational part of my brain told me that would be reckless. Whoever, or whatever, was out there could be dangerous. I unzipped a small part of the tent mesh and peered into the darkness. The fire had burned low and mostly gone out, leaving only glowing embers that barely illuminated the clearing. At first, I saw nothing. Then, out of the corner of my eye, a shadow shifted near the treeline, too large and deliberate to be a deer. It didn't move like a normal animal. My stomach clenched. I stayed motionless, hoping it would leave, my mind racing through possibilities. Lost hiker, some hunter, maybe a bear. I remembered I had left my flashlight on the edge of the tent. I slowly, carefully reached for it. The sound of fabric against my movement made me freeze again, thinking for a moment that it might have alerted whatever was out there. When I finally held the flashlight, I shone it toward the shadow. The beam swept through the trees, catching nothing at first. Then, further back, between two thick pine trunks, I saw the figure. a man, standing perfectly still, just beyond the clearing, looking in my direction. His face was hidden in darkness, and he wore dark clothes that blended into the night. My hands went numb, and I dropped the flashlight for a second, then picked it up again. The man didn't move, didn't make a sound, but he was there, clearly watching me. I realized I had to think fast. I knew my car was a few hundred feet down the dirt path, but leaving the tent would mean crossing open ground with no cover. I also knew the nearest main road was at least 2 miles away, and at night, it would take much longer to reach. I decided to stay put, thinking maybe he would leave if I stayed calm and didn't make any sudden moves. I tried to remember the pepper spray in my pack, but my hands were shaking so badly I struggled to reach it. Minutes passed like hours. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me jump. My ears picked up distant sounds I hadn't noticed before. The low scrape of something dragging across the ground, the subtle snapping of sticks closer than before. The figure hadn't moved. Then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he turned and vanished into the darkness of the trees. My body didn't relax. I knew he hadn't gone far. I waited for a long time, holding my flashlight in one hand and my pepper spray in the other. The air felt heavier, colder, as if the forest itself had decided to watch me. Eventually, the noises stopped, or at least receded. I stayed awake the entire night, listening, praying I hadn't fallen asleep. The moment the first light of dawn touched the sky, I unzipped the tent and looked around. The clearing was empty, and there were no tracks near my tent. I wanted to believe it had been a trick of my imagination, but I knew what I had seen. I packed quickly and didn't take time to eat. My hands shook as I drove the car back down the dirt path toward the paved road. Every shadow and bend in the road made me tense, half expecting him to appear. I kept the doors locked and the windows up. 2 miles, then 10, then 20. I didn't stop until I reached a small town with a gas station and enough people around to feel safe. I bought coffee and sat in the parking lot for a while, trying to calm my mind. Later, after I had returned home, I learned something that confirmed my fear. The area I had camped in was known for occasional violent incidents involving people trespassing and hiding in the woods. Hikers and campers had reported seeing strangers lurking around at night, and in one case, someone had been attacked near a campsite. I had been lucky. My preparation, my calm under pressure, and my decision not to confront or chase had kept me safe. I didn't go back to that forest for months, and even then, only during the day. I told a few friends, but it was hard to describe the feeling of being watched without being able to prove it. What I do remember most vividly is the way silence in the forest can feel oppressive and alive at the same time, how the dark can hide both beauty and danger, and how quickly peace can shift into fear when someone unseen is observing. That night taught me the importance of caution, awareness, and trusting instincts. Even now, when I drive past forests or empty clearings, my chest tightens just a little. I know the world is full of people who are careful, kind, and harmless, but I also know there are those who wait in silence, unseen, and that luck and preparation are often the only things separating you from harm. That night, in that clearing, I survived not because of courage alone, but because I paid attention, stayed calm, and moved wisely. And though it was terrifying, the clarity of daylight, the sight of the road ahead, and the eventual return to safety made the fear manageable, and the memory a lesson I carry with me every time I head into the wild. I can still picture him standing there, perfectly still, as if part of the shadows, a reminder that the forest holds many secrets, and sometimes the scariest things are not imagined. They are very real, watching, waiting, and disappearing just as silently as they appeared. The experience changed the way I approach solitude and nature. I always plan meticulously now, always tell someone my route, and never underestimate how quickly the quiet of the woods can become a place where fear walks alongside you. I also learned that sometimes the only way to survive a terrifying night is to trust in your preparation, move deliberately, and wait for daylight to bring clarity. By the time the sun fully rose, I realized I wasn't just relieved, I was alive, unharmed, and wiser for it. Being able to make it back to safety under my own decisions gave me a profound sense of control in a situation where control seemed impossible. I felt gratitude for the skills I had practiced, for the calm I maintained, and for the chance to see morning light again. That clear, safe ending was a stark contrast to the tension of the night and made every minute of fear worth enduring. I never forgot the forest that night, the feeling of being hunted, the sharp awareness of every sound and shadow. It remained vivid in my memory, a testament to the fine line between peace and fear, between solitude and vulnerability, and between darkness and the first light of dawn. The lessons from that night are still with me, etched in every future camping trip, every quiet walk through the woods, and every moment I find myself in a place where shadows seem too deep and silence too heavy. I know now that preparation, awareness, and patience can turn a night of terror into a story of survival, and that even in the darkest moments, daylight and safety are always possible if you act wisely. I never encountered him again, and the memory of him standing there,